was up. A wonderful evening indeed. Blasphemy 4 waiting for PoE 2 patch notes. Holy. Maybe I'll take a peek later as a patch notes. Definitely want to log in next week. But, you know, I'm still like so in default mode. I wish it was like another few weeks or something. Server is so good. Yeah, server is insane. Okay, anyways, I start blasting. Let's do a few rounds. I wanted to record some videos actually. I wanted to do some paladining video. The Zeal build. I also want to make my Mephisto guide. Anyone interested in a Mephisto guide? I don't. D2R is tomorrow. Yeah, that too, actually. But I gotta skip D2R. I was actually kind of ready to do more D2R, but I mean, our timing is awful. So maybe next time. Okay, T12 lab bosses. Yeah. It's starting to work. Any hotfixes? Didn't do anything for Apocalypse. I go with Lunatic, so Galatom. Darkness is alright in terms of speed because you have all these nether steps. So especially in late game it gets kinda decent. Because it's like nether step all the time. And it did make nether step animation a bit faster apparently in the other patch. So that should help.
Step up to my anvil. Defeat to break another's work. You know where to find me.
Who drops Figure Step in Season 13? Well, this guy. The Incan build for Bone Spirit. The Maxer one is not working. What do you mean if it's not working? How's defense and this compared to Blood Wave? I mean, I have 16 million toughness. I think I'm doing okay. The main difference is... it's not even a difference, right? It's just like, you ramp Resolve relatively slow on a NECRO. And I guess on this build you ramp it faster than on other builds, because it's a bone build, and with bone you can use this aspect. You get 2 stacks every cast. On Blood Wave, you have a blood build. So you have to get Resolve stacked in another way, and you ramp it much slower. So yeah, with this whole like Resolve stacking meta, it's kind of rough to play non-bone builds, I guess, at least in hardcore. Here it's kind of working, because I walk in, I press Golem, I get 5 stacks, and then I press, you know, a few Bone Spirits, and I have like 15 stacks in like a few seconds or something, and then we're kind of chilling. But yeah, on Blood Blitz you're not gonna have that. So you have to ramp it in some other way. And in Paladin it was very easy to ramp, you just walk in, you press Fortress, the end. But here, yeah, it's Monka. So I had to adapt this a little bit here. Yeah, not doing Resolve stuff is gonna be rough, man. This class is also very squish because all these unique chests, pans, you know, all this stuff, you have like no fucking defense, man, it's crazy. I mean, I guess you can leave out some of these multipliers if you're strong enough for D12 anyway, but yeah, oof. Also feels bad to leave out like a ×2 multi, to be honest. So... you could leave out the wolves and go like Challenging Shout, I guess. There's still like vulnerabilification. Something like that would probably work. You got an extra red blessing. No. I put them all into the shredder. I can farm it easily from Butcher. I just spent like half an hour at Butcher and I had a good one. Shit, more bangers. Okay, what do we do? 104. Making a new NECRO. In that case, don't worry about the emerald yet. You can get it later. Check class, Torture Wedge. Okay. Good luck with that. But I hope they're gonna make Nether Step like better and faster and stuff. The leap is already kinda decent. And with a bit of power creep you can put Anathema with the primes for the leap in like many builds on Warlock, I guess. But first we need to get a power creep, and realistically they're gonna nerf Warlock sets, right? Warlock sets are like actually the strongest out of all the classes from what I see. They have like insane sets. And that's not bad at all characters, they're all separate multipliers.
Step up to my anvil.
Okay, what the fuck do I stack to rank up Army of the Dead on my charms? Is it like anything? It just has the ultimate and the summon tag. But I think summon doesn't have a charm roll. Right? I think it's minion skills. I don't know, dude. The damage comes from a sword, not only out to dead itself. Really? That's wild, actually. Okay. So maybe I don't care about the ranks very much then. First try. Yeah, resource generation is more useful. It actually increases the region. Well, I guess in density, it might turn out to be better, but I mostly care about the boss damage. Can't find a good NECRO loot filter anywhere. Well, I mean, I have mine here. Actually, I don't. It's just my twink filter. Yeah, but either way, I'll make one for this build when I finish my planner. I'll do the planner later. But before that, I wanted to record a video on the Zeal Paladin and on Mephisto. So we're gonna do that soon. It's gonna blast a little bit now. Get a few glyph ups, I guess. Yeah. Rivar. You can make Ancestor from a non-Ancestor in the cube, you mean? Yeah, I've tried this like here and there, and I've never gotten an Ancestor from 3 non-Ancestors. Apparently it's possible, but the chances are so low that it's just gonna say, fuck it. It's not happening, so... No way it's possible. Now, I've heard it from some people, so it's a thing apparently, but... I don't know. Here and there, I just threw some random non-ancestors in there, I never got an ancestor back, so... Screwed. Like, you just gotta waste so many souls, right? You wanna salvage them for crystals and then convert them to souls. Okay, it is 105 time. I think getting those glyphs to like 120 or so should be no big deal. I have to navigate this madman with Sever. The whole resource management in this build is kind of crazy. Yeah, it's funny. I can also solve it in like interesting ways. Like there's not just one solution, it's just kind of interesting. Like I ran with Tibble's Whale, and that helps a lot. But you can't do it without... Yes. Any vulnerable? Okay. It's also like AFK here. Actually, I do wonder if you're better off just going to Seer Rune. Seer. Get 3 volts at a time. Just generally have 6 volts. I thought it would have the same with Igni. But it seems less. No, I have like 5 here. Okay. That's a bit more. Is there a specific way to help transfigure gem strength in this item, or is it full RNG? It is full RNG. I'm missing out by not automating runes. Well, not really, because you go way too fast to rely on these runes, I think. I mean, okay, when you slow down and do like higher content or whatever, then you can definitely apply the curses. But, you know, the idea is that I'm just gonna fly from maps and watch everything, right? So, I don't have time for runes. So... And we do actually get the curses from the set. I use the profane set, and that actually applies curses. So whenever there's like a fight that is more than like a second, I will actually have both curses up on everything because of the corpse effect. This is not Bloodwave. This is Bone Spirit. Ball Lightning Necro, basically. Can we do 107? Hi Xanxian. By the way, can I explain the warband, how to play warband? You mean war plans? The idea is very simple. You just go there, tutorial, you select a few things you want to do, and then you start blasting. And then you rank it up, you get these points, you can customize it. And then, you know, some of them are, you know, giving you different rewards, some of them change what you can find in certain content. Some of them create some overlap, like you can spawn bosses in your 9-pin engines or whatever, so on. So the idea is very simple. I have like a full guide on the whole thing with all the trees and nodes explained if you want. There's like one on YouTube. Actually, now that reminds me of something. So 1 week ago, I made a video about the wall plans, guys. And in there I said we're gonna have a little giveaway for 2 Lord of Hatred expansion codes. So I will pull a winner for that later. And you guys can still go and comment. I think the requirement is you leave a comment on the video and you say what is like your favorite activity. So you can go check it out. For those that maybe want to get a key for their friend, or maybe you don't have the expansion yet or something. Infernal Hordes. I promise, if I choose Infernal Hordes winner, you will still get the key. Is there any point in flying above T10? There is, yes. Get more stuff. The Unmaker dropped here. Surely. It's gonna send it. We also have scythes. For some reason scythes have like 30 DPS less. It's like 0.8% less DPS for some reason. Ugh. That was painful. I have a Giga weapon but forgot to temper. Oh no. Vox, Omni, Paingoja, Sorg, when? Holy. Does it work with Paingojas properly? Do like both hits actually trigger it and stuff? I guess so, right? It should work. I mean, Vox Copium got a lot better these days, I guess, because of you know, some of the changes to the basic skills. And you have like, you know, more customization, and you can like, make your core skill into like some supporting tool a bit more and so on. So maybe it was actually a season. I think it was the Chaos Armor season, right, where Vox Copium was actually a decent build. For a first character on hardcore, I would not suggest this build. Really have to be quite aware of what you're doing in order to not die on this, I think. I mean, Resolve Second will keep you alive, but it's easy to die as well, because when you don't have Resolve, you're just getting blasted, and for that, it's gonna be kind of tough, you know, you walk into a Hell Tide, Meteor hits you, the end, or something, so gotta be careful with that. Fists of Fate. It's kind of funny, I have a guaranteed lucky hit mod. It's actually kind of bad these days because it's so low. Feels bad. But I guess for some build that really wants lucky hit. Not sure what that would be though. It would be like a decent multiplier, I guess. If all your damage is like a hit base. You want a GA movement? I don't know. Descent 109, maybe get lucky. Yo, Ignition. I'll probably try to counter some build, and then we'll see what else. I mean, it's basically the same as this, right? We dash around the same. We kill everything the same. I guess it's just a bit stronger even. I don't know. More green. Okay. Here it's more the turquoise, I guess. I think it's time to remove the golem from our bar soon. We don't have to remove him necessarily. But, maybe we can find something else to put there. Bone Prisoners and Resource and cast speed variant. I'm not sure if I want to cast Bone Prisons, but I guess we'll see. Never enjoyed playing NECRO in D4 until this season. Well, now they're blasting. I did enjoy some builds on NECRO in the past, but now that they actually have like this Sever thing, it's kind of sad because Sever is like my favorite ability on this entire class as like as a core skill. But now it's also like this mobility tool, so if I play Sever, I can't have the Sever dash, so I need to figure something out. But I guess the Blood Rush plus a Jar Rune is gonna be okay. So just have to make that work somehow. I wanna try some Sever stuff. There's like this Cold Sever which looks kinda cool. There's also like the Sever dash. Like I want to try to make a Sever dash build where I actually just kill everything with the dash. That could be fun too. Ava will be proud, guys. Where the fuck am I going? God, this run here is cursed. Light's Refuge, dude. It's right here next to the start. Yeah, Light's Refuge is a very interesting dungeon. You basically have to find floor 2 and then you're at the end right away. Oh, dash really incoming, holy. But Macrame should be better than the Barb, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it's fine for both of them to have like, you know, good minion builds, I think. It's just that Barb is generally overtuned, right? Thanks to You know, they forgot the overpower stuff. Limitless rage is ridiculous. Gym strength is forgotten. You know, they didn't like nerf this stuff properly before the expansion, and here we are. And all that stuff just benefits Barb so much. It's just that, you know, Barb is just way too overtuned basically as a result. So burned out of the garbage pardon, barely doing Torment 12. Boy, do I have good news for you. You should watch my Torment Lands video. Or you can watch my Zeal video in real time, which I'm about to record in like 5 minutes. But first this dog needs to shut up outside, holy. I'm going crazy. Busy risking my life of Red Sermon. I found it's very tanky actually on the Paladin. Is it the neighbor's dog? Yeah, it is. Ours sounds a lot more cute. I did not see the guy running up Barrage and Caltops through 8-minute 146. But if Signal of Pagain, anything is possible, I guess. Definitely want to experiment a bit more with the signals. Maybe towards later in the season, gonna do some pushing or so with that. I have a lot of signals saved for different builds. Bone Spear has a note for damage per resolve. Wait, where? What? Ah, here. Well, up to 40, so the resolve stacking doesn't do anything for that. I already have 40 baseline anyway. It's Mosaic Rogues, I think. What is that?
Step up to my anvil. Go. I will see you again soon.
Okay, quick Helltide action, let's see it. Zooming, guys. Let's see a Blood Maiden. T12. Yeah, this new set is like not working or else, so I have to wait until they actually fix that, like next season or something. Didn't kill her, unlucky. We will though. Next time. Now, where's the furthest chest? Let's take this one. Okay, make it there in 10 seconds. Let's look at the timer. Oh god. These NECROs, man, are insane. Wasn't quite 10 seconds though. $287, that's what it is. There was a Kickstarter somewhere, let's find them. No problem, guys. We'll find them. We can scour the entire Helltide in 17 seconds. There's a spider as well. There it is. Got him. Take that shrine. Okay. Can we try this again? Everything's so close. Okay, let's see. Oh, got a worm though. Oh, I thought it was a worm. Oh man, and Helltide is like the best build, man. It's crazy. Absolutely. Where the fuck am I? Oh. Oh, unexpected. You're going too fast, man. It just loads me into other zones. Dude, I've been in this helter for like 3 minutes. I have hundreds of cinders. Okay, go to the big chest. Where is it? Yeah. Let's see it. Going to the bottom, it's just kind of tough. But resuming. Crocs. Definitely have to try that at some point. And teleporting to the top is definitely a bit faster. Fun though. NECRO is fun. It's extremely fast, but there's no kills while moving. It's because I didn't actually press the button. I can kill stuff while moving if I want. There's a cold pingo which I've binned. This is our Frostbolt Voxcopium glove, guys, right? Holy.
Mainlander. That's it for that piece.
How long is this song? Okay, we have to do something for like 5.5 more minutes. That makes me caught up already. The Crux. How many Cruxes do we have now? 18, 19, oh my god. Bloodless Scream. Bloodless Scream is something you kind of want to equip, right? It's kind of tough to decide between bone skill ranks and core skill ranks. Bone buffs your bone storm so that you get more crit and attack speed. And core gives you more resource. Should get some resin. Yikes.
Taken apart. Melted down.
Am I gonna play a Sangre War build? We'll see. I have a bunch of them. Do they do shadow damage? I guess they do shadow damage. Okay, YouTube time. This build can easily kill boss layer. Yes. Okay. Oh, it's raining now. Interesting. I wanted to record a seal video real quick, guys. We go YouTube, exactly. In a second though. Here. Okay. That's the Divine Lance. We should probably put Zeal here as well. It's kind of like on the same level anyway. So let's do that. Okay, I wanted footage. There's footage. This is NECRO. This is... This was Oradin. Okay. This is more Oradin. This was Mephisto or Zeal. Okay. This is gaming. Okay, here we go. Kind of crazy. 2 minutes 15 or half 15. Kind of nice actually. Okay, let's record this here. Say hi, YouTube. Hi everyone, and welcome to my Zeal Paladin guide. This is a build I've been playing the last few days, and I had an absolute blast. Maybe you have seen already my Divine Lance build that I made the other day. So this is very similar to that. It has all these zealot synergies. You attack extremely fast, extremely often, and you have this kind of like shredder mowing through the run, basically. It's extremely hilarious to watch. The visuals are amazing. And it feels pretty good and powerful. So as you can see here on my hardcore paladin, I can do pit 115 in like a little more than 2 minutes or so. And this can definitely go way higher to like 130 and beyond if you try to push this a little bit. So yeah, it just kind of works. It is easy, simple to play, relatively easy to set up, but there are a few things that you have to consider when making this build so that you are successful. I'm going to show what this is all about. I also have my own planner for you, so you can go check that out. There's different variants from starter to end game, and everything is there. But the TLDR is, it's just like a melee attack build. So as you just kind of like walk through a map, you hold down right click, walk forward, and everything in your path will be decimated. On top of that, you have this zealot set that creates these after images that you can see. When you walk, it automatically attacks as well, and you constantly shred everything around you, which makes it super fun to play. And with super high attack rate, it just feels fun. It is also really tanky thanks to resolve stacking, and you have gigantic boss damage. So you walk into a boss room, you press Fortress, which gives you like all the resolve stacks like here. And if you do this on a boss fight or an elite, then you get like a triple damage buff and everything just melts. So it's really cool. I've also taken down, for example, Mephisto on T12 hardcore with this. So here's just like an example of what this looks like when you nuke it down. So here, this is, for example, this phase here, just to show this off real quick. And yeah, the boss damage is definitely not lacking at all, I think. So if you try to min-max this a little bit, you can blast down their bosses in like 3 seconds of this. And yeah, no problem. So yeah, this is kind of how this works. And here's the planner. Here's my character. I'm just going to show this out briefly. So here's the Red Sermon. This is the main item for this build. This is the Zeal Unique. Technically, you can run this build with a different weapon, but I think this is just the choice that you want to do here. But it does have a cost. So it gives you the Death or Glory variant, which for Zeal gives you a life cost instead of a resource cost. So at the start, when you don't have that unique, you actually have to generate faith. You can do this with a generator or with a rally that you also trigger automatically from the set, which is nice. But later you will have to pay your life, 10% per swing. And that is not quite little. So as you can see here, when I hold down right click and shift, yeah, I'll just like lose life all the time. However, this thing can roll with life on hit. It's a random roll. But you see here, just standing here, my life on hit actually heals me a lot because I have the Holy Light aura. So this one can trigger life on hit, in addition to your normal swings, of course. And then you can also have, for example, the wolves here from the Visaya rune. They also trigger life on hit and make everything frozen and vulnerable, which is kind of neat. So at this point, I can just stand here and just swing into the air. And you see that my life is going up. Not entirely, but you know, it kind of sustains itself. And when I then actually hit some targets myself, we're going to be better off. In order to help this out a little bit more, we can also add skulls. So we have this here, we have the healing received that you can put in the skulls. And with just grand skulls, you get 22.5% per. So this means 45% healing received. You could also roll that on like boots or pants or something like that. And then you would just have enough healing relatively easily. But of course, there is a bit of like a ratio that you want to try to hit. You want to not have too much maximum life and rather invest in the defenses more through armor, all-res, and the resolve stacking. So you see here I have 40k life, which is a bit on the low side. And in that case, it's way easier to heal up with just one life on hit roll. You could also have life on hit transfigured, or you can roll it on other slots, but I do recommend it on the weapon because it's just by far the most value here. But it is solvable in other ways. And you also have Fortify, so especially once you have like the fervor stacks fully stacked, you see this here, my Fortify will go up. So like this, you can also heal through the Fortify, just constantly draining, but you probably want to have a little bit of life on hit. Now, besides that, what else do you need? You need very little crit chance, actually. You need 33% crit in order to reach 100% on this build, because thanks to this Death or Glory variant on Zeal, you actually get 20% extra crit chance. Here, you get the Penitent aspect, which I don't have imprinted right now, but it's this one here, this is 15%. So you have that. The Rally gives you 5%. You get 12% from the Paragons with the Ferment node. So there's like crit all over the place, basically. And it's extremely easy to cap your crit chance to 100%. So with 33% in town, you're going to be fine. And you see here, I have like 31 almost, so I'm missing like 2%. And then you can go giga ham on scaling crit multi. So you want to have like an amulet like this, for example, 100% here, or you can have the rings with crit multi, you can have the glove with crit multi, and then you also want to supplement that with vulnerable damage multi. Since we have the wolves applying vulnerable, you want to have that as your secondary multiplier scaling. And together like that, you get a lot of damage. And lastly, the resolve stacking. So I just want to show this off real briefly. We have the helm, chest, pants, and amulet, where you can get a lot of resolve stacks. You can see this here. I have 53 maximum resolve right now. And with the Glint's Anvil, you get a lot of damage reduction from that. So I'm sitting here at like 12 million toughness with no gems. So yeah, this goes up to like 20 million or something on my character. It's kind of wild. And you want to try to get the GA and Masterworker to 12 on all of these slots, with the exception of the amulet, where you can get away with the 7, and you just put like a Masterwork on, for example, the crit damage here. So this gives you like more DPS because you're tanky enough anyway at some point. So just kind of one note is, when you don't have those resolve stacks, you're going to be relatively squishy. So it's going to show this. When you walk back into town, for example, those resolve stacks drop. Also, for example, if you're in a Hell Tide, you mount up, those resolve stacks will disappear. And you're going to be kind of squishy, as you can see here. The resolve stacks do come up automatically. So you see here, just existing will give you resolve, which is kind of neat, because we have the aura here. The Rite of Prayer passively gives you resolve, but the main way to get them is you press Fortress. So you can see my stacks, I have 18, I press the button, boom, 1 second later I'm capped. So every time you start a run, you go into the pit or whatever, you press Fortress, and you're gonna have maximum resolve, and from then on you are tanky, and it sustains itself. And then you kind of just carry the Fortress around, you press it on an elite, you press it on the boss. It gives you a massive damage buff, because you also get 4% per resolve as extra damage. So with 50 stacks, it's like triple damage. Besides that, all the other buttons that you have here are mostly just auras and mobility. So you have like a 1-button attack, and then you have aura, aura, aura. They're mostly just there to reset your cooldowns. So for example, when Fortress goes on cooldown, then you can press these auras, and with the Resplendence Glyph that we have, it resets the cooldowns. So you see this here right now, it's 14 seconds. Now you press 1, 2, 3, and boom, my Fortress is almost instantly back. You can also use it for Falling Star. So you see here, Falling Star has like 6 seconds cooldown. I press an aura, I do this, I do that, I have another Falling Star. And you can also kind of cycle your auras for that purpose. Besides that, you get Unstoppable from the Defiance Aura, which is nice, so in case you get CC'd. And that's about it. You don't really care about the other aura active effects. So it's mostly there for the Resplendence Glyph. So lots of mobility, very fast. You kind of just like shred your way through, and it's very simple, very fun. And yeah, this is pretty much about it for what you need to know about this build. Everything else you can find in here. So as I said, we have a starter, mid-game, end-game variant. Just one note that before you pay life for the skill, you want to have some resources. So I put 5 regeneration here, for example, on some slots. I have a generator here. And then once you actually have that item, you will swap the variant. So the skill tree looks slightly different as well, as you can see here. If you look at the endgame variant, we get this one for free. So we can choose the Zelda's Legacy, which gives you additional strikes. You also have a bunch of other utility in here. More strikes, and then you have the weaken, you just get that. It's kind of nice. Right now there is a little bug here. Normally you would play Call the Wicked, but this 25% extra multi does not function right now. So if they fix that, you'll probably swap it over, but it would be a relatively small upgrade, I gotta say. So it's also nice to have these just 4 random additional strikes, because it covers a little bit more area. But yeah, for the starter variant, we just do this here basically. There's like a few little tweaks. And everything else is also here explained. Then we have the paragons. So we have 3 different steps. You can just kind of put the points as you go. So you can check out depending on what level you are. Just one note here that I want to make is the relentless note. So this one says, while moving and for 2 seconds after, you deal 80% damage and have 30% extra cooldown. So this is something to kind of keep in mind when you do like boss fights. Normally you don't have to worry about this. You just kind of, you know, walk through the run and you're fine. But if you're standing there just like whacking at the boss, you need to stutter step a little bit. So you want to like, you know, do like this and then maybe do like one step, kind of like that, you know, or like if you do WASD, it's like you press it once, you know, every 2 seconds basically, just to like one little step, just to keep up the buff basically. So this is kind of important. You could go without this if you try to change the paragons a little bit, but the 30% cooldown is really nice. So this just makes it so you have very little downtime on the fortress, you have your auras all the time. So the cooldown stacking kind of synergizes with itself really well. And there's even more cooldown here on the board as well. So it's just a kind of really juicy combo. You want to make sure to do that. And that's about it, basically. So as you can see, a very simple setup. It just kind of works. And yeah, you get Perma 100% block basically with the resolve stacking. There's the redirected force aspect. So just kind of keep that in mind that sometimes your damage can feel you know, a bit higher and a bit lower depending on if you have blocked lately. So here you get a 90% damage buff and then sometimes an 180 when you actually take damage. Most of the time this will be up when you are fighting, but if you're just absolutely annihilating, you know, blasting and one-shotting everything, then sometimes you just don't get any blocks when everything just dies. So in that case, you know, it might ramp down, or for example, a boss, you know, it like spawns in and doesn't attack you for like 5 seconds or something like that. So you might lose out on a bit of damage there, but otherwise this is an extremely strong aspect since we have 100% block thanks to the interdiction aspect that we have here on the boost. So you're gonna put that, and with the resolve, you're gonna have 100%. As a secondary like utility aspect here from the cooldown mod, I have the rallying reversal for ferocity. That's 20% attack speed, kind of nice. We also have the Goldslayer crown here, so this pulls everything in automatically. So you just walk in, everything gets pulled into the shredder basically. You can also go for more damage, for example, for Blood Mad Idol. If you have the healing and you can like sustain through that, then you can also run this charm. I think I have it mentioned here, the Blood Mad. So there's a lot of damage. It gives you almost double damage compared to the Goldslayer crown, but you'd also take triple damage. So just something to keep in mind. If you want to boost this further, then you can do this as well. And yeah, that sums it up. So this is the Zeal Paladin. I'll link down in the description the planner, and there you go. So just enjoy it. If you have like a lot of stuff lying around from your barb, for example, with strength gear, or maybe from like playing the Divine Lands the other day that I posted, this is a very similar setup. So it just kind of has almost the same synergies, the same setup, and we have to swap out like, I think I swapped like 2 or 3 items, and that's about it basically. So hope you enjoyed this. Wish you good luck with the Paladin in season 13. Stay tuned for more guides on me. I've been working on NECRO lately. That's gonna be kind of fun as well. And I'll see you guys next time. All right. Fist of Fate is a safer variant as Charm. Yeah, but you would never run a Fist of Fate over Godslayer, right? So it's almost the same damage and you have no pull. Which Necro am I playing? I'm playing Bone Spirit. Yo. Basshead. Thanks so much. How you doing, man? Keeping up that streak. That's a big streak. Can play zero shield. Nah, forget it. You want to use the weapon. If you want to use a shield, you're gonna go Divine Lance. Yo, Nox Key. I think it's all for this up. Okay, it's time for Mephisto Guide, I think. How long was this fight actually? Okay, we start at 5:30. 2 minutes later we start of phase 2. And 3 minutes later we start of phase 3. Damn. This was actually a 9 minutes fight, man. Holy. Okay. I need Epic pen. You guys can see that, right? Okay, perfect. Can I make this like less fat? So fat. Okay, better. Yeah, it's gonna be complicated, but I'll try. Painting with Woody. Yeah, it's just like, you know, I think this is a good way to kind of show off a few things, basically. Because, you know, a lot of people seem to have issues with Mephisto and stuff, and I figured, okay, I'm gonna make like a full boss guide and stuff. Alu, hi Monkas. I have 2 things, yeah. Okay, anyway. Okay, hi YouTube. Don't die, kill boss, easy guide. Yes. Hi everyone, and welcome to my Mephisto guide. So lately I've taken down this boss on Torment 12 on hardcore after a 9-minute encounter. I've been trying out a bunch of things, testing the mechanics, testing the damage types, and I have a lot of tips to give in order to make this easier. If you don't have a build that can just annihilate this boss in like 5 seconds, like a whirlwind barb, while being immortal, then maybe this video helps you out to actually take him down for your season journey. Of course, keep in mind, on Torment 10, for example, for just unlocking the season rank, it is way easier to do. But if you want to actually go all the way on, not like the top build or something, then you definitely have to play around some of those mechanics here. So I did it on my Lunatic Warlock. This was my first hardcore kill. I've since then done it on a bunch of different builds now, on like all kinds of classes. And once you learn the patterns and the different mechanics of the fight, it is actually not super crazy. So you need a bit of like, kind of like a muscle memory, I guess, in terms of when the timing happens of certain abilities, but I will walk you through. Before we start, I want to talk about this real quick. So I have done a bunch of testing on the different damage types that you can encounter in this fight. And all of the kind of important, like abilities that he does. So there's a few more that I didn't necessarily test or like really care about much, because if you get hit by those, it's kind of over anyway. But for the most part, these are the damage types that you will see. And this means that basically everything that is kind of dangerous but also survivable is mostly shadow damage in this fight, as you can see. The holy beams that he does in phase 1, the red beams that the images do, they're all shadow damage. The jumps as well that you saw here, the big circles, all of that is shadow damage. You have the phase 2 flying blobs, that is also shadow damage. And then also in phase 3 you have a bunch of these floating around, and they're relatively tough to dodge, where some of the like more harder hitting abilities are relatively easy to dodge and not really worth trying to optimize around. So in this case, I actually decided I will go in with 2 amethysts and 1 skull in your jewelry. So you can get different resistances depending on what you socket there. And in this fight in particular, shadow resistance is extremely strong to help you survive. If you do this, let's say over triple diamond, you can expect to be somewhere in the range of like double as tanky against shadow. Compared to just having a bunch of all-res on those diamonds. So it is actually pretty impactful, and even a not super tanky character with maybe 3, 4, 5 million toughness or so will get to the point where you will be able to tank maybe one of those flying blobs or these kind of things. So just kind of to help you out of that, I think this is like the main thing to try to optimize around when it comes to like in building your defenses. A bunch of shadow res, and then 1 skull just to kind of like make the physical attacks a little bit easier. So you have the flying swords, which are not hard to dodge and don't hit too hard either, or the sword swings in phase 1. However, you also have the trails in phase 3, and they are a bit tougher to dodge, and they do a lot of damage. So this is also why I have a skull in there. So the trails is when he does like the big slams, and then there's like the kind of like winding path going out, and that they can relatively easily hit you. So yeah, besides that, I'm going to be talking through those different abilities here and how to dodge them. And I'm going to try to kind of show this off as we go. So let's go back to the start of the fight here. Phase 1 is usually relatively easy. So you kind of just walk in. A little note here, if you teleport into the arena, he can bug out. So you kind of just want to walk up to him, because else the fight might not even start. So just like something to keep in mind. And yeah, then you kind of wait for his voice line to finish. And he usually starts with the holy beam lines like this. He does 5 of them spread out in a cone. If you're a little bit tanky, you can usually tank one of them, but later there will be these shadows and they will overlap. So you want to make sure that you kind of dodge to the side. So in this case, the start is always the same. So you kind of just walk behind him or to the side, but he also does the same attack sometimes in the middle of the phase. So just kind of be aware that you need to maybe sidestep a little bit, especially if you're far away, it's easier to dodge, because they fan out and they're relatively small. So I don't think this is really too much of a problem. But as you can see here, you just need to be ready to like start a step over to the side, especially when his images are out. So I'm just going to show this real quick when he spawns the images. And he does this here. He kind of just like spawns them in all directions. And then you kind of want to be aware a little bit where they are. So for example, if these images are like, here, here, and here, then they will all shoot towards you. So in this case, you would, for example, walk more like to this side, or you would walk to this side here to dodge them. Where now they're all here, here on the other side, and sometimes even off screen. You see here one went down here, for example. So they will all now shoot in these directions here. So we'd have to, for example, go here or here to dodge them. So you just kind of need a bit of a situational awareness to dodge them, and you can kind of predict where they will shoot. But again, I don't think this is really one of the biggest problems here. So phase 1 is relatively simple. Yeah. Besides that, we have the jumps. So the jumps are kind of like the more difficult part in phase 1. So I'm going to try to show this here. He like he sucks in all his images again, and then he does the jump. So you have multiple impacts. There's one in the middle, and then you have the in opposite directions rotating circles, and then he jumps down and he does multiple impacts. So this thing is actually not a single hit, it does multiple hits. So I believe right here can tank one of them, but it kind of ticks a few times and does a lot of damage, so this can relatively easily kill you. And the easiest solution to that is you kind of go to the outside, preferably not here where I am. This is kind of the this is like the wrong area, because as you can see, here's like a nice smooth circle all the way around, but here at the start you have these pillars, and you can't actually go here, right? You can see that this kind of like blocks the path, and instead of like a smooth round circle, so you have less space here on the bottom. So ideally you would go a little bit far away from this door, basically, like maybe up here, you know, and then you can stand here. There's usually like a safe spot between those circles. You see there's one there and there's one there, and then they kind of get larger on the actual impact like that, and I think they even overlap a little bit, but there will be like a safe area all the way here, basically. So this is kind of how you want to dodge them most of the time. There is sometimes other safe spots, but just going to the outside, you see here, I should have stood here on the left, exactly what I just shown. And like this, you would then be safe. So this is the easiest way to dodge this. If you have an immunity, I use Nether Step here, for example, then you can do that. But this one can pretty easily kill you if you're not aware of this. So it's usually kind of the best to go on the outside, kind of like rotate with the circles as they appear. I'm going to try to show this off one more time. So here you see that this outer circle rotates. You kind of just run with it, basically. And then it stops and you have like a second or two to, you know, go to the outside there. So that's the easiest way to dodge this. He also does this sometimes in different patterns, but this is about it. And then comes the like arrow phase here, where he does the swords. So this is also not too easy to dodge, especially if you have a low movement speed. So he spawns like, I don't know, 100 of these flying swords, and they follow you and they actually home in. They turn around and they follow you around, as you can see here. If you have a lot of movement speed, for example, in Lunatic, this is not a problem. You just kind of run a circle. But if you're not like movement capped or you have a movement ability, then you would have to kind of dodge around a little bit. I'm going to show this. So basically, you can try to do like small turns. So here I did like a large turn like this with high movement speed, like a spiral basically. But you could also do something like this, basically. Just kind of a small spiral, kind of like going around really fast. If you are very squishy, this is a bit risky because, you know, a few of them might just kill you. But if you can tank a few hits, especially with one of the skulls, these things do physical damage, then it's fine to get hit by one or two of them or so. And you can kind of do like a small circle and stay right around the boss, basically. But it's kind of tough to avoid all of them if you don't have high speed or a mobility skill. But you basically just do like a spiral, either kind of like spiraling out like this, you know, start small and go larger, or you do like the opposite. So you do like a large spiral and kind of like spiral inwards like this. And then the swords will kind of like miss you most of the time. They last a few seconds and that's about it. And besides that, this is the entire phase 1. It is relatively simple. Now let's talk about phase 2. Phase 2 is the hardest part of the fight. So you get a transition where he goes into his demon form. You start with the meteors. I don't think this is really worth mentioning. Even with very low movement speed, you just run a circle, that's it. And ideally, you try to come out like somewhere close to him after that. So you can repeat these meteors at some point if this phase lasts very long, but for the most part, this is not a problem. However, the poison can be a bit of a problem here. So this one is very dangerous. So this is usually at the start of phase 2, right after the meteors. He does these poison blobs. However, it can happen that he doesn't do the poison and he does another pattern. So just gotta be aware of this. And I believe it has to do with where you are positioned when the meteor phase ends. If you are somewhat close to him, like this here, for example, like in this radius maybe, then he will usually do the poison. And if you're further away, then he will not do the poison, and then it can kind of become weird with the patterns. So I recommend kind of like try to come out of this meteor phase kind of close to him like this, and then you walk away. Immediately when you see the poison starting, you walk to the outside, and then you have to make sure that you dodge these other poisons. And they kind of like have like intersecting patterns, as you can see. So there is like 5 waves going out, and then there's like a bunch of them going in like this, as you can see here and here. So you have to like basically start here because these things will like fall down, right? You have to start here, move over here, and then you move back here again because there is another wave coming out as well after that, as you can see. So you see here, you kind of go up and then down again. And like this, you dodge these wave patterns. So at the start of the phase, this is relatively easy to dodge because it's always scripted, basically. It's always exactly the same pattern. You just sidestep it and go back. But later in the phase, he can do this while other stuff is going on. And in that case, you need to be a bit kind of practiced in order to do this, while you don't even see him really on your screen sometimes, because he might be like on the bottom of the screen, off screen or something, and you have to like either listen to it. In general, audio cues are pretty good in this fight, so you want to maybe turn up the volume a little bit. But also, you know, you have to dodge these beams, you have to dodge the blobs, and then sometimes he just starts doing the poison stuff, and not even necessarily in the center of the room. And this is when it gets kind of interesting with the poison. So here's an example like this. So you have to like know this pattern of, you know, sidestepping and back, and while doing all the other dodges. So this is kind of what I wanted to show here. As you can see, when there's more stuff going on, it's not that simple anymore. Now let's talk about other stuff here. So we have the shadow blobs here. So this is this. So this is relatively easy to tell when he does it, but it's not that easy to dodge necessarily. So you see he raises like his hand like this, his right hand like up like that. It takes like 2 or 3 seconds, this cast animation, and then he explodes one of those corpses or one of these like humans walking around there. And they will then create these like 5 flying blobs that home in and zero. It's kind of similar to the swords from phase 1, where they kind of home in and you need to run like a bit of a spiral to dodge them. And if you have high shadow res with what I explained at the start, then this will usually mean you can tank one of them, maybe 2 or so, depending on how tanky you are. And it's going to be okay to do like a slight mistake. If you are as squishy as just getting one shot by this, it can be a bit tough. But as you can see here, you kind of just sidestep them. They don't home in that much compared to the swords in phase 1, for example. So it's easier to dodge the flying blobs, but sometimes there's a lot more of them, because here he just does like 1 cast at a time. You can see they're kind of like flying in like from here like that. And now we have like, you know, 1 here, 1 here. I don't know, some more like somewhere, right? So there's like a bunch of them, but sometimes there's like 20 of them. So you have to look at these, you know, humans here sometimes. And yeah, they kind of like either get killed from the beams, or sometimes they get like impaled by some spikes. And when they're impaled by these spikes, then these are like potential like landmines kind of. So I'm going to try to find like an example here where he does that. So there's like just, you know, it's like some impaled human basically, and they can spawn these blobs. And especially towards the later stages of the fight, there's like a few of them, and he spawns like many of them at once. I'm just trying to find like a clip of this basically somewhere where we have like here. Okay, there's actually a lot of them. So as you can see here, there's all these guys running around, and then the wave here, the wave impales them. And now you see here's a guy on the right. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4. Like all these here are now potential mines where if you walk in, he will spawn these blobs on you. So you gotta be careful, because it's relatively easy to miss in the heat of combat. And you might just walk in and then get blasted. And then at some point he does this blob animation, and all of these will spawn these blobs, as you can see here. There's like some coming from the left now, some from here, and all these from the right, you see. And you have to try to kind of like find the little path straight through, which usually means you want to sidestep it as much as possible. You see here, like they were all kind of like, you know, spread out. Like here was one, here, here, here. And they kind of like fly towards me, right, in this direction, like that. And I kind of just sidestep them like this. And then most of them will kind of miss you. And if you can tank 1 or 2 of them, this will help you out. So you kind of just strafe, basically. And that's pretty much it for what happens in phase 2. There's the vertical beams, which is like one thing I should maybe show off. So he does that usually somewhere after the poison phase. We also can talk about the beam, actually. But let's talk about the vertical beams here, these here. So these are lightning damage. If you find yourself dying to those often, we could consider a topaz instead of an amethyst in your gear. But realistically, if you get hit by these, it's kind of over, because they also stun you. If you don't have unstallable, then it's over basically. So they do a lot of damage. If you even survive, then you get stunned, and then you probably get hit by something else, and that's it. So these, they always spawn in kind of like a line, and then they go in opposite directions. So you want to make sure that when they appear, you want to be far away and actually see which direction like the pattern will go basically. So they kind of like, you know, one goes up, one goes down like that in different directions. So you can see here, 2 of them went to the right, 2 of them come to the left, and then they kind of like start moving around in all directions. So you just kind of need to like pay attention to these. And if you have the luxury of being tanky enough to survive some of the other small stuff, then you can fully focus on those lightning beams. And this is the main thing you want to dodge while they're active. They don't last very long, like 10 seconds or so. but for the most part, they are the main thing to dodge, basically, while they are active, at least. Yeah, and then we have the beam here. So there's like the GIGA beam. That is not survivable as far as I can tell. So there's this here. So he loads up his Kamehameha. You can see the white glowing hands, and he also has a voice or some like sound animation for that. So you can predict it relatively well, even when he's off screen. The way that his beam goes is that he always starts it in one line after like a few seconds, basically. So you can see which direction he's facing if you see him. If you don't see him and he's like on the bottom of the screen or something, then you basically, wherever you think he is, you want to sidestep a little bit. So if, like, for example, I don't know, we have him like somewhere here on the right or so, like right now, right? Like he's somewhere now, right? He's like somewhere here on the bottom. And if I don't know where he is, I would just go like this, basically, or like that, in order to dodge the beam. And then you figure out, okay, where is he? What is he doing? And then you will avoid getting hit by this. But yeah, in terms of the beam, you really don't want to stand in that. I'm not sure if you can tank this at all. It does cold damage as far as I'm aware. So maybe if you're really tanky, you can try to survive that with like sapphires and stuff. But realistically, this is just something you have to dodge. And one thing to know is that he turns in one direction 180 degrees basically. So he starts like this, and then he will turn and then basically shoot in the opposite direction. And you can do this the other way around as well. So you can, do one turn or the other. So either you kind of just like run behind him, and also while he's doing this, he will move a little bit. So he starts here and he will move forward while turning basically, and then shoot up like that basically. So he usually turns towards you, I think. I'm not sure if this is scripted or if this just kind of happens to me all the time, but usually he will turn towards where you are, but he doesn't do it in this case, unless maybe I started on the different side. I'm not 100% sure. So it might just be random. Actually, it looks like he just turned to the other side. You just need to be aware which direction he's turning, but you see here he kind of like floats down the direction he started and turns around. And he also turns much faster towards the end than at the start. So this can maybe take you by surprise. Just be aware, kind of like go to the side behind him and you're going to be fine. And then comes the last part of phase 2. So when you reach 33%, he will get the second barrier in phase 2. And this is when he goes in this big animation where yeah, first of all, he does the explosion with all the blobs, and now he's kind of just chilling there for like 20 seconds, channeling his stuff. You can damage him a little bit here, but he also does heal through it. So if you don't have Giga damage to just murder him, basically, then you can do a little bit of damage to him. As you can see, you can build up a little bit of stagger. So for example, if he is nearly staggered at this point, this would also be kind of a good moment to just get it close to fully staggered, so that when he comes out of his phase, you can stagger him and then usually can just finish him right away. So that happened to me on like some other kills, where I built up the stagger bar while he was chilling there, and then I easily completed phase 2 afterwards. But let's say that this doesn't happen and you actually have to play the game, then this looks like this. So here you have these spike trails. They come down from like all directions from the top. They never spawn from the bottom, so this is kind of important. There's like kind of this half like crescent basically like all over here where they can come in basically like that from all directions, but they can never appear here on the bottom basically. And this means that you generally want to go towards the bottom and then dodge upwards and then go back to the bottom basically. So you see this here right now. I go to the bottom, you dodge through them. Here I use Nether Step to make this a bit easier. But you never want to stay at the top of the arena in the last part of phase 2, because you can just get surprised. These things can come out of the wall and blast you, and you don't see them. So you have to make sure that, when you're here, for example, this is like the worst case, right? You don't want to be here. You want to go down again as fast as possible. So you can dodge up there because, I need to go around these trails. I need to go around the blobs. But then you want to go down as fast as possible again. And you also have the other problem that he might do the beam and you don't see it coming. So you want to make sure that you dodge this. When here again, like I had to dodge the poison waves, I'm kind of far up here. In that case, you want to go back down or back to the center as fast as possible in order to dodge the spike trails. The spike trails do hurt a lot, and also they actually don't just have an impact, they actually also have the trail that does damage. So you have like the blob here, for example. But also walking into this part here does a lot of damage here. I think it ends somewhere here or so. I'm not sure if this part actually still does damage, but you want to make sure that you actually let them pass completely before you cross the lines. This is kind of the main important thing here. They're usually relatively easy to dodge if you just like walk towards them because they don't turn very fast. I'm going to show the start of this phase again one more time. So they are relatively predictable. They don't turn very much, as you can see here. So you can just go a little bit to the side like that, where, you know, this thing comes down and you kind of just like go a little bit to the side and it will miss you. And you just need to make sure that, you know, as the others come in, you know, you have to, you know, adjust your pathing a little bit. So once you have this practice a little bit, it's actually not very hard, even when there's like 10 of them going on at the same time. But it can be tough because in this phase, he does everything. And these trails are constantly floating around, as you can see. And then he might also do the poison, and he might also do the lightning beams. And then it gets kind of wild. So you really want to try to make this phase as short as possible, which is why I mentioned the stagger. If you manage to get a stagger off here, that you build up maybe while he's like floating in the air for the phase transition, then this is the easiest you can do here. Because otherwise, yeah, you have a lot of stuff going on, and this is like by far the hardest part of the fight. So I just kind of wanted to show this off in detail. But yeah, once you do this, you go into phase 3. Just a little note here, you want to stand in the middle as the waves kind of float in here, because they actually deal damage. So here, if you stand on the outside, you will actually die. So just be aware, you need to stand there in the middle. And then comes phase 3, wake up. So you have this guy now. And the first thing that you do here is you run backwards. So he does this wave, and this is something he does repeatedly throughout the fight, where he goes under, and then he comes out right on top of you, and this wave will turn off your abilities. And you have to then collect these little blobs to get them back. But the start of the phase, you can actually just run backwards immediately, and this wave will miss you. So kind of important. And then he usually follows up with the claps. So he has these hands here. So you see this is like one line here and one line there, and they will like clap you in the middle. They do a lot of damage. I have not tried to get hit by all of them, but I'm pretty sure they will one-tap you under almost any circumstance, even on a tanky character. So I would not try. So just kind of be aware that he does this multiple times, and you have to like walk out of this corridor basically, either this way or that way. He also sometimes does different patterns, so you might see this in the clips here, but basically sometimes he has like, you know, one hand, they're like a bit spread out. For example, there's like one here, one here, one here, and then one here, one here, one here. So there's like gaps in between, but you know, they will clap to the middle as well, like this. And you kind of just need to, you know, need to stand somewhere here, or you need to stand somewhere here, or something like that. And there's different patterns of these hands, and sometimes he also has like one where, you know, there's like they're like everywhere, and then they go to the center or something. So I think that also happens like that. So you need to make sure that you basically don't stand between the hands, like ever. Basically, they're just kind of clapping you. Yeah. Besides that, you can like, you know, teleport around, run around, and it's not that hard to dodge. Now comes the swing. This is a kind of important one. This one hurts. This will probably one-tap most people. So you can actually predict this relatively easily. It has a very long wind-up. You can see here he has his arm stretched out to behind his back, and this is the indicator for the swing. I think you can do it with both sides, like left and right. Either way, it hurts, and it goes very far, as you can see here. So if you look at this animation, like he's off screen here, right? And he hits all the way up here. So you have to go really far away to not get blasted by this swing. But yeah, as you can see here, when he turns around like this, he moves his arm behind him. This is the big cleave, basically. So you want to walk all the way back. I guess you could try to walk behind him as well. I haven't really done that, but I guess it might be an option, like going here to the top right, for example, now. And that will probably miss you. But usually I just kind of walk backwards and back up from him, basically. Then we have, these are the trails that I mentioned earlier at the start with the physical damage. So he does these two big slams. So he raises one arm and then the other. He does a big slam. You definitely don't want to stand there. So make sure you go behind him or you go away from him. Usually I would recommend going away to actually watch the trails, because when he does the impact, so you have like a huge circle there, and then you have like a trail going here, and you have like a trail going there, and you kind of need to predict where they go. So if you're too close, it's going to be kind of hard to dodge them. And they do a lot of damage here, these trails. And they actually stay on the ground. It's kind of hard to see now, but you can see here, this was the trail, and there was another one here. And if you walk over them, they will actually tick for a lot of damage. This is physical damage, so that's why you have a skull. But yeah, if you're tanky, you can kind of just walk through it real quick. But you want to make sure that you are far away when they spawn. And then they stay on the ground for not too long. It's, you know, like, I don't know, 5 or 10 seconds. They kind of leave there, and then at some point they will despawn. Okay, then you have the like skull phases or whatever. I don't know, he shoots these blobs. This is relatively easy, this phase, so nothing really to say much. You want to stand in between those heads, basically. So I have, I don't know, like 8 of them. Like there's, you know, one here, one here, one here, and then there's more here, basically on all sides. And they will all shoot towards him. You can see here all these little blobs that fly in, and he absorbs them, and then he will shoot them out in like one big beam towards you again. So this is very simple. You kind of just stand here. Ideally, you start this phase on the other side. So you see right now he's kind of turned like almost towards me. He's turned like this. And as he absorbs them, he will slowly turn towards me. But if you're like on the bottom here, like behind him, then he will actually not have time to turn to you. So you see this here right now. He's turning. So if I was on the bottom right, for example, or the bottom left, he would actually not be fully turned to me after this ends. It would be very easy to dodge this. Right now, he is actually going to blast straight in my direction. And in order to dodge this, you have to either like teleport away, like kind of like a line, you know, teleport like this, or like towards him a little bit to the side, basically, or run that way. But you have to go really fast because this beam is relatively wide, as you can see here. And these are the same blobs that kind of like 1 or 2 shot you most of the time. And there's many of them. So you cannot really survive this unless you're like giga tanky. And even then, you can only get clipped by a few of them, maybe. So they hurt, and he does turn extremely slowly, as you can see, once he actually starts the beam. So you can easily kind of like out-turn him here and just go to the side or go behind him. But if you get caught by this, then it can be pretty tough. Here's another cleave, and now he goes under. So this is the wave phase again, where he steals your abilities. So if you time your stuff well, you can see here, it's like a few seconds. I think it's like 5 seconds or so. So here, his health bar is gone, and now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's the wave. So if you time this well, you can actually like do a teleport in exactly the right moment, or something like a falling star or so, and not even get hit by this wave at all. But if you do get hit, you want to try to walk away as much as possible. You just kind of go far, far away, because there's all these waves coming in. So you see here is one, and then, you know, here is one. They kind of like just go in. And if you don't have like a perma unstoppable effect, they will actually knock you towards the center of this pool here. So he starts this pool, and this is where he comes out, and then he chomps like this here. If you stand there, you're gonna be dead with the bite. So you need to make sure you're not there when he comes out, basically. So you can try to kind of like evade through the waves or something like that, or just kind of like try to run and try to dodge them a little bit. But if you get hit by a few of those waves, they will pull you into the center, and then that's it, basically. So you have to make sure you go as far away as possible. It's a bit weird with the camera. So just want to give a note here, right? It zooms out, and your character is not even centered anymore. I'm like almost off screen here. So this can be a bit weird with how you control your character, but you kind of just want to like stay on the outside. There's like a maximum radius of where these waves spawn. You can just wait until you see his face appear, and then you can walk in, collect your stuff, and then you blast again. Yeah. And then he has almost nothing left in his face, actually. So there's like one note here, which is we have these little, I don't know, demons or humans or whatever, things. This is kind of similar to phase 2, where you had these like spikes on the humans, and they would then explode into the blobs. The same thing happens here with these other blobs, so these like shadow bolts, basically. Sometimes they explode, and then there's also like 1,000 projectiles all over the place. So just kind of want to be aware that this can happen, and you want to not stand there where these things are. So basically, when you really dodge around, you want to, you know, kind of stay far away from those a little bit. Here we have another beam phase. So here you can see kind of like an example of me doing this extremely poorly. It worked out because I'm really fast, but you see how he's almost hitting me with all of the projectiles, right? I could very easily rip here if I was a little bit slower, basically, because I was going way too far away. I was going like towards the outside here. I was like spiraling out and going all the way around the outer edge of the circle, basically. And this means that he will kind of catch up with his turning towards you. If you're like a bit further in like this, it's way easier to turn around him, and he can't follow up with that. But here, this was a huge mistake actually that I did there, but it worked out in the end at least. Okay, besides that, we have the lighting beams again. They work a little bit different in this phase. So here they all start basically on the outside like this in like a circle around you. And you kind of just need to try to get out as fast as possible. So whenever you see this appear, you can also predict it a little bit from his animation. He does like this summon animation. It's like a very short animation, but it's like a 1 second prediction that you can see here. So once you know what this animation looks like, you need to immediately run out of the circle because they will all converge in the center. So there's no way around it. It's different in phase 2 where, you know, there's always a gap, right? They go left and right there, but here they all go towards you. So you need to make sure that you instantly go out to the other side. And as you can see, the beams, they actually, they cross through the center and then come out again on the other side. At least here, like, okay, now we see it, right? So they go a little bit further, but they also just disappear after a few seconds. So they don't like stick around and, you know, try to catch you all the time. It's like a very short thing. You have another hands phase. You kind of need to dodge those. Just walk out of the corridor, basically. And here we go. He goes under. When he goes under, it doesn't always mean that he will do the wave and steal your abilities and stuff. Sometimes he just kind of comes out on a different direction. And that's it here. Okay, here we have the shadow bolts. This is what I mentioned. We have a lot of these guys stacked up now. I'm not sure what the trigger is exactly. Maybe there's like some sort of limit. After there's like 20 of these or something, he will explode them all. But this is like one of those cases where, yeah, he kind of does this animation and then all of these guys explode into shadow bolts. And similar to phase 2, you want to try to, you know, weave in between or sidestep all of them a little bit because they home in on you. Okay, then we have the heads again, the beam, the cleave, and well, this is mostly about it. Here's another hands pattern. I just kind of wanted to show this. Here's like a circular hands pattern where they clap towards the center. So if you stand there, that's obviously it. And here again, we have like, you know, 1,000 of these projectiles spawning. This can kind of take you by surprise sometimes, by the way. So sometimes this even happens while he's about to die in his death animation. So you gotta be aware that when these like, you know, imprisoned like demons or humans or whatever, when they're chilling there, they can still explode even while he's like coming out of the stagger or while he's dying. There can be like 1,000 projectiles suddenly. So you just kind of need to know that and not stand there. Just one note here, you see that it's getting a bit more intense towards the later stages of the fight. You have like a lot more of these heads, very little space to stand in between. So it's like just kind of doubled, you know, there's like everything is full here, but it can still stand here in the middle. But it's just kind of harder to start the dodging when you have so little space to go basically. So you can't really go behind them very easily. And you see here, I even got hit by one of them. So again, like I was not really starting this in the right place and then kind of doing a too big of a circle. But yeah, this is about it here basically for how this works. Here's another like wave with the abilities. As a lunatic warlock, this is very easy because I'm permanently unstoppable. Like he can't actually like pull me in with the waves. That's kind of neat with the lunatic form. And that's a fight actually. So it turns out very simple, right? That is a Mephisto fight. Yeah, so I kind of tried my best to explain a little bit what to do in the different phases, how to dodge the different abilities, and if you do all of that, then you're gonna also take down this boss on T12, I guess. So for now, this is what I got on Mephisto. Just want to note that there are some bugs, so if you're doing this on hardcore especially, you want to be aware that I have died on my rogue on softcore when I practice this a little bit in some very weird scenarios where I just kind of seem to get poisoned by the air, basically. I think this can happen in phase 2 in particular, where he might be spawning the poison waves, but they're invisible or something like that. So these here. So if you're like close to a wall, I think that these poison waves can bug out and kind of take you by surprise. So this is like something I noticed that happened to me twice when I was practicing the fight a little bit. So just kind of something to note here. Besides that, also the beam. Sometimes he just kind of stops the beam for some reason when he does like another animation or so. So I also don't really trust that. I'm not sure if the beam is still going while invisible or not. But sometimes he doesn't actually finish the whole thing. So that's like something I should maybe mention here. But besides that, actually everything has been relatively predictable and actually, you know, very learnable fight, I think. I think it's a really cool fight. Mephisto is a very fun encounter, and taking it down on a character that actually fights him for a few minutes is actually really fun. So, can recommend. So, hope this helps you. Wish you good luck with Mephisto and your season journey and what else you're gonna be doing in season 13. Stay tuned for more, and I'll see you guys next time. Okay. Okay. Does this kill Mephisto 12 in one shot? And always this skill issue. Yeah. Giving cheeks and giving head, what a fight. True. Okay, it's time to game. Okay. Would we say evade, counter songs for everyone's good build for a noob? That's pretty crazy build. I don't think it's super hard to play either. Oh, guys. I think it's a bit molten actually. I need to get a napkin. 1 second. Hello, Shozimuru.
Greetings.
Did in fact forget my napkin. Why is the water elemental boss in the pit take 3 decades to die and spawn the boss in the bubble? Yeah. Oof. I think it's time for some Belial actually, while we're at it. We have 70 husks, man. Let's take 20. Wait, it's Bartok, right? Gravewalker's Hand. Let's see if we get anything. Can you switch a unique affix to another weapon? What do you mean? Status. He's actually pretty beefy, man, on T12 volley. +9. It's also not really like shotgunning him very well, because he's like up there, like stuck. Normally I would hit him more, I think, when rotating like spirits. But yeah, he's basically like a T30 boss, right? You're not quite there yet, I guess. That's just an 11. Why is it +9? Yeah, like the bosses just get like some extra levels basically per torment, and I don't know where it all comes from, to be honest. Some is on a tree. Why is it locked? Okay. Good question. I think that they just kind of give more monster power to some of the bosses. Like the greater bosses have a bit more than the smaller bosses, and Belial has a bit more. And Lilith has even more. I don't know. The Unmaker. I'm gonna make a Soul Rift build. Could be fun. Yo. Oh, thank you. Nguyen. Appreciate it, don't know. Also, Rule, thanks for the sub, there. It's such a difference, holy shit. Did they like extra beef up Belial on T12 or something? Like this was not the same at all. What the fuck? It should be ×5, but it was definitely not ×5. That was way more. And it was still +9. Very sus, yeah. Dude, the Azaras. Look how much faster it does. What? I think they gave Belial some extra HP on T12. Like a lot of extra HP. Even bought Platinum for 150 euros in the shop. Used to hate T4 so much. And now they have your money. Of course I get a 4 GA Unmaker. Oh my god. Hi Dave. Yeah, we can go time you on a NECRO actually. They're trying to figure out this build. Ooh, 2GA glove. With that essence spam, need you the blood wave. I don't need the blood wave. But I was using blood wave earlier when I didn't have banished lords to generate overpower. PoE2 release is in December. Christmas, I guess. But next week, the starting 0.5. It's gonna be fun. So close, man. If that was cold, was at least physical. Maybe I'll just take these and be done. Well, certainly an upgrade, I guess. Although, minus 10% toughness. How much do I have? 6 more. I guess we could go for an 850 glove, actually, if you get one. I should check the 850s. If you're mostly after the multis, they're all the same. Dude, it's so hard to get unique loss, man, it's crazy. And if I'm Bartok, it's insane. Good luck with the NECRO, Dave. Okay, one more, I suppose. It's crazy how fast Belial's can disappear, man. I had 70, and I've barely done any Belial at all the entire season. I mean, I guess I can get more if I spend my keys. I have a lot of keys. Can do like 300 bosses, get a bunch of Belial mods, but oof. So many rings. Yeah, Astorf is not that bad, I feel, because you have the Amalgam, and then, you know, Night Dimension Escalation farm is just kind of juicy in general. But, like, Bartok, oof, man. Oh, Bartok is tough to farm. How did I get this? Where's the vengeful sinew coming from? Oh, we try a bit more. It's like another 20. Blizzard got us. No worries. Okay, I'm not worried. Oh, it happened. Dude, I was waiting like the entire night last night. I was like, what is that color? I put a special color for all skill amulet on my filter. But now it's the first time I actually find it. It's so rare. Crazy. Yeah, I want to see if you can craft all skills with the cube. So that's why I was waiting for this. So we can do remove affix. Core. No, okay, you see this? So this confirms it. You cannot craft all skills with the cube. Because I cannot choose remove affix. So it doesn't exist. So the skill affix thing does not work here. Yeah, I think it's intentional, but I want to confirm it. You have to roll it or you have to find it. Yeah, kind of important if you're trying to make an amulet that has all skills on it. For some builds, that's really good. Most of the time, you don't really care about the skill ranks that much. But in some cases, you have like, 4 different skills where ranks kind of matter. And then it's kind of good. Yeah, it's really low weight. If you're trying to roll this, good luck. So I had this on my filter like, I don't know, the last 10 hours or so. And now I found the first amulet that actually has all skills on it. It's pretty rare. Can you add core now? Yeah, you can still add. So you can add the, his minion is here, to the minion, to the all, but you cannot touch the all skills. with the cube. Corpse. Int. Macabre. And so on. Yeah, all skills will just be unaffected. Yeah, I think this confirms it. It's just that no category affix. It's kind of like a sort of jackpot roll, I guess. You can't remove it either. I mean, you can remove it like this, right? You can just remove affixes until it's gone. So you can do that. Boom. You see? Oh. Solve, remove everything. Exactly. I mean, if you find one that has +2 all skills, it's not that terrible to have 0 GA on it, I guess, and just kind of craft the rest. The thing is, it is actually very easy to then craft exactly the 3 stats that you want, right? Because one of them is already locked, and then you can lock another one with the enchanter. So I only have 2 stats to roll, so it's not that hard to just get like really high wall and crit on it or something. I think like Belial drops a lot of these seals. What the hell? Like a lot of them. One sec. There's a lot of gloves actually. Okay, let's see what I can do here. Too bad about the shadow. I'm gonna save it though in case I want to try the shadow. Wait a second. That's kind of good actually. Okay, it's 850, but I might take it. Barrington is not terrible actually. I don't want cold, I think. Nope. Ah. 2 GAs, man. Life on hit and resource. Are you serious? I think last time I calculated 4% resource cost reduction is 1% damage. So it's not exactly great. Would I run this over... Wait. This is a dot version, right? So we kinda wanna save this. Okay, I'm gonna save the rest of the Belial mods because we might need them for other classes. If only 46 of this now. I think this is okay. So let's put the cold one in the mixer. And this. And this. Actually, this ancestral, ancestral, ancestral. We have the Wolven Shadow, we have the crit there. Okay. 850 glove, I guess. Wait. This has to be ancestral. Oh my god. No way, dude. Oh shit. Oof. They're both absolute dog shit. Okay. Goodbye. Back to Belial. That's rough. Good to know though. Didn't actually realize that. Oh no, I left it in the stash. What do we do? I was ready to use an 850 man. But it can't roll the FX, that's kind of wild. Any motivated to make another patch? I did a bunch of fixes this week now, but I guess there's not any more coming this week, so maybe next week they're gonna do some other fixes. And then the week after that, I guess you're gonna see PDR already, so... I don't know. Boah, getting these gloves is rough, man. I should probably just make some nice rare glove and be done with it. Are grenades at the end of dash getting imbuement as well? Nah, I think stun grenades are always physical. Close, dude. How is Aussie Vayne doing these days? Do you want to save something like an Azure Wrath like this?
Mainlander, what brings you? Taken apart.
It just says grenades. I think that's the stun grenades. Like generally all of these stun grenades are, like this is also stun grenades I think most of the time. I mean I guess you could try it if you do a cold imbuement or poison imbuement, right? You can see if that will actually trigger the effect or something. Which build I like most so far in Season 14? Barrage. Save this ring. Never know. Why is the camera's lighting blown out? That's because we have sun in this country. Oh, I've only 2 husks left. Ah, shit. Do you need to release and click again dog button and get damage bars? That depends on which buff. But there's not much snapshotting going on anymore on dock. I think synergy aspect still does it. Although, did they change synergy aspect? I'm not sure. Ah man, so hard to get a glove. They want to do Shaco and Andy together. Good luck, Sengex. Yeah, I don't really have high hopes for something like a Trample Druid with Anarius, I guess to say. But we can try.
That's it for that piece.
This is Vuln and Fist, and the Lucky Hit is kind of useless, unfortunately, but okay. Try all three of those, I guess. Either way, it's kind of a big upgrade. A big Bull multi. I don't know if almost any Bull multi. I think the 850 is actually the biggest, yeah. Windows a bit less toughness. I think these gloves are roughly a 20% DPS upgrade over something like this. But this one has a lot of toughness. We just send it. Thank you, Kiwi. Oh boy. Oh boy. Harmony is on Bartok. Oh boy. Oof. And loyalty. Oh boy. That is insane. Okay. Event hype. Kinda don't wanna throw all my banana mods on this. So I was gonna say, fuck it. This must be enough now. So that's my crit. 42. 94. 99.5. Yeah, so we have enough crit chance anyway. Could get rid of one of these. Crit chance, crit multi. There needs to be a Vuln here. We have 3,000 fucking end. I need to make a ring, man. I need some Vuln. This is not it. So... Strength. Crit. There's resource gen as well. I could do like live crit of own resource. No crit chance. Kind of want crit damage there too. 500. 175. Maybe it's fine with the all. I saw the little rings. I think I muled some of them. Thank you, Sephiroth, for the sub. Nice. I got crit on offhand, glove, or amulet. I mean, I'm not gonna replace the amulet anymore, I think. So if there's one of crit chance, it's one of the 30 all. I think the 30 all is not bad. We have 56, 86. Yeah, the all here is 16% damage. Actually, not bad. I could YOLO focus reroll this until I get Vuln instead of Int. Might be worth trying. We save the crit here. It's gonna be kind of tough. Because they have a nice crit damage roll there. But there's so much int. Bjorn got tired of his shit talking. Okay, we got the crit back almost. Cold needs to become Vuln. That's all. Crit is still there. It's still there, but you don't want attack speed. And it's gone. It's gonna be tough, man. Especially without the option to remove int. I have to randomly roll the int if I get it. It's a bit tough. Maybe I should make a new ring. And high crit and high Vuln. It's like the worst case scenario, man. Let's see. Okay. Big crit. Need to hit it all. We hit it all. We got attack speed again. Hit the attack speed. And it's gone. Actually, I realized I should have probably just rolled the int to Vuln. Would have been better. We have the gold. I think it was a mistake. I should have rolled it at the enchanter instead of locking the crit chance. I would have been better off. I would only have to roll against attack speed, the elements, and int itself, I guess. It's not that bad to try to get a Vuln roll. But now I can't undo it. Like 50 rolls and everything is scuffed. When I get 1, it's always 11. Okay, GIGA crit. Ah, that's 1 though. It's gonna go to 17 or 18. It's definitely rolled. He rolled 9, it seems. Yeah, the thing is, I would have to hit the Vuln, not the crit, and then hit that stat again, and then have a kind of 1 in 10 chance to get Vuln. I think is what it is now. Okay. What about the other ring? I think rewards and wall plants don't exist. Someone said yesterday they got a gem reward, but I'm not sure what they got from it. But I think it's always flawless erotic. Kinda crazy. Can now see how much is this? Minus 7.8%. What the fuck? Minus 6.6, okay, so even a crappy life roll beats an all-res at all. Kinda makes sense, we're in int class, I guess. Okay. So we replaced crit chance at all damage with crit multi and resource.
Welcome to the Isles. What do you bring?
That's a lot of resource. Actually, I think I might keep the Master there. We have 41. 52. 67. Okay, 88.8 crit chance. If I get like 1 or 2 more ranks here, I'm a Bone Storm. Can I? Bone. 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 Okay, basically one of them has to roll like a GA and Bone or something. Boris the Spirit Bear? Wait, which one was that? Okay, can I get rid of this golem? Get the 15 there. Wait, does it give me the ferocity? Grants 3 stacks. I guess I need the ferocity, that's actually not bad. Because the ferocity generation here and here is a kind of awful. What else could we do? Use dudes. +3 maximum. Vulnerable. Commanding is resolve. Heal you. You have to sacrifice of 15% damage. There's cooldown, we don't care. Stun. Blood orb. Vulnerable and slow and crit chance. Yeah. We keep these. Barrier. Essence, generation, and cast speed. But it drains 5% of life every second. Oh god. I don't know about that. I don't think we care about any corpse tendril shenanigans. It's 5% crit and some wound. Pulls in and chills. Now we could do this thing. And spend overpower. I have to press it like every 5 seconds. Kinda don't wanna do that. Screw it. We don't really wanna put any of these on the bar. I can't do anything here. So honestly, I might just keep the golem on the bar. Let it go iron golem. It's more ferocity, which is more attack speed. Yeah, I know you can cast a tendrils on yourself, but I don't want to do tendrils, that's the thing. Like, they don't really help me on the boss. Okay, so the main thing is we start stacking our resolve 3 stacks less at the start. Usually every time I press the bone golem I get 5 stacks of resolve, but now I only get 2. Actually I get none when I press the golem at all. So I have 5 less resolve to start. So I need to be a bit more careful and not get blasted. We're surely not gonna get blasted, right? Guys? Right? What can we transfigure? Hello? Dog? You wanna see Necro? Hmm? Imagine Merlin with an army. Where are you going? Send it. Oh, I got maximum resource. Sure. So I just roll this thing back and forth. I don't think I have another one with crit chance GA. If I don't have that, it's gonna be a bit yikes. I could do Entropic, fuck it. Knife one hit, oof. And this one I'm kind of waiting for a better imprint. Yeah, it's kind of rough with the Iron Golem. And I do like the idea of the Ferocity, but I don't like the idea of starting with 5 less Resolve. And not just that, I also have to cast a Sever and then a Blood Mist to get the Unstoppable. I don't get the Unstoppable without the Bone Golem, right? I know, we do get it. Okay, so we can cast Golem, then Spirit, Spirit, Spirit. Okay, let's see how fast we ramp it. We start at 760. Okay, we go to like 3 million pretty fast. Or maybe it's fine. But sometimes you load into a pit and there's just like 3 elite packs. I don't like that idea. Ah, well, oh well. You do 110, I guess. Oop. And in. Fuck. I left him down now. Nini just left. Harbinger. Oh, I'm on T11. Oops. Did they only make the old nuggets craftable? Yeah, Eldorin is not in the target craftable pool, but it can be from the blacksmith, I think. Maybe they forgot to add a recipe or something. Okay, let's see. Okay. I'm still doing a podcast of Brax. Yeah, I wanted to sit down yesterday and DM'd him, but I didn't get a reply actually, so unlucky. Maybe he was busy or something. Asked Macro, but he's busy with D2 stuff. Oh man. Maybe get someone else today. Any suggestions? Nah. Holy. Gas Panda. Since kind of just grinding a little bit now. I think I'm kind of happy with where the build landed now. I'm just gonna like min-max this a bit more of the lives and whatever, and maybe work towards another thing. I want to try like the Army of the Dead thing. See how that goes. Maybe some Sever shenanigans. Okay, but before we call Panda, we need to jam a little bit. Let's scream, I might need that. Where's that from? Astaroth, I suppose. Oh, kill tech, glad you like to see a bit. I just released a video as well. The other face and everything that sells green armor. No. What?
Taken apart. Melted down.
Is the chance of GA tempo lower on uniques? I don't think so. I think it's 1 in 10, so that's just what it is. To 60 scrolls. It can only work on on ancestral items, by the way. If you don't have ancestral, it doesn't exist. You go 111. Ravenlord mount is pretty cool. I enjoyed using it in WoW too. He just wasted 60 scrolls on nothing, yeah. Only on ancestors. Kinda nasty to go into the pit and I have cooldown on my Bone Storm. What's this spell called? Bone Spirit. Yeah, but under GA is 25%, that's correct. They changed it in expansion. Let's see if we can do Blood Maiden before she goes. Oh. Didn't get blown up. Ah. Wolves are AFK, man. Unlucky. Well, let me give you a tip, Dante. Don't argue with anyone on Reddit. And to think that 12 maximum resolve is correct, then they're cooked. You can literally try any other affix, and you'll see the truth. I should start filtering all these legendaries, right? There's no point to pick them up. The Roman group breaks Reddit's minds, but other than that, it's usually okay. Wait, what's the problem? It's funny.
What is a Ventress, isn't it? Back to it then. Mainland taken apart. Melted down.
It is done.
The Rouge Totem is a bug, yes. So it's the last like unfixed 150 exploit right now, I think. I know of at least. Build better and faster than Armies of the Dead? I don't know. But we'll find out. Because I want to do some Armies of the Dead actually. No idea how that build works though. So I have to figure that out at some point. I'm excited for Gemling, that shit looks so amazing. Yeah, I was thinking about doing crossbows. And apparently Gemling is getting some nice updates, so we'll see. Back to the roots. So someone said it can't have more than 9 filters, is that correct? So I'm gonna delete this one, I guess. Lots of hands here on this Necro. These are all minion things, right? Hangmans, and Hand of Nas, and Death Grip. I guess for the minion enjoyers, if you play Necro, I'm gonna put this on the filter. What the fuck? I didn't click it. Okay. Let's try this again. Okay. This is why... Okay, this is why the save was different. Okay, why is this turning off? I didn't click this. What the fuck? Anyway. Freedom, actually. From all this trash.
Goodbye. It has been a pleasure.
Hi, Brad. It doesn't show the loot on the ground when you don't want it, exactly. This is what the loot filter does. Kinda scary, these maggots, they hurt. There was like 10 of them right at the start there, waiting for me to load in. Panda call. Wait, what? Oh, you want me to do one now? I can ask him, yeah. This place. I think they will fix the resolve bug. Not this season. So for now, resolve is what it is. I mean, even if they don't... even if they bring it down to what it should be, right? 6 maximum. It would still make us relatively tanky, actually. It might just be the meta for now, even post-fix. It's kind of hard to become tanky when you don't have to resolve stuff. Especially if you don't have a two-handed. And next season, when Gem Strength is gonna get nuked, you're gonna see a lot less two-handed weapons being used as well, I believe. They took all of the Spellborn fun toys and gave them to everyone. Kinda funny, huh? Look, even at like 24, 30 resolve stacks, I'm at like 8, 9 million toughness. So even if they fix it, the resolve stacking is pretty strong. Like 30 stacks is easily doable. Right, you have 8, and then you have 6, 6, 6. That's 24. And then you can also have 6 on a neck if you want. That's 30. So 30 is no problem. And then sometimes you have an aspect that gives more. And I don't even have the maxed out aspect. I'm at 14 out of 16 on the aspect. You would love Scandal so much more if they could write better lyrics. I like his lyrics a lot, actually. Oops, I should have done an escalation, I guess. But I have an escalation. Ah well. Does the Colossal Glyph actually go above 33%, or is it also kept at 33% ignition? On Paladin it's kept at 33. I'm kinda curious. Not kept, damn. They weren't paying attention to Spiritbone, yeah, I guess. That checks out. Two patch notes today. I guys ready for a week of reading notes? Sorry, a weekend. Maybe a week actually. I should spec into Duriel, just so I can eat someone in Helltide. But the problem is there's no one in my Helltides. That's a great Nemesis layer, I guess. At 14. Let him eat you. On a Barbie, you'll probably survive. Maybe on a resolve stacker you'll survive too, actually. I don't know. It doesn't actually insta-kill you. It's just like some Giga dot and you can outlive it. It's not an insta-kill mechanic. You can survive it. I've survived it. I think on my druid, When was that? I think it was season 9. I think season 9 Druid, man. I had this Giga chat Druid. I tanked the fucking Belial beam. I remember that, man. That was insane. Because of what, Mongas? Ding. Oh. Yo. Congrats to the 100, dude. Keep going. And thanks for the bits. You can do it on Paladin, you can do it on anything. That's the good news. Bartziger have crossbow with non-GA crit damage and Chinziger cold, or 2 GA bow of GA crit and dex. Yeah, you should go with that crossbow, that sounds kinda good. The Transfigured Cold is a multiplier, and you have like 20 something %, so that's kinda nice. Only 50 more levels left. Yeah, Paladin won't get 50 more levels, but 30 more is possible on the Wildlands. Maybe a bit more even. 45. Signet of Pelgane is very strong. Good item. Ein Jaboon. I wish they buff a bit of paladin damage. We'll see what it'll do. Could be that they buff paladin a bit. But I think for now I need to make sure that, you know, that the sorks and the barbs come down and so on. Yeah, NECRO is zooming, guys. Kinda nice. The thing about Pelgane ring on Whirlwind Barb build. Well, Pelgane is exclusively something for tower pushing, you know, forget it anywhere else. And for that, everyone will use it, most likely. You know, it's just that good, basically. But you have to, like, build your entire setup around it, you know, you have to get a full rune, or you have to have some freezes in your build, like if you're playing like a Sork, you can chill and freeze and stuff, right? On my poison penshot, I use cold imbuement to trigger the freeze stagger proc on the boss. You can also do it with charms. There's like charms with like a hit freeze, but the problem is those bug out the stagger, so if you are really low on the boss damage, you cannot really stagger the boss anymore after like 3 staggers with the charms, because they bug out the stagger like, resistance. But that is an option if you have a decent lucky hit. But yeah, you have to definitely swap your setup around to make sure that it actually works, because there's a bunch of bugs with the Pelgane ring. Or maybe it's just how it's supposed to work, I don't know. I guess technically it does what it says. It's just extremely unintuitive and quirky. But once you know what to do, you can play around it. Was the exploiters on enemy turn trigger to increase feast duration and get more damage? Technically it does increase the feast duration because monsters become unstoppable at the same time, but it does stagger more. And I guess if you don't have like a lot of like perma application of freeze, then it helps you to actually get more uptime. Right. If you have save rune, then you're gonna freeze everything all the time anyway until they become unstoppable, and that's it. But you cannot just have the save rune, because if they trigger the stagger, then you don't actually get the benefit of the Pelgane ring. So you have to do the final part of the stagger yourself with a freeze. And that is obviously a bit easier when you have Exploiter's Aspect. And also Exploiter's Aspect is just like kind of strong damage upgrade, right? Especially for builds that don't actually rely on CC to deal damage. Or for some builds that even gain more damage when monsters are unstoppable, like Tyrant's Grasp for example. You get double damage against unstoppable. So yeah, there's things like that basically. Sounds complicated. Well, that's what you get for a Signet of Pelgane. But once you figure it out, gonna do a lot of damage. We're definitely gonna do a bunch of pushing and kind of like I'm gonna learn the difference between having a Pelgane setup and a standard setup. I wonder how many tiers it really adds and stuff. I think it's at least +5. And then on builds that can more easily fit it in, maybe more. kind of interesting to see. I wonder what the hardcore NECRO leaderboards actually looks like right now. I guess people are playing Bloodwave, and Bloodwave is probably stronger than this, right? So I don't think I can compete with this build. Hello, Elmari. What's up? 15. I get 10 waves using compass, but when it's ADP, it's 6 waves. Strange. Should be 10. Are you sure? Maybe you open the compass and then you press on the wall plans button. If you press on the wall plans button, it will close your compass and open a new one. This is why. The same happens in Nightmare Dungeons. So if you open your own sigil Nightmare Dungeon and you press on the wall plans teleport, it will open a new dungeon. So you have to teleport there manually. Kind of funny how I was doing this 115 faster on Zeal. Crazy. But my setup is also not optimized at all. My Zeal paladin was definitely better geared than this. This is a fucking scuffed character. But I don't think I'm gonna try too much more now to gear it. I did have 2 loading screens there. My god, those booters. Yeah, I'm not sure if the PTR is gonna be at the same time as the PoE thing. They haven't said yet. I think it's gonna be a week after PoE probably, yeah. But yeah, this season is like 5.5 more weeks now. So PTR should be in 1.5 weeks. So yeah, probably like the Tuesday after PoE or something. He's like perfectly standing in his hallway there, probably. Zeal is fun, would be nice to have a Zeal build from you. Boy, do I have good news for you, man. I tried F5 on my channel. What? They do PTR? Well, they didn't do one for the expansion. But for future seasons, yeah, we definitely expect PTRs again. Normally they have PTRs. It's just, you know, for the expansion, they wanted to keep everything secret and all that, right? So I understand. Also, we don't have right here, turns out. Great. I definitely make a note about this in my guide. Okay, I'm gonna do quick YouTube, guys. How to get gem strength weapon. Let's do that. The YouTubes. Yes. Gem strength every time with live demonstration. Yes. Hi everyone. If you haven't seen that already, then we start again. Hi everyone, you might have seen the gem strength in this item transfiguration outcome that is extremely powerful, especially when you put it on two-handed weapons. As you can imagine, when you take some of those, for example, skulls here, they give me 28% right now, and then you get plus 200% bonus or plus 300% bonus. Well, those multipliers get pretty wild. And I have peanut gems here, they could be way bigger, and this number on the gem strength could be way higher. So how do you get this the best way possible? Well, you have to use transfiguration in the cube. This is the way how you can get this stat. And you have to do normal transfiguration. You cannot use the entropic prism. This is not one of the low risk outcomes. It is one of the risky ones. So this means you have to have a chance to break the item. And the thing is that even then it is pretty rare. So from my experience, I would say this is something like a 1 in 30 roll or so, maybe 1 in 50. So it is definitely quite a lot of attempts to try to get one. If you want to put this on a unique weapon, it's kind of rough if you're forced to run a unique weapon. But if not, then I have some good news for you. If you want to just try to print as many weapons as possible in order to get this. Because when you do a transfiguration without the entropic prism, there's actually a chance that the item remains modifiable. And so what people do these days is they just spam any sort of trash two-handed weapon with transfiguration, hoping that they hit the gem strength and then roll the chance that it remains modifiable. And what this means is that you don't really spend any materials, any gold or anything on this item, but instead you just get the outcome first and then you craft it later. So just as an example, you can farm obol reserve dungeons if you have a bunch of these. So like these dungeons here, you can get 10,000 obols in a run or something like that. It's a lot of obols if you found them on Torment 12. Then you go to this guy here and you can spam like, I don't know, two-handed maces, for example. And you take any of the ancestrals, even if they rolled trash and, you know, no GAs or anything like that, and you just throw them in there. So you transfigure, boom, and then you see what you get. You always have to check on the bottom right. It says unmodifiable. So this will generally happen, but I'm not sure what's the chance. Maybe it's like a 1 in 15 or so to remain modifiable. So first check what is the outcome. Does it have gem strength? No. Okay. And then if it has, you can maybe try again. And like this, you can kind of chain print these items until you get something. If you have blues or yellows from here, you can just do an add affix, make it a legendary, kaboom, and there you go. This one remained modifiable. So I'm not sure what I actually got, but never mind. I think I upgraded it. So now you do transfigure. So here we go. And now, you know, imagine if this remained modifiable. I'm just gonna like show this, right? You could then just kind of craft it with the focus reroll and you know, chaotic reroll until you get some half decent stats basically. And you know, you can just use this here, for example, right? You do focus reroll, try to get your crit multi. And then you like, you know, add maybe the life here, and then you focus reroll this, and so on, right? So you can kind of just focus reroll, chaotic reroll until you have it, if you manage to hit that gem strength plus modifiable. And the main part about this is that you just don't spend any forgotten souls, especially on two-handed weapons. It costs a lot of souls. You know, first the imprint is 50 souls. Then each temper is 50 souls. So even if you go for like the sort of like low effort route, just like slap one random temper on this, boom, that's 50 gone, 100 gone with the imprint. And then you also need to masterwork this thing up. And if you do this every single time before the transfiguration, you just don't have the materials for that. Forgotten Souls come in very slowly, and if you're looking at, I don't know, maybe something like a 1 in 500 chance to get Gem Strength plus modifiable, we're talking about, 25,000 souls, and that is kind of like on the, very frugal route. You can definitely spend a lot more than 500 souls per two-handed weapon in order to then get a GA temper and all that kind of stuff. So the souls just don't come in fast enough for this, basically. So if you're okay with having a slightly scuffed weapon and not having a GA on it, for example, of course, if you find like a double GA or like even one GA, maybe you'll try a little bit, maybe craft it up a little bit before the transfiguration and try your luck. But most of the time, these stats don't matter anywhere remotely as much as the gem strength. Because, okay, you can get a bit more on your life or your int or even your like, crit multi or something like that on a weapon, but having this gem strength, and in particular having it modifiable, is a much bigger bonus. It's like just having one of those two-handed weapons, if you have that in your build, and you get like 250% gem strength, like I go from like around 60% I have in my weapon right now to like 150%. So yeah, it's gonna get kind of crazy, basically. Or even more, like it can be like 300% on like a single item or something like that. On the barbs, of course, this is crazy because you have two-handers, and on the rogue you also always have one. And for other classes that can use a two-hander over like one-hand offhand, you generally want to do this at least once you go for this strategy with the gem strength and modifiable. And the other thing is that if you hit that, so once you actually get the gem strength and it remains modifiable, not only can you craft everything on it, but then you can also masterwork that thing. So here, just as an example, imagine that this attack speed was the transfigured mod now, right? You can just do the same thing as with any other stat. You just masterwork it and then you try to hit the masterwork crit on the gem strength, and then it gets completely wild. You can get like 350% extra gem strength or something like that. So this is kind of the strategy. And you just kind of spam opal dungeons and spam roll these items. If they don't hit anything, you just shred them again in the cube. We do 3-to-1 recipe, you get an extra one, you transfigure it again, and you kind of just see what happens. And the thing is that for transfiguration, you need these materials. You're just gonna get so much of this, the volatile dust. There's not really a good target farm for it. Just farm material reserve dungeons if you ever should run low on this. But I think there's like no chance of running low on this, really. But there are these dungeons here in particular which drop a lot of cube materials. So this is kind of like the combo opals and materials and just send Nightmare dungeons non-stop. So this is the strategy. This is how people get these crazy items. And sometimes you can get even luckier, and then you can maybe get another transfiguration like item quality, and then that also raises the gem strength. So it gets completely crazy on the very high end. So for now, this is how it works in Season 13. Obviously, this is going to get absolutely nuked next season, so enjoy it while it lasts. Hope this helps you. Hope everyone is having a blast, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Is gem strength more important than rolling correct stats like a crit damage multiplier? Well, at very least you should do some low effort crafting if you want to first craft and then transfigure. But yeah, with the idea of going for the modifiable to then get the gem strength, you kind of want to do this, right? Oh, this was explained. Take a nice screenshot here. Any bobs in chat? $242. Pathetic. Wait. And that's what I'm talking about. 330. Holy dude. Okay. You got it on two-hander. Okay, let's see next area. Gaming on hardcore. Where are you? Castiel. Wait, did I miss it? Xbox hardcore. I can only... Interesting. Wait. What? You cannot actually see the ladder with crossplay off? Wait a second. There's a different ladder when I have crossplay off? Did it change that? Interesting. That's wild. But it still shows 1,000 people. All platforms. I still don't see it though. Am I tripping? Was it on Barb or what? Okay, so we still gotta see. So wait, top 10. PC. Yeah, look, this guy advanced to 9. So one guy was here who was also on console, and he's not actually showing a leaderboard. That is insane. What the fuck? My god, man. Why do they make this like that? This is cooked. So this guy is pit 10 407. This is insane, man. There's a different leaderboard when you have crossplay on. What? Segregation. Look, here it's 30. 430. Wild. Man, that's absolutely wild. Xbox, it's saying 133. But I have all platforms. You should be here, no? Ah, okay, so you filter only by Xbox. So you see, you're... Okay. You filter only by Xbox, so here you are. $210. Weak. It's a good status, though. Insane. Took ages to get it. Yeah, it's rough for sure. I'm rank 1 on my Atari leaderboard.
Step up to my anvil.
Dude, it's mine. Look at this. This is an upgrade, and it's only 180 out of 200. This aspect. After all this time. That's insane.
To break another door.
Rank 1 on PS3 leaderboard. Damn. All these gamers in chat. Are they gonna remove the water clears, by the way? They fixed the bug, but I don't think they're gonna do anything about this, right? So I don't even have to bother here. Where's NECRO? 128. It's actually not crazy. Are they doing Blood Wave? It's a Blood Wave gamer. I wonder if this build can do 128. If I equip a Pilgain, I guess I can. I mean, I'm farming 115 in like 3 minutes. This guy did 7 minutes though, pretty good. Dude, there's like 5 Necros that kind of push a bit. Are they all Blood Wave? Blood Wave gamer. Would be funny to just go in with Bone Spirit and do 130 or something. Can definitely do it. Where are the Paladin gamers? 133. Oof. I think I hit a wall in the low mid 120, so the spinny spirit. Yeah, I mean, Signal of Plague makes many things possible. And you probably have decent luck hit here to actually trigger freezes and stuff. The thing is, what would we give up? I guess we have to give up redirected force, right? We give up this ring for the signet. Because we kind of need this, and then this is unique. And you're tanky, I mean... If no mobs, how die? Uh-oh. Mini NECRO to manage should be GIGA tanky for hardcore. As long as there are mobs here, unkillable. But why do you need... Ah, so you get the healing from the barrier. I mean, the thing is, everyone is just resolve stacking on NECRO, right? Like, every class that can resolve stack will resolve stack, kind of. Is there like any build that doesn't do it at this point? I don't know. I mean, I was playing my rogue without resolve stacking, I was fine. For rogues, it's okay. But here on NECRO, it would definitely be kind of scary. You can make it work with like a heavily strength, I guess, and then like an armor and a life and an armor temper. It wouldn't be that bad. But the resolve definitely helps a lot. Yeah, the resolve stacking, like by itself, is intended. It's just that the maximum is too high. So normally you would get a lower cap. It should be like +6 with a GA in the Master Arc. So we have like 20 stacks too much or 30 stacks too much, depending on how many items you have. And for Necros, that only matters defensively. You would still be relatively tanky, but you would be, I don't know, maybe half as tanky, which is still pretty decent. So it would probably still be a thing, but maybe not the only way to really get tanky. Yeah, for other classes, like Paladins can also get offensive benefits from the roll stacking. Like Fortress gives you a big multiplier. You have the Sentinel Glyph that is pretty good. And on the Spiritborn also you have the Colossal Glyph. Yeah, druids have the ring with the resolve stacking, so some classes get like offensive benefits there, then it gets kind of wild. So they're definitely too strong as a result. The Necro is not stronger, it's just more tanky because you have more stacks. But you also have a downside, which is that, especially in hardcore, you can just get blasted when the run starts, because I walk in with 700k toughness, so if there's an elite standing there waiting for me, or I walk into the Helltide, I get hit by the meteor, that's it, yeah. So you also cannot mount in a Helltide, for example. So that's another downside. Not on this build, I guess, but... I don't know what this is, but okay. If the nerf resolve hardcore is dead... Oh, that's untrue. You know, I mean, we did play 2 weeks of no resolve at all, and it was fine. So it's just that now it's like GIGA comfy, right? And then next season we'll suffer. Maybe we don't necessarily. I mean, NECROs will definitely be fine, you know. Even with a fixed resolve stacking, it's gonna be okay for anyone who can stack resolve. And you're also gonna have less of a gap between the minimum and the maximum, right? Everything feels so slow compared to WoW and Bard this season. Are you sure about that? There's 0 chance it will be okay. It will be okay. Never mount in Helltide in general. Yeah, most of the time you don't really have much opportunity to mount, but sometimes you just want to run and turn in your cinders, right? Dude, I have way too many of these tributes. That's crazy. I just realized I don't run any mythics on this build. I have 0 mythics set up. That's funny. Necro Unique's too good, man. Is there any chance we could do... No, we can't do a Mythic Z later. Actually, I wonder if the Mythic Seal with the 3 uniques, if you get a +1 slot, would be ideal for this build. Because you could put both necks in the charms and equip another neck. And then you have still 1 more unique you can put there. Would be kind of crazy. I think that could probably... The Necro sets are really weak. I think that could actually be the best, yeah. Could be good for Heartseeker to drop Narrow Eye. And Heartseeker not gonna drop Narrow Eye. Like, out of all builds in the entire game, the Narrow Eye set for Heartseeker is like the best upgrade ever. Basically. So you're not gonna do that. Well, it's one thing that people follow the meta accents, and it's another thing that there are no alternatives, right? You don't have to resolve stack, and you don't have to use Enduring Faith, and you don't have to use Silic in order to play hardcore. You know? Especially on Barbs. You know, you're just Giga Chat anyway. And you don't have to. People just do it because it's the easiest and the strongest. If they delete Silic and Enduring Faith and the Anvil tomorrow, we're just gonna find other options and play that. Hi, Alan. What are my tips to beat Mephisto? Boy, do I have good news for you. We're gonna release a pretty big Mephisto guide later tonight.
Where would you begin?
Injure. Yeah, about resolve stacking, right? To fix the resolve stacking, look at this. I would roughly have this number of resolve, and I'm still reaching like 5 million toughness just like that. Even with fixed resolve stacking, so that's pretty good. 5 million is decent. Go pit 130, it doesn't check how strong you are. Well, if you want to do a pit 130, then you're gonna be pretty close to rank 1 on hardcore. So you should suffer. The game ends at pit 100. Only 2 dual dividers? It's like 1.5, but yeah. Boiler is no longer writing guides.
We were just getting warmed up.
Let's slow this down a little bit. Actually, there's not too much to sort here. I have a bunch of stuff. Wave region, I think I'm gonna get rid of that. Nah. We'll see, I might need it actually if I do some Arbiter or Hamilton stuff. I think I'm gonna try to upgrade our Vengeful anymore. Kinda happy with the setup here. This one is pretty good though. If you want to do the Essence regeneration route, maybe I'll save this one just in case I want to go back to it. Did I ever make my video how I reached Torment 12 in one day? I don't think I did it, right? I should do that. What the fuck's going on? Yo, Trangler, glad you enjoyed the land split. Gonna time Fist on his Necro? Yeah, we'll do it. It's not exactly a great boss killer, I guess, but it will be okay, I guess. I mean, in phase 3 I should probably melt him with this, actually, since he's so large. Yeah, maybe to add onto that taboo about the progression. In T8 you should start finishing your set, so try to use all materials to try to get a full set. And then look for a 6-slot charm. 3 to 1 your... 6-slot seal. 3 to 1 your seals in order to try to get a 6-slot if you don't have one yet. So that's a huge deal. Then look for the right uniques, so you can try some farm certain bosses. Exclamation mark boss loot has a table. And, you know, every build usually has some uniques that I care about. So you're trying to get those. Upgrade your glyphs more. And then eventually you can start working on mythics, which you also mostly get from bossing. And whisperers and world bosses can give you the tributes as well. If you run Under City with the mythic chance. Start masterworking your gear once you have a decent piece that you're gonna not unequip in 5 minutes. God, if we find primordial dust. Farm material reserve dungeon. Any info on the missing Indira's memory necrolegs? I don't think they exist anymore now. If you run a minion build, then you probably want Underground more than the Petition now. I haven't found a mythic charm yet. No, and I never will. And neither will any of you guys. But good luck. You have one. Which one do you have? Yeah, we're talking about charms here, not seals, guys. Seals are easy. Easy, guys. Okay, I have 4 mythic seals in just as many hundreds of hours. Okay, that's easy. Charms? I think I have to add like 3-4 zeros to my playtime. Maybe we're gonna get one. Not sure how I will make that happen, but we'll try, I guess. I should ask Brian Johnson to help me out, maybe. They're going to turn on a streamer client. Dude, the streamer client is not strong enough for Mythic Charm. Later. Oh, still like a 3-minute run here. Is Bone Spear any good this season? I don't know. But it's a bone build, so that helps. Pretty low kill speed for just 116 pit. Okay, then show me your hardcore Bone Spirit Necro. Oh, that was faster.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Round 17. Oh, these guys are beefy actually, holy. Okay. This is Bone Spirit, yes. I don't recommend to go into Torment 12 on a level 1 character. But I do recommend to take Torment 12 Whisper Caches and open them on a level 1 character if you want to level an alt. Uh oh. You're gonna die. Box balls. Okay. Just not send in a beam, I guess. Gonna stay a little bit further away though. It's kind of spooky. The beams just delete you, so... Wait, didn't I get exactly this? I know this is blood skills, the other one was bone skills. Funny. I was like, hey, I saw the 180 right there. Do we send it? Nice. That guy's been fun, yeah. Okay, I should do a quick BRB after this.
Mainlander, what brings you?
Hello.
Okay guys, I'll be a few minutes. Hey guys, we're back. Sorry about that. I had to take care of a few things, but we blast now. I want to highlight that later today we're gonna do 2 expansion key giveaways on my YouTube video. This one here for the wall plans that I made a week ago. I said we're gonna have 2 winners that I will choose 1 week later. You just have to comment and write what is your favorite activity. So you can still do that. I'm gonna choose the winner in like an hour or so. I need to figure out how, because it's probably like a fuck ton of comments. Alright, anyway, I started blasting. I think I should level some other glyphs now and actually go zoom a little bit. And also later we're gonna have a little sponsor stream actually in a few hours. So I was just checking that out real quick. We're downloading it right now. Need to log in and see if it actually all functions. How fast can we do 110, guys? Using a shiny DB but the apply cooldown reduction is still 4 seconds. Yes, it cannot be reduced by cooldown. I think it needs that on to tap. I think like enchantment potency or something works. So there used to be this enchantment master board that reduces it from 5 to 3.5. I'm not sure if that's still a thing for the socks. Do we want to do anything else? Let's do this actually. This is Bone Spirit Phantom. Any build guide for this? I will probably record a video later and finish applying and stuff. There is a Bone Spirit guide from Sarok on NECRO. So he actually has built that already. But I will also make a planner in my video. What's going on with this guy? Oh, he doesn't have any TP. What did I open here, man? This dungeon. Morning, Eva. Was ist hier? That reminds me, I wanted to ask Panda if he's up for a Blastcast. And he reacts with heck yeah. I'm not sure what I expected. Classic. Yes, woo. Calc. JC Calc, thank you. Okay, Panda says 5 minutes. Once upon a time there was one hack and 1 year destined for greatness. Oh man. Dude, I've never heard anyone like a phrase as much as I heard Panda with heck yeah. I've seen India's memory unique. I think India's memory does not exist. Yo. Bloodless Scream acquired. The Tyrael bounty, holy. So maybe we're gonna do that Saber build after all, guys. Alert. 5 minutes old boss. Darkness skills. Blood skills. I don't know what to put on these charms. Like, there's no skills that... Like, apparently, it's not even the skill that's doing the damage. It's like the fucking souls, right? So... What do you even put on these charms? Just like all stats? That's cooked, dude. Okay. Right, Aras. is not here right now. She's out. It's just you and me. And like 2,500 other people. Okay, Battle Gander. How to get rank 10 on War Plan fast? Well, only open 75 chests in Helltide. Never finish Under City, just run to the boss. Only open 6-wave Horde. And a lot of pain and suffering. It's faster in groups. No, you just get the same XP, you know, in group. It's just shared with your party members. I guess you could do maybe some shenanigans where like you get invited. You know, like you do like group hopping and stuff like that. Maybe in Night Mansions that would work at least. It's faster if everyone takes the same stuff. Wait, really? Wait, you can share the XP? That was fucking cooked, man. What? I wonder if we could actually like spread out, like one guy chooses a war plan, and then you send like one party member there, one party member here, and they just complete the stuff. Does that work? Just in the right order, I guess. I know that some completions are shared, like for example Night Dungeons, I think this is still not fixed. So you can just not be in a Night Dungeon and get the completion. At least for that it should work, I'm not sure about the others. Which build can get the most out of Seal of the Diamond Mind? Yeah, in general, like Warlock builds, besides Apocalypse, I guess. But yeah, on Warlock you have probably the biggest benefit, at least from what I've seen so far. Outside of Warlock, it's kind of tough to really use that thing. But there might be some classes that have good sets. But yeah, Warlock has Riders and Nameless, which is just insane as a 2 and 3 piece. And every class, like every build on Warlock can also just like include a sigil, already has a sigil almost. So... Hi, Mawam. This is a Bone Spirit build with a little bit of Bone Stone. Okay. Oh, Panda's calling me. Let's go. Hello.
Hey, heck yeah, how you doing?
There it is, guys. Yeah, I'm doing fine. How about you, man?
I'm doing all right, yeah. I'm getting kind of done with a lot of the guides finally, so I can actually play the game now.
Holy, dude. Only took 3 weeks to play the game.
Right. Yeah, no, definitely it's been an interesting season start. I'm used to having a lot of the work done already and then just like tuning it as opposed to like, okay, we got to do everything from scratch.
Yeah, that was
It
definitely a
was
fun
definitely-
experience.
Yeah, it was exciting. I'm ready for the PTR. I'm ready. Please give us back the PTR.
Well, it should be soon, actually. 1.5 weeks, I think.
Okay, heck yeah. Did they announce it or you just the Woody eye?
It's the Rudy Eye, yeah. I mean, the season is 5.5 more weeks, so it should be like a month before, so yeah.
Heck yeah.
I sent you a Twitch collab invite.
Okay. Remember exactly how this works. Let's see.
We've done this before, right?
Yeah.
Wait, when are we gonna do a peak again, by the way?
Peak? Yeah, right. Peak was fun. I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed burning to death in lava with everyone. It was great.
The good times.
Yeah. I
No.
don't see it in my notifications.
Now we can get
in my
some...
like feed or whatever.
Wait, I gotta try again.
I could try knocking.
There's a link in Twitch, sorry, in Discord.
Oh, Discord.
Try that.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, perfect.
Okay, I think that's good now.
Okay, I have shared chat on. There you go, guys.
Pretty good, I think. Heck yeah.
Okay, it works. Hello to Panda Stat.
Heck yeah.
So for those that don't know Panda, he's Sork and now also maybe temporary Druid Rider on Maxwell. So you probably have played a bunch of his guides in the past if you played some Sork. You want to say anything? He likes hacky, yeah, guys.
Yeah, no, I like heck yeah. I'm sorry. A little too much of a yes man, maybe. But I like yeah, I've had a lot of fun on Druid. Whenever I first started on Maxwell, I was actually a Druid and Sorcerer Guide writer, but it was only for one season before we became a wizard. But then yeah, so obviously we're looking to help out everyone. I love Druid. The only thing was that like it was a lot of work, right? 2 classes, and Druid was, you know, I mean, the Glenn's bug in the even without the Glenn's bug, I hate resolve stacking. Because like, yeah, what if you walk into a pit and there's an elite group right there, right? If you're on a hardcore, it's like, okay, well, I guess you die.
Yeah, like that's actually something I noticed. Like I'm playing NECRO right now with the Glins, and I'm like, how do I actually stack resolve? Yeah, I get like 2 per cast. Let's go. You know, it's like you walk into a hell tide, the meteor comes down, boom. You know, like.
Yeah.
I need to check out something real quick with this game, here, guys, because we're gonna have a sponsor stream later.
Definitely.
Oh my God.
I hope we can get to a state to where we don't need to stack resolve.
Yeah,
Like not.
I think they can definitely do like a few
have,
tweaks on the monster defense and stuff.
Yeah, like I don't think that it's like we shouldn't have cool stacking mechanics like that for your defenses. I definitely like it as a concept. The execution just ends up a little poor because it becomes it's not like an optional like get GIGA tanky thing. It's more like a mandatory thing you have to do to survive and just enjoy the game. On high torment on some of these classes.
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely tough to play hardcore.
Everything.
Yeah, like I played Warlock at the start, right? And Warlock is like really shit, honestly, for hardcore, I think.
Yeah.
And now I'm playing Necro, and I kind of have the same problem. It's like, okay, I have like all these crazy uniques and all of my armor slots. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do? So you just kind of have to. You kind of have to go for some defense somewhere. It's just how it is, and I think it would be okay, you know, once we learn the game better and once we actually, you know, like figure out, okay, what do we need? Like how much defense do we put into a build and so on, right? So you can get there even without the resolve stacking. Or even if they fix the masterwork on it, then like I tested this a little bit and like my Necker would still end up at like 8 million toughness or so, which is really good. So
yeah, I think that it's just tough because it's like I don't really think it's necessarily a problem with the resolve. Like once the resolve is fixed or whatever, I think it's cool to be able to get Giga Tanky as long as you're actually sacrificing damage for it. Like that's, to me, it's like a good trade-off where it's like fun to like balance that. But the problem is that I think in the state of the game right now, we're in a position where you don't really have that option to just like the amount of damage you sacrifice to get tanky is like insane. Like if you just like, let's say you want to do Mephisto or something, right? And you want to like guarantee you're not going to die or like make it to where it's like very unlikely for you to die, then you give up a lot of damage on most builds. Even then,
yeah, but I think this is good, right? This is not a downside. I think this is good that you have to make these choices. If you want to have like a comfy tanky build, then you have to deal with it.
But you can only do it on the meta builds. You can only do it on the top build, basically. Like it's not super. I mean, it's still viable on other builds. I'm not just gonna say you can only do it on those. It's the only one it feels good on in hardcore, at least.
I know, like I did, like for example, Mephisto T12 on Lunatic Warlock, and you know, it was like I actually checked, it was like a 9.5 minutes encounter or something, and yeah, of course, I tried to make it tanky and stuff, but you know, this just is how it goes. And Lunatic is just like some mid-range build, basically, right? It's nothing crazy, and you know, I think that is fine. You know, it's T12 Mephisto after all. So.
I mean, come on. I mean,
what do you mean? Like you're not farming this guy. You just want to beat him once. I mean, it's okay.
People do want to farm him though. People do want to farm him though.
Yeah, that's cooked.
The Cruxes.
Yeah, okay, if you want to do this, then sure, then, you know, like, go get the
I mean,
mega
I would be fine with
build.
just doing it on T10, right? But like, if you actually want to like for example, as a streamer, right? Today I've had people asking me for Mephisto carries, and it's like, yeah, I could probably carry people on my Sork on T12 Mephisto, like, but it's just not really worth the risk. Well, I'm going to get my Barb online, right? And then my Barb can do it. But my point is more that I think that every class should be able to get to that point. It shouldn't be like, oh, if I want to do easy mode party four player party carries, then I have to go this one thing, right? That's like maybe fine, but I would prefer if it was like there was that one thing for every class. You know what I mean? Like, because a lot of the game isn't just doing it solo; it's having fun with the homies, right? And it's like,
Yeah, okay, I get
do you
that,
want a
but you
group?
know, if you want to carry people on like literally the hardest encounter in the entire game, then you know, I
Yeah, I
mean,
guess maybe you just gotta play the cheesy build. You're right.
I think it's
You're right
okay
a
that you know this is tough to achieve, yeah. So
Yeah. Yeah, I just want the defenses to be in a better spot. I don't think that it's very balanced, or I don't think that it's balanced at all, like the way the defenses
yeah, I think the biggest problem
way
are
they work right
the
now.
like the swords hit extremely hard, right? And then they have the crackling souls that hit extremely hard, and you have the like the explosions after death explosions. I think these are just
Fire
kind of
enchanted,
crazy.
yeah.
And there's like a few other things, like some bosses are
The
ridiculous or buggy.
volcanic
Yeah.
Nightmare Dungeon Volcanic has got to be one of the biggest culprits of people dying because it just happens so fast. If you're not already moving, it's actually kind of hard. Like if you wait for the indicator, if you just stand still in a Nightmare Dungeon and you just wait for when the volcanic shows up and try to move, it can hit you a lot of the times. You'd have to be unlucky for it to hit you with like all 3 hits, right? But yeah, it's really easy to get hit by that. Doesn't feel like you have time to like properly dodge it with like, but I mean, if you're actively moving, it's fine. It almost always misses you because it's like not necessarily, it's like, yeah, you're just already moving, right? Yeah, for me, I don't like before the resolve stacking, right? On my druid, I had 3 defensive glyphs, GA max life, everything, right? And then it's like, sure, I got to the point where I could take a sword. I could take a single sword on Torment 12, right? Full barrier, it wouldn't kill me.
You got
One
that.
sword. Before Glenn's, right? And I was just like, wow, I'm so tanky. But yeah, I would still get demolished if I tried to push, right? Like Earthset had something. I don't know if there was something maybe weird
What is
going on with the
Smokers?
Petrify where I felt like it was like
Alert.
I don't know. It felt like the
Join
unstoppable
the next
wasn't getting
sanctuary.
its like
Oh,
full uptime on the enemies. There's times when I was pushing where it felt like I was taking like no damage just because the enemies were getting constantly crowd controlled. Even didn't feel like they're unstoppable lasted as long as it was supposed to. I don't know. I need to pay attention more to it, but it's like you were only really surviving by crowd controlling enemies. And now with Glenn's, you can survive and you can kind of face tank everything, but you have that experience where you walk in the dungeon and you just get one shot, and that's just not very fun. Like, and it's like
yeah, I don't like that part.
it's like I'd rather the baseline defense be a little more manageable with like like giga stacking mechanics, and then you could take that extra stack. You would take that like
the
the
next,
resolve as like a method of like
VR.
going even further beyond or something, right? As opposed to like a baseline, you have to do this to even play the game. Or not necessarily to play the game, right? Because I was doing Torment 12 beforehand, right? But it wasn't fun, and it was like hard to even it's hard to even like convince people to play it, right? If like it's like because I like Druid and I have fun playing Druid, but I wasn't having fun with the way the gameplay is designed. It has nothing to do with Druid. It's just like it's the balance of the game where it's like I walk out of town and if I'm not playing perfectly, then I just die. And it's like, okay, well, when's the chill farm part where I'm just like blasting some demons and not worrying about every out of like the 10 different things that can one hit me? yeah, I'm being a little bit whiny because it's like
No, I agree. It's definitely
hardcore,
like
right?
the conditional defense is something we want to get away from, right? And we kind of have it back now, where it's like, okay, you ramp it
Yeah.
up and then it's fine, but you have to ramp it, and then like sometimes you load into a pit, there's like 2 elite packs on top of you, and you're like, Monka, what do I do? Like, that's kind of crazy, yeah, before you have any chance to ramp it.
Yeah. But yeah, I think that it's better than nothing though. Like, please give us something, right? I don't like the way Glenn's is, but it's still better than when we didn't have Glenn's. It's like, yeah, I would just rather defense be in a better it just doesn't feel balanced to me. It doesn't feel like there's enough fine tuning that went into like how much damage the monsters are dealing. But I don't necessarily want it to be like you just get max life on every slot and now you can tank every, like, I don't think it should be like that or anything.
I mean, it's fine that you have to make a defensive investment and stuff like that, so it's just that sometimes it's like,
exactly.
okay, you need those uniques for your build,
That's
and
still
then
not enough.
you're missing like you know, you're actually missing like real like aspects or something that make you tanky, right? And some of the defensive aspects are extremely impactful. So like Heavenly Strength is crazy and stuff like that. So
Heavenly Strength, I don't know what the bug was with it. It wasn't working on my Druid at some point. I think maybe it was like the forms or something.
Oh shit. Yeah, I heard that it was
Maybe,
not working,
like,
but for me
even
it was
you-
always working, so that maybe there's some weirds with other classes.
Yeah, I think it might have been a Druid thing with the forms, but I didn't go deep enough into testing. I just kind of stopped using it. I just kind of stopped using it, and then yeah, we do have some good defensive. We have better defensive aspects now than we did before, for sure. It's just that even if you load up full defensive aspects on some slots, it's still not. It doesn't feel like enough without like Glens or whatever, right? With Sork, I think you have a little bit of a different. It's a little different because not only do we have really good defensive aspects, but then like our set bonus is pretty good. Ice armor is like juiced really hard with how much armor you get out of it. So as long as you can keep ice armor up, you're like quite tanky. Yeah. Sork got a Sork. Yeah, Sork. I don't know what Sork did, but Sork got all the love in terms of it. We got Giga tanky, we got Giga damage, we got the speed is a question mark. That I know that like you can go fast on Sork, right? If you kill an elite, right? Like if you get lucky enough to find an elite at the beginning of your pit run, and some layers, I'll go almost the entire pit layer without finding an elite, and it's like, it's just not very. To me, I like my speed to be consistent. It's to me, speed isn't fun when it's conditional either. Like conditional speed is like, yeah, I don't like it. I just like things to be consistent, whether it's defenses, offenses, speed. I want things to just be responsive, consistent, fluid. Whenever things start getting clunky and it's like so conditional to get your damage online or get your defenses online or get your speed online, it's just like the playing the game part isn't like enjoying the game. It's more like it just becomes really tedious where, okay, I need all these specific conditions to have fun. And it's like, okay, well, why couldn't I just have fun? Why couldn't I just have fun? Like, I don't know, because you see how fast you see how fast like Whirlwind Barb is flying. You see how fast some things are going, and then Sork is like, okay, we'll put on a mythic sword and find an elite, and then also find an elite every 10 seconds. Yeah.
I mean,
on Tuesdays exactly.
I was doing something similar on the Rogue, and it felt really good. Like Rogue feels extremely fast and fluid, even with Eldorin, so I think it should be similar on the Sork now. Like, I'm not sure what's the regular teleport cooldown or something, but
Regular cooldown is like 7 seconds. You can reset it with
okay, but are you still
my
running like
builds are
teleport
using
enchant on every build and
elemental
stuff?
for not for like push, but for like quality of life. Yeah, it's pretty much you still want to do teleport enchantment on every build because yeah, so the way it works is you run the sword, right? And then when your sword is not online, you try to use your stored up max evade teleport charges. And then when the sword is online, you try to store up max evades so that like you have a little bit of forgiveness for whenever the sword falls off. And then if you don't have the sword, the best way to do it is you have an aspect called elemental attunement. It's a lucky hit, 20% chance to reduce the cooldown of one of your defensive skills by 10 seconds. Most of the lighting skills have good lucky hit. Ball lightning doesn't, but you still have unstable that's casting the good lucky hit skills for you. So yeah. So elemental attunement basically means I'm spamming as long as there's enemies around, I can spam my teleport and my ice armor, even if the sword's not online. But as soon as I don't have enemies, my teleport no longer resets, right? So it's like the same thing where as long as I can get to an enemy, as long as I can use my max evades to go from in between the groups of enemies, then I can still kind of spam teleport. Because as long as I'm like in combat with enemies, then I can spam teleport. But the problem is you want to spam teleport to get to the next group of enemies is like the prime thing, not necessarily to just teleport spam into a group of enemies. It just creates it's not a very satisfying gameplay loop. I'll just put it that way. Like to me, it's just not very fun. You can still go fast and like the monsters can line up in like that perfect scenario to where everything's good. But other times you'll get lucky and you'll just get a bad layer and then like your fun turns off. It's like this fun knob where you got to find an elite or your fun gets turned off and it's like, holy.
Like you should see the other way around, you know, your fun gets turned on, not turned off. And it's, you know, like you have fun once you find the elite. And before that you still have fun, but maybe not as much.
Well, no, it's like, it's one of those things where if you haven't had something before, then maybe you don't know what you're missing. But when you have had that thing before, then it feels a lot worse when it's taken away. And it felt like to me, the expansion was in the beginning with the overpower stuff being kind of bugged with Meteor. It was actually kind of fine, even if you didn't run the sword, because you could run the fire teleport and then you could just get the overpower resets all the time. Because the ground effects of the meteor was like triggering more overpower instead of just the impact. So it was like enemies that were left behind would keep giving you overpower while you found the next group. Yeah, but so they fixed that obviously because it was a bug, which is like, heck yeah, I'm all about fixing bugs. How about we fix the bug with Boundless where it gives you infinite damage?
No.
Yeah. I'm really worried about Sorcerer because teleport feels terrible now. And then on top of that, as soon as if in the PTR they fix Boundless, then it's like, so just imagine not playing a shock skill right now. And then that's what we're going to get. And it's like, holy, that's a little, yeah, I'm a little worried.
Well, I mean, if they fix the whole like shock shenanigans, right, then they can bring out the baseline of the Sorc a little bit. So I think that's probably what's missing, right?
Yeah. I mean, like, so you can do like, it's not like you couldn't play the other skills or anything. Frozen Orb, you could maybe push a 120 or something, right? And this is like push scenario. This is like maybe
holy
really good gear and like you could get a 120 or something, right? But versus like you just put on average gear of the shock skills and you're in the 140s.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's definitely insane, the difference there. Yeah, it's just like this unstable current scaling, right?
Yeah,
and well, so there's like an aspect or something.
Gander just said, you can literally play any skill with unstable currents because it doesn't require a shock skill for it to work. So best way to play Frozen Orb, you play shock skill stacking unstable currents and you let the precast do all the damage and all you're doing is pretending to do anything with Frozen Orb.
Nice.
Best way to play Fireball, same way. Best way to play Hydra, same way. You know what I mean? Like, if you try to play any skill that's not a shock skill, the best way to play it is you just put on unstable currents and get free casts and then scale your shock skills. Yeah. It's literally that much more damage. Because, like, I don't even have a juiced up character because it's my hardcore character and I don't have all. I'm at 34 ranks right now. 16.7% extra damage every crackling energy I pick up. A single crackling energy, 16% X.
What?
I get 300 at the end, like pretty easily. 16x times 300. That's not the top end. That's not the top end. That's like, you can get more crackling than that. Or I mean, 300 is probably around the top end of the crackling, but the ranks can go even higher than what I have. I don't have any GA shock skills. I'm missing shock skills on my unique charm. I don't have shock skills on like my amulet or anything, and my Vex isn't active right now. Like, so it's like you can go so much stronger. You can get it to where it's like 20% every rank, every crackling. You're getting 20% X.
Yeah, how did they
and it
let
resets
this?
itself, too.
How did it slip through? That's kind of crazy. I was no cap on this or anything like
Oh,
that.
yeah,
So.
I mean, yeah.
Or at least like
How
to
did it
reduce the
go
scaling to like minus 1 or 2 zeros or something. So it's like, okay, like the lightning builds, they generate a lot of crackle, and this is what you have to do in order to use this, you know, and that's fine. And for the other builds, that should just be like the way to, like, you know, also try to like somehow get this damage buff. Like, maybe it would even be like the better way to like play Frozen Orb, but it's like you ramp it for 10 seconds and then you shoot like 3 times, and then you ramp it for 10 seconds and you shoot 3 times or something like that. Like, I don't know, but it sounds scuffed. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the Boundless only increases your shock skill damage. So Frozen Orb's never going to deal any damage. It's just going to trigger skills that do deal damage. So, like, the only, like, so the way, Unstable used to require a shock skill for it to work, but now it's just whenever you cast, trigger a random skill, and it's 4 lightning skills. So, yeah, Frozen Orb would be doing nothing for you. You're just picking up crackling energy while you're pressing any button. But I didn't do that with Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb, I tried to pretend like it could do something on its own, and I just turned it into ice spikes. Did an ice spikes build with it. I actually was going to post that this morning, but I don't know why I waited. I pretty much have it fully done. I just need to publish it.
Fuck, how did I change the region, man?
Yeah, ice
Apparently
spikes.
to change region
It
for
was
this.
all right. Like it could be worse. But yeah. Yeah, I don't think it would be that much worse. I don't. It's like, yeah. The problem with Frozen Orb is that you can't scale the real skill damage very well, because as soon as you have a corridor, it gets absorbed by walls. So all of your explosion damage is just gone, and it travels a set distance. So you can't. If there's a wall, if there's a corridor, you'd have to aim down the corridor, and if you ever aim not down the corridor, you lose your explosion. So it's like there's like a fundamental design flaw in it that didn't exist before the expansion, by the way. Before the expansion, this was not how Frozen Orb worked. Frozen Orb would just go wherever you casted it. It just, you would target.
Yeah, it's kind of strange that they made all 3 variants work
differently
differently now. I feel like, you know, this was like, okay, you keep one of the variants that does that, and then you have like 2 more that do some weird shit, and okay. But now you have like all 3 Frozen Orb variants that just don't do what it used to do. It's just kind of weird. I'm not sure why they did that.
And all of them interact poorly with the wall. Like the one that will seek an additional target, that will seek into a wall also. Like it will go into a wall and it'll just be destroyed, right? Or it could try to seek into a wall.
I was so pumped to do some Frozen Orb, actually. In Meteor.
I mean, you could do it as a meme, like your human druid.
Yeah, great. I was very pumped for human druid too. I'm a pumped for all these wrong things, man. Fuck.
Yeah. Human druid, it's like technically I just think you could make it work. It's just I don't know why you would. And it's not going to be, yeah. The problem is that, yeah, werewolf stuff is like good. Is like it's not good compared to Might of the Earth Sign, but it's you have like, you know what I mean, lust for carnage. You have some things that are going to scale your werewolf. I guess maybe it's just lust for carnage. It's kind of hard because every druid is in the same spot, just in a different way, where instead of getting all your damage from your ultimate, you do get triple damage when you ult, which is big with druid, but you have no way to reset. So like, let's talk about this comparison, right? So we have unstable currents, lasts like 50 seconds, gives me 3,000% extra damage, right? And it resets itself. So it's always going to be active. Whenever it ends, I can just cast it again. And then I get like 3,000% damage and it just resets itself. Cool. Okay, so now we got Grizzly Rage. Doesn't reset itself. You get 300%. You get 200. You get triple damage, right? You get 200% additional damage. Doesn't reset itself, and you have to play Flicker Step to reset it. And then, like a lot of builds, it's like you can kind of reset it with Lightning Storm and Calm Before the Storm, and getting shape shifting ranks instead of nature magic ranks. And like, there's different ways you can try to soup up the bear to where it's like you don't have to run Flicker Step. But a lot of it is like, okay, well, you have to run Flicker Step. And man, Flicker Step is the worst. I don't know. Let me know if
Check something out,
anybody
guys.
likes Flicker Step ever. The only time Flicker Step was good was when it worked with Sork Teleport and Enchant, and you could spam teleport, right? So it was like you would just teleport through the enemies, and there was no really slow evade animation because teleport has really low frames, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
it was fun and it worked.
I remember using
obviously
Flicker
we
Step
know what
back in
happened.
Season 2 for Rain of Arrows. Holy. With the vampire power. To metamorph through enemies with the bat power.
True. It took away the unstoppable from Metamorphosis. How rude. Can't believe it.
I didn't find that aspect very
That
good.
was like the-
I never used it really after Season 2. So now it's even worse. I don't know.
It was only good for unstoppable sometimes. Like sometimes in a build, you didn't have that important of a mobility aspect to put on, and you could just put that on because it would give you give you on demand unstoppable. Mainly just good for hardcore, really, I guess. Like sometimes like leveling or just you don't have a lot of unstoppables in your build or whatever, and you don't have if you just don't have an important. Now it's different because we had damage on our boots or whatever, right? So it's like, and it doesn't give you unstoppable, which was the only reason you would use it before. So now it doesn't give you the only thing that was useful for it, and it's competing with damage slot. So it's like totally useless now. Even if it just gave unstoppable, it still wouldn't see use because it didn't really like. I'm still talking about a niche scenario, what the unstoppable is being used for, but now there's not even a niche scenario for it. It's just a worthless aspect.
What about fire builds? Is that a thing? What about disintegrate? Are you burning shit? Have you tried anything like that?
Well, yeah, so Ring of Fire, North War cooked up the Ring of Fire. That is good, but it's like, it is an unstable currents build, technically. But you can, it's because the Ring of Fire is actually really cool. I used it leveling too, and it's really powerful leveling as well.
But is that a fireball effect or what?
The way it works is it puts a circle on the ground, like a ring of fire instead of a wall. And as long as you're standing on it, any hit that you have will trigger the dot. So you go unstable currents and you go charge bolts, because with charge bolts you get a ton of hits. You get a bunch of bolts, right? So you get like your bunch of bolts from your ferocity and everything like that. And then unstables casting additional free cast stuff, right? So you basically just have a ton of free cast stuff going off so that you have an insane number of hits that are triggering Wall of Fire at an insane rate from the Ring of Fire. Because it's all about just scaling number of hits to get to increase your damage. So you still end up using unstable currents in that build as well, because it's just it's what's going to give you the most number of skills, just hitting the target to trigger the Ring of Fire. You scale Ring of Fire, but you use shock skills to trigger the Ring of Fire. It's a pretty cool. I actually really like it. I think it's pretty cool. I didn't play it myself though, so I don't know how well it plays in the end game. But as like just like a mid game leveling, like as an early game leveling tool, and then into like mid game, it does meaningful damage. Yeah. That is probably the best fire build. North War was pretty happy with Meteor before the overpower change, but after the overpower change, it doesn't really generate enough overpower to feed Starfall, because the way Meteor works is you get extra meteors for like every like 2 overpower or whatever you have, it'll give you another meteor. You just want a bunch of overpower to dump, so you get extra meteors. But now that you don't have a ton of overpower, you get way less extra meteors, And it just
Yeah,
makes
so
the
what
build
happened
be
there
way
actually? I heard
worse.
there was like some nerf or something. Like, what exactly went on
Yeah,
there?
so meteor, the way the tooltip reads is that it says meteor's impact damage now grants 1 stack of overpower per enemy hit. And the way it was working was that the ground effect was also giving
Oh,
overpower when it was hitting. So the burning was just constantly filling your overpower
okay.
once it hit the ground. And
So
you
they
just,
got a
as
Giga
long as
meteor
there's
spam
enemies,
basically.
yeah. As long as there's enemies, then you don't run out of overpower, even if you spam as much as you want, because it's always refilling. But if there's not, like, yeah, so now it's different because you would need not just one enemy, or like you need a lot of enemies. You need 4 enemies, right? So that every time a meteor hits, it
Can you
hits
do
4
something like
enemies,
banish
so you
laws
get
or
your
this?
4. Like what? Sorry.
Can you do like banish laws or something?
That's what I was thinking. Was
Crown
it
of
like
Lucian,
that was one of
T-Balls,
the
and banish
original
lords,
thoughts?
and then Giga spam.
Yeah, I was thinking originally like maybe Banished Lord could create like a teleport spam build too, where you spend enough mana to get all your charges back before you finish teleporting. But it's hard to solve mana without like enemies. Like if there's enemies around, then Lucky Hit Restore will work really well for Sork, because a lot of our pre-casts around Sable are good Lucky Hits, so it's like it'll be fine with. But you still need enemies around. Meteor can dump your mana for you, but you need a way to refill it while there's no enemies, and that's just not very realistic. Because Static Surge needs enemies, so you could run like Tabalts maybe to try and get some of your resource back. You could run like Tabalts, maybe even run a resource aspect or something. You're putting in a lot of work here to try and make this work, and then you would still like. It would only work if you could. Yeah, you could do like a Meteor Unstable Currents build or something maybe. But I don't know what it's like, yeah, this is like totally theory, where it's like, I think that you could make it work, but I don't think that you would spend enough mana fast enough to get all your charges back before you spam them. Yeah, and you sacrifice so much stuff that it's like not really worth it. You're just better off hoping you find an elite and you put on the mythic sword. Because then you can play the same build or whatever, and it like just works. But yeah, if you don't have the sword, then it doesn't really feel like we have a lot of options in the current state. Gain mana with mastery skill cast. Yeah, that's how you with Meteor. That is how it would work. But I think that the free cast that you were getting from Starfall might have been giving you more mana too. And now basically, since I didn't actually play Meteor, so Northward would be the one to ask about. I know he was unhappy with the change though a lot. The fix, I should say. He was unhappy with the fix to Meteor. I think it dropped down like 2 tiers or something.
Yeah, that's oof. I don't know what I'll do on a Sork. Like I wanna also play a Sork at some point and stuff, but yeah. Maybe I'll wait until we see what they're cooking next week. Did you see they announced the Sanctuary sit down for 1 week from now? It was a post earlier, so we're gonna get PTR news then, and probably patch notes.
Yeah, Meteor dropped to C tier and it was in A tier.
Damn.
Put it in D tier for the overall. Yeah, it's in D tier for the overall.
Oh my god.
The push, it's C tier, but the overall, it's in D tier. That is where Meteor's at. It is hanging out with Frozen Orb. I don't think anything should be put with Frozen Orb. Frozen Orb needs its own tier.
Yikes, man.
It can join Incinerate. Well, I think Incinerate's worse, though. I haven't tried Incinerate yet. Shock Incinerate looked like it would be hopeful, but there's like a bug with it where it just stops. It gets like interrupted. Like it like interrupts. I don't remember exactly. It just stops where it just doesn't work.
What
It
the
just like
fuck?
stops casting. I think it's like the Talrasha set or something makes it. I don't remember exactly. Maybe unstable currents. It's something. I think it's like something triggers it to where it gets interrupted and you can't actually just channel it. But maybe you could like spam tap. You could probably still spam tap it and make it work, just because like you'd still be technically casting a skill for unstable anyways. It would still work. It would just be worse than every other shock skill, I imagine.
See if it works this time.
The tuning prism, CDR, yeah, CDR is utility, the mobility and utility. Sorry. I'm so used to reading chat that I'm just reading it.
Yeah, it's fine. I was a bit distracted right now.
Yeah. Sorcerer is in a bad spot. It's just hidden really well behind the Boundless node. I think that's part of the reason why they didn't hotfix Boundless, because maybe they're aware that once that goes away, we have like everyone's going to complain, especially anybody that tried to play the game up and like that. They had like a week where they could have fixed it, but I think it would have like it's probably a good thing they didn't fix it, because like then everybody would have been saying Sorcerer is like complete trash or whatever. So like realistically, it's probably better they didn't fix it because it's more fun this way. But from like a balance perspective, it's like really worrying because it's going to get fixed eventually, right? Like there's no way we just live in this world of Boundless, right? Where you just get your ult for like 3,000% extra damage.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you look at other options of what, you know, skills and aspects and uniques can do, then there needs to be like 2 less zeros on that, basically. So
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Yeah, and the thing is, so deep freeze. Yeah, we have this. One big problem. We have this aspect called Armageddon that gives us 225% bonus damage as long as our ultimate's active. But unstable is the only ultimate you can keep up 100% of the time. So it's just like pretty much a shock aspect. Even though it might as well just say your shock skills deal more damage while your shock skill ultimate is active, because that's the only one that matters. You can, if Zek existed, with Zek, you could get the other ones to where you're spamming them. But Zek doesn't exist. And even then, you'd be spamming Inferno every 4 seconds. Yeah. Every 4 seconds, you got to press Inferno. But we can't even do that. We can't even get the cooldown that low anyways. Sork needs so much help. Yeah, Cold Sork needs a lot of help. So does Spire Sork. Basically, anything that can't use Unstable needs a lot of help. But once Unstable gets fixed, guess what also needs help? Everything that's currently using Unstable also needs help. Like, once Unstable is fixed, everything needs help, but everything already needs help. Basically, this is part of the reason why I'm a little... to me, the balance is like so question mark, because it's not just the offense of the enemies, it's our offense too. It's like, if we're going to be in this state where shock skills are doing 150, right, and then the other elements are doing like 120 at best, then it's like I just don't know, like, how did we get here? Why can't the other ones like do at least like 130 or 140 or something, or make it to where the top one isn't doing 150? I didn't think that anybody was going to do 150 this season besides bugs, but like our entire class is bugged basically because of unstable. Maybe I'm being too dramatic about it, but at the same time, like it's just hard for me to wrap my head around it. It's like castle node, right? Like this is like castle node. With castle node, it made sense because they were selling expansion.
yeah, they sold the Paladin and the Warlock really well this time.
Yeah, the Warlock, yeah. Well, that's okay because everyone already pre-ordered for the Paladin before, remember, with the castle node.
Okay, the castle already did the work, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It's pretty tough. But hopefully we'll get just like something cool, right, to replace it. And we'll just deal damage without it being so, like, seeming so bugged at least.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's just like,
actually
okay, there's
gonna
like a
run some
few
more
things that are kind of go overtuned or forgotten or, you know, mismatched and whatever, right? We also have like the boss of the glyph and we have Selig and I don't know, like, you know, they're gonna fix all this stuff next season and it's gonna be much better. Gem Strength gets
Which
nuked.
glyph?
It's gonna... there's like the overpower glyphs on Barb and on Necro. There's also
Oh,
the
yeah,
same
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
So they didn't nerf those, you know, like
It's-
they're like
it's
20
per
times stronger than they
stack or
should be,
whatever.
so like, okay.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, because you can stack so many overpower with that. I forget the name of the... There's an aspect. Gives you a bunch of overpower.
Title.
Yeah, title, thank you. You get like so much damage per overpower. And then the other thing I was thinking about it was survival instincts on Druid was like surprisingly good because everything's overpower damage now. It's still worded to, like, as if it was like you need to overpower, but obviously if you have overpower, then everything's overpower. So the Druid survival instincts node where you get like bonus damage for like difference in life just kind of works for everything. Makes survival instincts better than it seems, I think.
Which other
For
classes have
me,
you played, by the way? I know you a lot of Sorg. How much have you played Sorg now versus the others, and what else have you been doing?
yeah, so I played a Barb a little bit. I have a Barb on softcore and hardcore. So I'm actually playing softcore this season for once because I knew Druid defenses were going to be really bad.
How do you know that?
And I actually wanted to like test things, right? I wanted to test like a good variety of things. And
Okay.
I already knew I had a lot of work to do, right? So it's like I just didn't. I wanted to take the job. It's like I put my personal enjoyment on the backseat so that I could do a better job, right? And just played some softcore, and that's totally fine.
Okay.
But I would rather the game be balanced, right? And that I could enjoy playing Druid on hardcore too, and not feel like I'm gonna waste my time, right? Because it's just a matter of time before I get one shot at an entrance.
It's just, yeah, I'm not really sure what I'll do with my druid so far, but yeah, let's see. How fast do you
can
ramp
get
that
big enough
resolve
to
on the
where-
druids? Is it slow?
If you do dominance, you can ramp it like really quickly, and then it depends what build you're playing. So like, Earth builds are obviously going to ramp it faster because you can use the Earth Spirit
Thanks,
Boon
Matt.
that gives you
Shut
resolve.
Okay.
But you can just use the dominance aspect on your like boots, for example.
Yeah, but it's only against
or
only
on
when you
your
CC,
amulet.
right?
It's when you so it doesn't really work on a boss, but most of the time when you get to a boss, you'll already stacked resolve from clearing.
Yeah, okay, but I
Or-
mean, like, what if it's a long fight? Or also, like, what do you do when you like walk into Hell
Well,
Tide
you
or
still
something?
get resolve passively. It's just you were asking how do you stack resolve quickly.
Ah,
Once
okay.
you've stacked it, it's not hard to maintain it. The hard
Okay.
thing is getting stacked when you first enter a pit. When
Yeah.
you first enter a boss layer, right? You can take all the time you want to stack your resolve. It doesn't matter,
Okay.
right? So like your bulwark will restack it, so you just sit there triggering your Q rune over and over in place with like Igni or whatever. Like you can just run Igni Q and then you just sit there casting your rune in place, and you'll eventually get your resolve up. Because resolve only drops when you get hit, so you're not going to lose your resolve. And then if you're doing a boss, in theory, you're not going to get hit that often. And even if you do get hit, like your Q runes constantly triggering. If you're running debilitating roar, it can give you resolve. There's the druid that has pretty alright ways to get resolve with mainly because of the Q rune. But other classes, you don't just baseline get resolve from bulwark, so that's not as much of an option.
Yeah. On Necro right now, there's an aspect where when you cast bone skills, you get 2 resolve stacks. So I kind of just like, I have to ramp my banish slots anyway a little bit, so I do like, you know, 5-6 casts at the start of the run, and then I'm kind of chilling. And then it just ramps the rest like over time. But yeah, when there's like, you know, 2 elite packs standing at the entrance, and I don't know, you know, or like I load up in Nightmare Dungeon, there's Volcano going off or some shit. It's like, you know, I sit there with 700k toughness. It's a bit wonka for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, outside of the class design.
I've heard a lot of people liking the Necro.
Yeah,
More,
Necro's a
so,
blast
yeah.
actually. Like I'm playing a Bone Spur right now, and it's fucking zooming, man. It's like my fastest build this season so far. It's kind of wild. And I played all of Rogue, but this is insane.
Good thing they took away Sork mobility so that they can just give it to everybody else.
Well, you're still faster than Warlock, okay? So be happy.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, the Warlock, you have the... I don't know how good the... I guess it's a damage issue. So the only reason we're faster is because we have infinite damage with our ultimate. Like, if Warlock had infinite damage on their leap or whatever, then I'm sure you would be able to make like a leaping build, right?
I was thinking about trying like a Rampage leap sort of build, and apparently you can actually ramp it up quite a lot. It does a lot of damage as like an impact.
Yeah.
Could be funny, but I'm not sure like if that's really gonna be good enough.
Yeah, I don't know. But that's where Sork would be. Sork would be in the same spot. It'd be
What's the best bar build for ZT best
say. Like, the only reason we can go that fast,
pretty much anything should work, I think.
Good, right, is because we have so much damage that's like ridiculous. As soon as our damage drops, we're gonna have to stop and fight stuff like everybody else. But yeah, it's just it's tough because there's also the like perception of everything where it's like Sork seems kind of fine at first initially, and then it's kind of not fine, but then it's like I was worried about Sork even just from like reading some of the notes, because I was just like, yeah, teleport resetting with overpower just didn't sound good to me. It ended up working because of the bug, but then the bug disappeared and everybody was upset, right? So it was like it went how I expected the first time around to go. The second time around, once they fixed the bug and everyone got to experience what it was actually like with the meteor. So that, like, the overpower reset.
You should watch my NECRO right now, like if I open my stream.
You want me to pull it up? Okay, hold on. My sword, I can still do minute pits. It's not like I can't, but I need a elite to spawn near the entrance, and then for the, you know what I mean, a good layout or something.
No, NECRO, you need nothing.
Not
You
get stuck into the walls.
just fly.
Yeah, that's sick. Heck yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Like,
yeah, I love it.
and you have the Blood Rush too, so I have double teleport here actually. So I have like your teleport, and then I also have the infinite Sever Dash. So, pretty good.
Yeah, it looks good to me. Heck yeah.
It's kind of sad though, because Sever is like my favorite ability on this class, but it's also like the one that you know, is the dash. So if I wanted to make like a Sever build, because I actually have like really cool upgrades there and stuff, I'm like, huh, what do I do now? But yeah, we'll figure it out, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, the teleport thing, I don't know, right? I'm getting to the point where I'm kind of like over it. Like, it's gonna give us whatever like random cooked up stuff they can come up with. Everyone's gonna hate it, and then they'll just give us more slop on slop. What's so funny to me, the reason this is so frustrating for me personally is because they literally solved this problem in every other game. Every other Diablo game doesn't have this problem with teleport. Diablo 3 had this problem with teleport, and what do they do season 1? They put in a unique in the game that solves the problem. And then somehow 13 seasons later, they're just making teleport worse instead of better. Like, how does it get worse, right? How does it just get worse? I don't understand. Yeah, it is a tough one.
I mean, I don't know.
It's not actually
maybe
tough, it's
maybe
really
they can make
easy.
some
There's
variants
a
that kind
really
of just make teleport work, but there's like some downside to it or something until you can solve it better,
Yeah,
or you just
they
deal with
could
the
just give us-
downside.
They could just give us mana cost teleport, right? Like every other Diablo game.
Yeah, something like that would work for sure. It's kind of funny how you can just step towards will on like every build and then you have like infinite resources.
Yeah.
Have you tried that?
Yeah, you got to on Sork. You don't really need to use Tibalt unless you go like a non-shock build. But why would you go a non-shock build? Oh, your chat is a bunch of Blizzard shills. What's going on? They're like, wow, this dude's crying about teleport. I thought that people hated that stuff.
That is funny, man.
Yo, I love having to find an elite before I can spam my teleport. It's so good. I love it.
I don't know. I mean, I played Rogue and I had kind of that issue, but it didn't feel like an issue to me. So maybe it's different on a Sork. I guess we'll see when I play it, but it didn't really seem like a problem to me because I still felt fast, you know, dashing every like 5 seconds or something and just running at movement cap and so on.
Every 5 seconds. Whoa.
But yeah, I think the biggest problem is that Sork seems like behind basically the other classes. But on the other hand, I mean, they're still doing like 1 minute pits or something, so I don't know. Maybe it's okay.
Conditional speed is once again conditional speed. It's like I don't really care what a peak speed is. I care about the average speed because I want to know how much fun I'm gonna have on average.
Okay, but what is the
You
average
need,
pit
like,
run with an Eldarin build? Like, is it that much slower?
No. You can do like once you're juiced up, as long as you don't get unlucky, your average speed isn't gonna go much longer than 1:30.
Exactly. I mean,
you
like,
can
you know,
just do minutes reliably.
on the Warlock,
It's-
you know,
but
you
it's like
don't getting
you
below 2
need-
minutes, man. Like, it's
You can do under 2 minutes, I'm sure, on Warlock if you can
Yeah.
create I'm sure there's mobility builds that can do it.
yeah, okay. I mean,
I think
if you try,
class will be
sure,
able to
but
do under 2 minutes, right?
it's yeah, you can definitely do 2 minute runs, but you know, it's not like a given. Let's say that, you know, on like a specific on some Warlock builds you just can't do 2 minute runs. You know, it's like
Yeah, I would rather the reason you can't do a minute run is because of like damage, not because of speed. Like I'd like everyone to get to the speed where, I mean, at bare minimum 2 minute runs, right? But
Eldarin Rampage Warlock login. Holy. I haven't tried Eldarin on Warlock at all, to be fair. And I don't think it would really help you, because Rampage is not a cooldown, it's dominance cost based.
yeah,
so,
and
then
you have Anathema or
yeah, you have
whatever,
Anathema
right?
for
Like,
that,
it's totally
exactly.
fine.
So you can do that, and it actually gives you some offensive benefit still, which is like okay.
What is Anathema? It is. You could say that Leap is kind of like a teleport, or Rampage is kind of like a teleport. It's not really a teleport, but it is kind of is, right? It's a mobility skill. And then what does it cost? What does it cost?
Everything.
It costs resource.
Yeah, so I think Anathema is fine, but the thing is, most Warlock builds don't really feel like they have the luxury to go for it, because you kind of need the damage and the defense and everything. So, you know, or you have like some unique weapon or something that you have to go for. So it's a bit of a struggle to try to fit it in. Maybe with some power creep, it's gonna be fine. You know, like for T12 blasting, you just slot in the Anathema and you know you go. So that will be okay. But yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Eviscerate is literally losing Rampage as like a damage skill, so I can't even do that. Like the other variant. direct claws, you do like all the teleporting with the nether step, you don't have time for leaping, because you need to like extend your minions. Like basically all of the Abyss builds have that problem, they have to go nether step usually to like extend minions and stuff like that. What else? I mean, okay, like you can do Anathema in like Apocalypse build or something, but then Apocalypse has its own issue, which is that you have to like always ramp it and then go with Kaboom. So it has so much coverage though that it's probably fine, I guess. And yeah, what else? Lunatic is just generally fine, I guess, but you know, it's not on the level of like a Rogue or something. Even without Anathema, you have like so much dominance generation there that you can actually leap like every 3 seconds or so. So that's kind of nice. Plus you have the movement speed like going above the cap from the Lunatic. Kind of funny. What else is there? Yeah, there's like Anathema is not that easy to include, you know. If you don't even play a core skill build, if you play something else that's not a core skill, then you don't even really get like an offensive benefit from it. And even if you play a core skill, you still need like at least one more other core skill to kind of like ramp it fully. So you have to kind of slot something in on the bar and press that like every 10 seconds, like the bombardment. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's generally a bit of a struggle, but yeah, I guess we'll get there. You know, I'm expecting it's gonna be a bunch of fixes of Warlock in the next season, so we'll see.
Yeah. I can totally see why you don't read your chat. Reading your chat is painful.
Sorry, guys. Ouch. Yeah, that's what he said. Really mad. NECRO right now, wudijo avoiding Barb and Sork like the plague. Nah, we're gonna play all classes, don't worry. I'm actually really excited for some charge barbing. We'll see what else.
Charge barb?
Yeah. Apparently it's really good. Like, State has been cooking some charge, and apparently it's like absolutely pumping. Like, he's doing like close to 150. But I guess that's just Barb things. Yeah. But yeah, like I actually like I was very excited for charge like, from pre-launch even, so I want to check it out.
Like a bunch of minions out or something. Like, I wonder what. Or charge doesn't have a minion, does it? Or
no, it's just like a dot build, and it's just like blasting. So I don't know exactly like what he built there, but there's like some fire burn version, and you just kind of charge your packs and burn them.
Yeah. Charge Barb was really fun. I loved playing Charge Barb and Gauntlet.
Holy.
It's like season 4, season 5. I don't even remember what season it was. Some season Charge Barb was actually kind of good in Gauntlet.
Gauntlet came out in season 3, and this was also like big charge meta. I think it was probably season 3 then.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I don't actually remember which season. Was season 3? Okay, heck yeah.
Yeah, I remember I was playing charge and double swing. That was a nice combo.
Maybe
it's really fun.
Yeah. Charge and I can't remember. It was definitely fun though. Like, but Dust Devils was way more fun. Now we kind of have Dust Devils back, but it's not. I don't. Yeah. It's not. It's just for the Twister glyph, I think. I don't think the Dust Devils actually do much. I'm not positive.
Did they just use it to like ramp the glyph or what?
Yeah, so like I think once you take the Dust Devil node on Whirlwind, it turns it into a I think the regular Whirlwind gets like Dust Devil tag, and then the glyph works on it.
Oh, what?
And the glyph like gets a Giga multiplier.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we gotta do.
Wait, why does it work this way? This doesn't work this way on like rogues with like the stun grenade glyph or something. I think all of the stun grenade stuff is just like applying to the grenades themselves, and like all these like stun grenade tagged skills, I don't think I get anything. At least I'm fairly sure this is how it works. This garden says, I just summoned the 3 Witch Doctor in D4. But I mean, to be fair, the Warlock is basically the Witch Doctor, right? It's just like a demon guy instead of a like jungle guy, but like all the flavors and the skills and like, you know, how you use your spells and all that, it's basically Witch Doctor, I think. Have you done some Warlock already, Panda?
No, I haven't played Warlock yet.
Yeah. But you have played Witch Doctor, right?
Yeah, I liked Witch Doctor a lot, yeah.
Yeah, then you definitely gonna like Warlock. It definitely gives me like pretty similar vibes, to be fair. I mean, you know, like we were trash talking Warlock a bit and stuff, but it was actually a fun class, I think. I think they did a pretty good job at making a fun new class. They see to like give it something extra,
it's
you know,
hard.
some speed and whatever.
I can only speak based on what, you know what I mean, other people have told me. And the number of people that I heard say that they are switching off a Warlock, like, was a lot.
I need
Like,
to be a beer 1 minute.
Oh, I'm happy with my Warlock. Now I'm gonna play something else. It was like I'm not playing this anymore. You can't make me. And then they reload something like, you know, Barb Sork.
I did hear
or,
something similar, yeah, that's
like,
kind of crazy.
It was like a lot of, like, I didn't hear that about Spiritborn or about Paladin. I'll just say that. I didn't hear anyone complain about those classes. Well, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like no, because everyone's going to complain about something, right? But yeah, I heard a lot of complaints about Warlock. But I haven't played it myself, so I'm not judging it. That's the feedback that I've heard. Like, yeah, so the things that I heard that were bad about it, visual clarity, it was very clunky. Like, it felt like you had to do a lot more for a lot less. Like, just wasn't like very fun to them. I'm not saying that that's everyone's experience, and I'm sure a lot of people really enjoy it, and I'm sure I'm gonna enjoy it. Like, I would say that it's probably not like a hit. Yeah, I don't think it like came out swinging. You know what I mean? Like Paladin came out swinging. Spiritborn, same way. Warlock kind of flopped, in my opinion. Like if we were just to compare it to the other classes they released. Well, yeah. So to be fair, part of the problem is that the other classes aren't balanced very well. So like, if you take away Boundless and you take away Melted Heart and you take away some of this ridiculous stuff that the other classes have, then maybe Warlock wouldn't feel so bad, right? But you would still have some of the same like gameplay clunkiness issue. Yeah. Even something as simple as like neither step, right? Like you can just look at that skill and not want to cast it. It's like it's so bad. But yeah, I haven't played it myself, so it's like I don't want to judge it too harshly. I can only go based on what people have said to me. Yeah, I didn't hear anyone complain about the D2. I didn't hear anyone complain about the D2 Warlock. Let me put it that way. I'm sure I'll have fun on like a rampage build though. I'll probably just be leaping around and have fun. That is probably my game plan. Yeah, so I'm just gonna let you guys know that I will ban people that are disrespectful. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I know Woody's chat's different, but unfortunately, it's shared chat right now. So you're gonna have to follow by my rules too, which means be respectful to each other and to the streamers. If you have a hard time with that, then maybe just don't chat until I leave, right? Don't worry, you're only going to get banned while the shared chat is active. You can go back to being as cringe as you want after I leave. It's useful because this way you guys don't try coming into my chat pretending like you're like nice people or something. Yeah, no, it's really simple. You just got to be respectful to each other. It's not a complicated thing. Yeah, no, I know it's a lot to ask for some people. I know that that is very hard for some people. But that's why we ban those people, because then I don't have to deal with them. Like, this can be a fun game for me. I'm at the point on my war plans where I have to farm Infernal Hordes. I'm sure everyone can relate.
Yeah, be back, guys. Anna?
Hey, heck yeah.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry.
How you doing? Yeah, no, it's okay. I just had to go on a dad rant.
About what?
Chat was misbehaving, so I had to put on the dad voice.
Scatter, guys. But why were they like disagreeing about your negative Stalk opinions or something, or like what is the issue?
Yeah. We'll say that.
Okay. Are you gonna play every class this season, or what's your plan?
Yeah, eventually. I want to try to get, so like, that's just what I normally do, right? Every season since season 0, so season 0 I didn't, but season 1 and on, season 0, right, it was like hundreds of hours to get to max level or whatever, so it was like, or like 800 hours or something. But I didn't do every class on season 0, but season 1 onward, they made it to where it was like reasonable to level. And yeah, so I leveled every class every season. Enjoyed all of them. I usually did it to where I blast the highest difficulty without using mythics. This season we're doing it a little different, right? We're putting on the mythics. We're putting on the mythics a little earlier, but I still want to try to get Torment 12 on all the classes before the end of the season on hardcore.
Okay. Yeah, that's nice. It's kind of funny, like the split I'm playing right now, actually I removed my prediction, like I'm running 0 mythics right now. Kind of interesting build.
Heck yeah.
Necro uniques are strong, turns out. There's just so many crazy class uniques on Necro, it's insane. Proud owner of an OG level 100 account, holy. Panda was saying unstable currency needs a buff. Okay, understandable. Frozen Orb is D tier. They need to buff unstable currents. Oh shit! I got my first mythic reward. And it's mythic amount of salvage. Holy.
No. You get
Why
like
not
spots
gems?
from it.
Wait, how did I get this? Wait, I'm rank 7 on my war plans and none of my trees are maxed out. The highest one is 6 and everything else is 5, 4, and 0. And I got a mythic reward.
Yeah, I got my first one around. I don't remember. I think I had at least the Whisper tree maxed out, but I got my first mythic reward before maxing the board. It might just be that you're more likely when the board is maxed out, or maybe certain ones. It could just be that people say max out the board just because.
Yeah, I guess you have higher chances and
Had
stuff.
a max board.
But I heard a theory that basically for every activity that you have maxed, you now have a chance to get the mythic rewards. But that's obviously not true, because my Hell Tide right now is at level 4, and my total rank is at 7. Huh?
Your Whispers is maxed, isn't it? Your Whispers usually maxes really
No.
quickly.
The Whisper is 4, Night Penance is 4, Hell Tide is 4. Like this is scuffed, you know? Everything's scuffed, yeah.
But I mean, yeah. So I think that people saying you have to max it might be just wrong, right? Because I got mine before maxing.
It is clearly wrong. So we're gonna check this out. Actually, what it gives us, guys. Everyone had it already? Any mythic reward
I heard
enjoyers?
of someone getting the salvage and they got just sparks.
Depends
They
on
got
how
like
many,
3
I guess.
Sparks is what they got out of it.
3 sparks. Okay. Yeah, 3 sparks doesn't sound terrible. I mean, not that I need them right now, but I have 21 sparks, I have an entire mythic
to a
mule.
mythic charm in terms of rarity of what you could get, but yeah.
Well, is the mythic charm from that as well?
That's what people were saying, yeah, that the mythic, you get the mythic charm from the mythic seals and charms reward. So you need to get you need to get a mythic reward, and then it has to land on seals and charms.
Okay, I see. Yeah, so I still think that it's probably just unintended that they mix this. Because, you know, even if it's only from that source, right? Which is already weird by itself. You know, like, there's plenty of people that have gotten these rewards, right? Like, many people have gotten, like, some mythic reward in their warplans at this point, you know? And, you know, then maybe someone, like 2 people found one or something, you know, out of those. I think it's probably just like, okay, there is this mythic charm thing, right? It's like somewhere in the data, we have it in the planner as well, right? And I think this was probably just dropped disabled everywhere, and then they forgot about the warplans thing or something. Just like the Ur rune, like the Ur rune, like I haven't found one yet, yeah. But some people have an Ur rune, and it's the same thing, I think. You know, they just deleted it before launch, but somehow, somewhere, you can get it.
One little thing got missed, yeah.
And there's like some destructible, you know, barrel that drops Ur rune or something. You know, who knows? So I think that's kind of how it goes with the mythic charms too.
is a loot.
Yeah, people always confuse the charms with the seals. Seals and charms are two different things, guys. We're talking about mythic charms. Dude, in a Hunter Helltide is actually like a death trap for a Resolve Stacker. Like, you step 1 foot into this little zone there in the middle, and all your Resolve is gone, because it's like in a town area.
Yeah.
And then you walk out, dead. Yeah. I almost just walked in there. I was like, huh.
Resolve is tough.
Yeah, why do Resolve stacks drop anyway when you go in like on Mount even, like, you know,
It's
like
considered like a town area or something.
even on the Mount they
considered
drop, man. It's kind of wild. Can't mount. Yeah, you're gonna mount
It'll
up and get
happen
one
when you
shot.
walk into hit boss too, right? Or like,
What?
I feel like I've seen it happen walking into a boss room before. Like I walked into, I phased
Really?
like into the, I can't remember. I've seen them drop in like weird spots before though.
I haven't
wanna say
noticed
it was,
any
like,
Resolve
Duriel
stacks
or-
dropping yet. But maybe I just didn't see it.
Oh, true Patronus. Hey, I think it was a layer boss, not a pit boss, or maybe it was a nightmare dungeon.
And I mean, I still have
like
boss rooms.
changed. Yeah, the nightmare dungeon still. Maybe it was either a nightmare dungeon or it was a layer boss.
Okay, somehow this character has to survive until I finish the war plan, so we can check what we get. Can we do it, guys? Do you have any build that you're like super excited for, that you already have in mind for one of the classes that you still want to do?
Ah, no.
So you just load it up and start
Really?
blasting, or what?
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of how I approach it as well. I'm like, okay, let's load it up and, you know, just see what happens. And I kind of just landed on this Bone Spirit now, and it's fun. So
Yeah, like Warlock.
yeah, Warlock has a lot of like new mechanics and stuff you have to like wrap your head around. So I'm not sure how much you've done like pre-launch, like I know, investigation.
No,
for Warlock.
yeah, I did a little bit, right? Because I also got in on some play. I know a little bit about Warlock stuff, but like, it's not. I wouldn't say like I know enough. Not enough to where like I feel competent or anything.
Yeah, I
Normally
was
I
like,
would
you know,
already
spending all my
pulled the
time
class
before
by
launch to
now.
like prep it and whatever, right? I had like all my planners kind of like half ready and so on before
Yeah.
launch, so that was, you know, so. I mean, there were also kind of like interesting concepts that I like wanted to make guides for, that's just like never really materialized. But yeah, it is what it is, so
Yeah.
maybe next time. But yeah, Warlock on hardcore is just rough, man, I must say. It's really tough to play hardcore on Warlock. Like when I started, like, you know, like my first build was the Tyrant's Grasp, and that was kind of okay, like, you know, for like hardcore standards. But then Apocalypse, you had like -1 unique on the defensive slots, and it's like, oh, oof, yeah. I was playing with Enduring Faith like full time, and I still ripped. Ironically, because I was too tanky actually, so. My Enduring Faith just didn't save me, yeah, so I just ripped straight through it. Need to be more squishy for Enduring Faith. What's up with all these timeouts, yeah?
Yeah. I'll probably just try to, since I'm not going to like try hard that much on the other classes, I'm just going to try and maybe get a, like unlock tournament 12 on all of them.
Yeah, it's kind of tough this season, to be fair, right? Because you're already kind of slow and exploring and whatever, right? And you're also like a lot on your main class. And then it's also a super short
Yeah.
season. You know, PTR is like coming up in 1.5 weeks and stuff. So it's like, oof.
Yeah, and the Druid. So honestly, it's one of those things where the biggest like wrench in my. I love Druid, but like with how much there was to learn this season and how long like. So gearing on a basic level is not that hard, right? But gearing on like a high level is rather time consuming, and you have like the war plans not being shared across the characters. And I'm playing both game modes, so I'm like playing softcore and hardcore, sorcerer on both, druid on one, and the druid is like what I need to focus more on, but I have the most fun on my sork, obviously. So it's like this like weird balance of like I love druid and I definitely enjoy doing the guides for it, but maybe I like underestimated how much work there was going to be right this time around compared to previously, just because of how much new knowledge you need to gain. And then a lot of the builds are just completely untested. We didn't have a PTR to make gearing easier, so. But overall, I had a lot of fun. I you know what I mean. I'm not trying to complain too much about like, but just in terms of like the workload of like, normally I would play every class by now, and I would be blasting my main class the most. And so with this season, it just took a lot longer to get the guides out, to feel confident about what I'm putting out on the guides.
Yeah,
And then
for
also
sure.
we changed our format for the guides and everything, right? So it was like everyone hates me for not putting in change logs at first because I just didn't see where it was at in the little planner thing at first. So I didn't have a change log immediately. And it was just like, man.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, people
It's just like,
people
you know,
did not like the no change log thing. Well, I got better though. Or I'm getting better.
yeah, okay. I mean, I understand that, you know, not everything is like super smooth right away, so.
Yeah. But it was fun though. Like I've enjoyed it a lot.
I put my change logs, but I was formatting it wrong, so I wasn't actually like rendering in the guide, so that was great too.
Oh, true, yeah.
And then I had to go back and like make these like what is it called, collapsible things. So yeah, it's what it is. But I like our new planet technology. I think this is certainly quite an upgrade compared to before. How do you feel about it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the format of our guides. Yeah, I think they look good. I think so one thing is that the stat we don't have like the stat priority. I don't think we have the stat priorities showing anymore. So, like
the stat priority is still there, but you have to open it. Yeah? There's a button right at the top of the equipment.
oh okay. Wait, maybe let me see if I can.
You can swap between the stat priority and the gear. So for those that didn't know, guys.
Oh, you're right. Oh yeah, my bad. There we go. I just didn't know where the stat priority was at. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we need to make the button a bit more stand out, basically.
Yeah, my bad.
that was actually something I requested, but apparently didn't happen. So I guess I'm gonna get back to that.
Yeah. I was just used to the old one, so I was like, I'd scroll down and look for it. You know what I mean? But yeah, overall, I think that the new guides look really good. I think that at first it's a little overwhelming as a writer, right? Because we're not all on the same like formatting or like exactly how things would look. So like before, I think things were a little more universal, and right now we're kind of like winging it. But obviously, that's just like nature of the beast with a new thing, and we'll get a better. I think that we'll be maybe get a little more universal in the future, right? But yeah, I really like the new setup, and I like the skill tree. I like the way the skill tree looks in the planner now, or in the guide now too.
Not too bad.
Yeah, I think it just looks really good overall.
While we're at it, chat, do you guys have any suggestions or feedback for guide layouts?
They're a lot more mobile friendly now. Heck yeah, Quigs. Build import, but that requires Blizzard. Yeah, rip. That would be nice, Wonkas. Blizzard, please.
Yeah, good luck.
You want uniques showing where the I think that we had some of the uniques showing where they dropped, but then a bunch of everything changed, right? And so I think we took it away.
Yeah,
Because
this
then we
is
didn't know where
temporary,
everything
guys.
was.
So the tooltips
Yeah.
will show the top locations again. But since they moved every unique somewhere else, the tooltips are off, and then we have to fix that, basically.
Yeah. Transfigured amulet to show it's been transfigured with the second aspect. Yeah, I can see some people maybe being a little confused with that.
Got food, guys.
I don't know if I don't know if just having the icon would help the people that are confused by that. I think they might still be confused if the icon was there.
Carbonara.
Hey, heck yeah.
I gotta say heck yeah right now because Nini just made some dinner.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Mm-hmm. Pasta carbonara.
You know where to find me.
Pair of revisions. That'd be interesting. Like, yeah, I guess it doesn't keep. It would that would help a lot of the change logs. Yeah. Yeah, that would help a lot because even with the change log, it's hard to document literally every little thing you might have changed. But that also sounds like more advanced. Like that sounds like more advanced technology than what we have available.
Maybe when I have like
moment.
outdated versions of the guide or something odd.
Yeah. Basically, they would like it if you updated the guide, like the previous version. Maybe even if it's just the immediate previous version, not necessarily every version of it, right? But if like the previous version of it was like still recorded, maybe that would help some people so they can like click back and forth between them.
I mean, the easiest is to just like for us, I guess, make a new variant, right? If you do like a major rework of the guide, then you can just make a new variant, and then after a week or something, you delete the old ones at some point.
Oh, true, yeah.
So that is a workaround, basically.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So like you actually allow people to transition.
I feel bad. I was changing my builds a lot because it was like, you know what I mean? As I learn new things, as I test new things, I just slap it in the build and hit save. And it was just like, I think some people were having a hard time keeping up with the changes. Whereas like, it's a tough line, right? Because it's like you want to put out the guide quickly so people can see what you're doing. But the thing is, what you're doing might be constantly changing when you have so many changes in the game and over the period of like a couple weeks or whatever, as your gear improves, you find more stuff, etc. But yeah, just adding another variant's a good idea. Having like the old variant. If you can get your engineers to do it, heck yeah.
Oh, I got it here. So 3 sparks. There it is. On the mythic salvage reward. Okay. And a bunch of obos and stuff, I guess. Alright, I mean, I'm gonna take it.
And heck yeah, Seho.
How many souls? Oh, I didn't see it.
In.
I'm not sure how much, but probably at least not more than 2k. I'm not sure how much I had before. Maybe we see it in the replay.
Yeah, souls were a bit of a problem for me, but only for my softcore. On my hardcore character, I had 0 problems with souls. Because
Well, for me, it was the other way around, actually.
Oh, that's hilarious. On softcore, for some reason, I was like always out of souls because I was doing so many builds on Sork and Druid.
Yeah, for me, it was mostly the problem that
aspects.
Like, I didn't know how to get the souls, and also I wasted them way too much on stuff I shouldn't. And, you know, now that I actually learned how to use souls, it's better. Yeah, and now I'm just sitting here at 20k.
Yeah,
And
tempering. I don't think it's one of those things where you like, unless it's a really good item. I don't know if you really need the GA temper. Like, I'll be real.
Mhm.
Sometimes it was just like, this is painful. Just deleting souls. And then enchanting is so expensive. But gold, it's so nice running the solution they have for gold is so cool with being able to use the charm to farm gold, like with the escalation sigil or whatever. That's pretty sweet.
No, seems kind of unintended, but yeah, I guess.
I mean,
It's amazing.
it just makes it to where the average player can compete with the people that trade, right? Like a solo player that doesn't trade actually gets enough gold to where they can play around at the enchanter. Because like enchanting is just so expensive that I don't think that there is unless we're getting max gold in like hours, then it's almost like there's no way they can give us gold that you can't just delete. Like you can delete your gold so fast if you want to. Yeah, I feel like if you just keep clicking on that enchanter.
Yeah, enchanting is basically exclusively for like high-end items now, I think.
Yeah.
Or sometimes when you have like, okay, really good rolls and you really don't want to like, mess with it when you like, go back to the cube and there's like 3 offensive stat and you want to roll the 4th one or something, right? Then, okay, you have to go to the enchanter to not like completely mess it up. But yeah, you basically only want to enchant things that are easy to roll and not the things that are hard to roll, because else you're gonna get fucked.
Yeah, you gotta just but the thing is, with the cube makes the games like I've complained a lot about the gameplay of the game, like with defenses, teleports to work, everything like that. But man, the cube is so amazing. It's like such a huge step forward in the game where you can do so much with it, and you can like turn bad items into good items. You can just take a base and craft it up into exactly what you want. And it's like kind of fun. It's time consuming, but it's like a fun little part of the game, right? And it's literally so good that they would have had to butcher the gameplay for it to not be like fun and playable, because the cube is just so good.
Yeah, I like the cube a lot.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of like how the gameplay slowed down a little bit for some, but it's sped up for other classes. So it's like, overall, I'm really happy with the expansion. It's like crazy how good it is. Was not expecting it to be this good. But it's mainly the cube, I think. War plans are great, but it's kind of like slightly glorified bounty system. I don't know. The war plans are nice, but it just doesn't feel well balanced. Like, it feels like Horde should give us more experience. Like, certain things should maybe give more experience. Maybe we could have more ways to manipulate the war plan board. I think I would prefer if the war plan was like a sigil that you could manipulate in the cube kind of thing.
Oh boy.
Like, if the war plan instead created a key that you can use or something, or like created something you can use, and then you could take that thing and then manipulate it at the cube. That would be nice if you could like juice up your plan somehow. Yeah, and then sharing the war plans with a friend, that would be, yeah, you really need to be able to just start a war plan and everybody's on the same war plan. Like,
yeah,
I think that's like kind of mandatory. Like, it's just not very fun doing the like every other you do somebody else's war plan, right? If you're in a group, like, yeah.
That seems kind of scuffed.
And then obviously the account wide thing, I think everybody, did Blizzard actually say anything about that? I don't actually know.
I didn't say anything, but
change it.
I mean, I believe that we're gonna see a change next season already, but that is next season, right? So
yeah,
you're gonna hear about it soon.
Patient enough. I can wait. It's like, it's fine. We've already dealt with it this season. I definitely don't expect them to change it this season, but it's like, please, next season, let me. I like playing all the classes. I like playing all, like, you know what I mean. I like dying in hardcore sometimes. So I don't want to have to do the war plans every single time. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it would be cool if when you died, you'd like lose some progress on your war plan, but not all of it. Yeah.
Minus 10% war plan level per death.
Yeah, or like even if it just like randomly picked one of your war plans and you lost a skill out of it or lost a level out of it or something, but
Wait, are we talking about hardcore or softcore?
I'm okay with punishment. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean on hardcore, yeah. So I meant like if you fully died on a character that, because I'm okay with punishment. Like even in, I would be fine with the war plans getting deleted or whatever, right? It's just, it's not that fun. Like,
I mean, it's kind of strange because we have paragons which are not deleted, and we have stash that is not deleted, and then we have war plans that even on softcore, when you make an alt, you have to start fresh from 0 with no catch up, like, you know. And then you like load up your alt, you know, you start in Torment 8 after equipping a few mythics and a bit of paragons, and you know, war plan is like all level 0, and it's like, yeah, you know, normally by that time you would have like war plan everything like level 4, you know, you're kind of blasting, but you start your alt, you go to Torment 12 like 7 times faster. And then your war plans are like level 3, you know, it's like, what the fuck am I doing? So, it's definitely kind of odd. I mean, the good thing is that at least you can get all of the most important perks with like a few points, right? And then you just kind of juice it further if you want. So it doesn't take that long to get an alt kind of to a comfortable spot, but it's still like at least 5 to 8 hours of, you know, kind of like unlocking stuff to really get to the point where, okay, I feel like I got most of it back now, you know? So... like, you have to unlock the maggots again to farm any paragons at all, you know, you have to go farm, you have to unlock the nemesis there again to really farm bosses again, right? And all this kind of stuff, so you have to get these things. And then before you can even really jump into like a big farming session in the first place, right? So, if you actually want to just send like a, you know, 3 hours of Helltide or something, then you can't really do that until at least have like the maggots and the rats or something, right? So, it's just how it is.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think that's something that like they're totally aware of, and like, yeah. Hopefully it'll just change.
Just change it.
Yeah.
I need to start making my
yeah,
feedback
I
videos, actually. I want to make a few. There's a lot of stuff to talk about.
Right. I think they did a great job on the expansion though. It's like 100%. The story was so good. Easily the best campaign they've done on this game. Yeah, the story was really good.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it a lot. I liked Lilith, so it was like, yeah, I think they did a great job with it.
Mommy arrive, looking.
Yeah, Mommy arrive, heck yeah. No, they did. I'm just trying to, because you know what I mean. I do complain a bit about my class, but the game itself is in such a good spot. I just don't think that Swork is bad. Like, it's not fun to just press your I win bolt button to me. Like, I'd rather. I don't know. The I win ultimate button would be cool if every element got it, I guess. Nah. Be a little more okay with it then. But yeah. It just feels like cheating or whatever. It doesn't feel like yeah. I like to work for it a little bit more.
Is there like any Sorgbirds that don't rely on unstable currents that are like decent?
Good? No, not really. Well, yeah, no. No, not really.
Really? Like, I mean, like, you know, comfortable T12 lair bosses in a few seconds or something is like not a thing.
Well, you could do, it's not that you couldn't do T12 or whatever. You could do T12, maybe the bosses are a little slow. Like,
yeah, I always want to get my bosses down to the point where I can do blood. If I can do Blood Maiden before she disappears, you know, that's my target, kind of. Then I know, okay, the build is fine.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Like, it is possible, but why would you gear up a set that well? Like, it's like one of those things where how much juice you want to be out of your squeeze. How much you want to squeeze for the juice. And in this case, there'd be a lot of squeezing for very little juice. like Brosnor, for example, or whatever. It's you could make it playable on Torment 12 though. Like it's not that it's like completely unplayable. It's just completely unplayable if you were to experience what it's like playing with the other skills, kind of thing. And then Brosnor.
So basically, just never click
is
anything
really
else. Just
painful.
load up Frozen Orb at level 1 and then don't click anything else, guys.
No,
You have to be like a horse, you know, where they have like these like little, like the vision impair. I'm not sure what it's called, you know. They have like these things that, next to their head that impairs their vision, so they only see straight ahead.
oh, true.
I mean, I don't know. So, like, you know,
would help.
some carriages or something, some horses, you know, they do that so they don't get scared from like, I don't know, traffic and cars and whatever. I think so. They only see like straight ahead, basically. Blinders. It's called blinders. Okay. Yeah. So you need to play like that, basically. It's just like need an option to like turn off the rest of the skill tree. You know, just Frozen Orb. No other core skill.
Yeah. You still wouldn't enjoy Brosnor though because it gets destroyed when you shoot it into a wall. Like if you're near walls, it's like it just gets absorbed. It's like the Waller Apex. You remember the Waller Apex and how that used to exist and it would just delete your projectiles? It's like that, but it's every wall in the game that does that. And some of the dungeons have like a lot of walls.
Huh. Almost sounds like a dungeon would be underground. Interesting, okay.
Yeah, the Brosnor, it's not even like a damage. It's like a function problem. Like the skill itself just functions much worse after the expansion. It's a little unlucky.
But why did they do that?
And then, yeah, that's what I was wondering. But
I'll be here, swinging away.
that is the question. But this is what we got, so. I think people were kind of enjoying it with the fire version when you had the unlimited overpower. But obviously that was a bug, so. And then, yeah, the ice spike version is like all right. I mean, it's not really all right. I would never advise someone to play it, but if you just really did want to play Frozen Orb, there is going to be a guide for it. But I
mean,
wouldn't
season
recommend-
17.
Yeah.
Or maybe in expansion
It's
6
better
when
than
they fix everything.
Incinerate, so it's still better than Incinerate.
It's kind of wild to me that, you know, after like 2 years of like lightning, I don't know, 3 years of lightning dominance on Sorg, we go into this expansion after like all these fixes and all these skill tree changes, and it's still lightning dominance everywhere, right, on the Sorg. And like the stuff that we were waiting for, Meteor and Frozen Orb and Incinerate and whatever, you know, something else. Like it's all just shit. Like, how did this happen? Yeah. Like, I was pumped, man. And now it's just like lightning again.
Yeah. I like lightning, so it doesn't really bother me that much. It's more.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, they had like one job, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing. Is that like the biggest complaint coming into the season and like is build diversity, and like we're an elementalist class, but we're really just like a shock class, and that's fine. But I think what people really want is like a little more variety, and for like it's fine if not every element gets S tier, but like every element should get A tier, right? Like I think. Otherwise, what's the point of the archetype? Like, it's like, okay, well, here's this archetype. It's just worse.
Yeah, unless you have your blindness on and focus on pit 130. Yeah, but I mean, if your build cannot push to 130, then it's gonna be tough to feel really good in T12, I think. Like, for example, I was playing like Divine Lance and Zeal Paladin the other day, and you know, everyone was like baby raging, oh, Paladin sucks, whatever, right? But I had a fucking blast, man. This was such a vibe actually all the way. And you know, I was actually farming like 2-minute 115s with that. But then, yeah, if you can do 130, you farm 2-minute 115s, And this is also the kind of the point where lair bosses start being like comfortable in T12, right? So your potential needs to be around 130 to get to the point where you will blast the game, right? You will delete everything basically, right? And even then, Mephisto was still like a few minutes or something of fighting, right? So if your build is like significantly weaker than that, and you can't even go to 130 with a build, like on a high-end push, then it's definitely a weak build, you know? Because you're not gonna get to the point where you ever feel like, okay, now I've beaten the game, you know? If you have to fight every lair boss on T12 for like a minute or something, then oof, yeah. At least, you know, once you're like fully decked out, you don't get to the point where a lair boss just dies, right? This is kind of the achievement of a good build. And if that never happens because the build, like the archetype is too weak, then this is yikes, yeah.
Yeah. 100%. I like Shock, so it's like Shock's generally my favorite. Maybe Fire would have been, yeah, I like I like Speed, right? And I think of Electricity like is more like Speed. Yeah, I kind of wish like each archetype had a little bit of like an identity where like maybe like your fastest was Lightning, so then most people will probably play Lightning anyways, but maybe you're like most powerful with Fire, and then like maybe like Frost is like the control defense.
I mean, that's like
right?
the RPG idea of it, right? Like, you know, they're like, okay, Frost is like about control, and you have the, you know, defensive benefits, and then Lightning is giga fast, and then Fire is the big AoE kaboom. But you know, that's not how games actually work, because balance is always...
You need everything in an RPG is unfortunately
it's not just that you need everything, but also like, you know, the balance is just like giga random, right? Like every time, like you don't know what's gonna be on top, and you know, one little oopsie and suddenly Frozen Orb is the #1 build, right? So that's just how it works in this game. So you know, there's no consistency in terms of keeping this fantasy intact, right? You cannot, like, they can't do this, right? It's just not happening. Because it uses like one little balance mistake, one little oversight, and whatever, and there you go, right? We're gonna have like, what is now Barb is gonna be Frozen Orb next time, for sure, guys. But, you know, you get the idea, right? It's just like random oversights, random bugs, whatever, that pop up, and you can never say, oh, Lightning is gonna be, you know, twice as strong as Cold, and, you know, Fire is in the middle, or I don't know, whatever, right? That's just not how it works.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, they have definitely some tools to like balance archetypes in such a way now, right? If you look at how aspects and uniques function, like a lot of them are relatively generic to the point where you play like a similar archetype build, it will have a relatively similar performance. I guess you can see this on a Sorg as well, right? All the lighting stuff is crazy and all the other stuff is shit. You can see this on a Paladin, like I was playing Divine Lance and Zeal, like both with the Zealot kit, and they were like exactly the same in performance basically. You know, like I did the same tiers in the same time and so on. So, you know, that is like excellent, right? And it's also very, very expected, right? If I just use all the same aspects and the same paragons and all that same stuff, and I swap out like 2 items, then it's very easy for them to balance it in a way where they end up at the same point. So... Font of volatile primordial dust. Have you shown us a primordial? And volatile? The transfigure. Oh shit. I don't think it's a good way to get it. Just like material reserve dungeons, I guess. I wanna spam those. Would I install Crushing Amulet for Mulder Shot? Or is that a reason I prefer Contamination? Crushing is a bit higher. So I can put that on neck. Did I not put that on neck? Maybe I forgot to remove it in the planner. I mean, it's like a very slight difference, but yeah. It's like, I don't know, 1% more damage or something, I guess, if you swap it around.
What do you think about random stats on uniques?
Oh, I like that a lot.
So do you think that we should be able to manipulate them, or?
No. I would like to see a better... Yeah, I would like to see a better system than the 3-to-1 unique stuff. I think that is a bit clunky with stash and all. But besides that, I kind of like how the uniques work now. And I would like to see main stat instead of forced weapon damage on weapons, I guess. Because I feel like that's a bit more universal.
What if we could just re-roll uniques like the set charms? That would be kind of nice.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, basically maybe make this like a salvage thing or something. Like sometimes you get this reroll
like
material.
Like a unique reroll material.
And we also
like
have the we have the enhanced primordial dust, right? This would also be a good candidate for this, I think. Where maybe make this a little bit more rare. And then, okay, like you use it to get the unique in the first place, and then you just use it to reroll the unique until you get something, right? And then you have like maybe one more dummy that, or like, you know, you keep the best one, and then you have one dummy that you roll over and over until you swap it back and forth, right? So,
yeah.
And I think enhanced primordial dust would kind of solve that.
Yeah, keeping 3 is like the big problems, because like there'll be times where even unique charms, for example, is also a big problem, where because I want to save the ancestrals and the regulars and keep them separate, right? There'll be scenarios where I'm trying to save charms for 3-to-1ing, and I have 4 charms of the same charm in my bank because 2 are ancestral and 2 are regular, and so I'm waiting for the 3-to-1 with 4 items.
Yeah, the 3-to-1 is definitely too clunky. I think that needs to change in some way, like in both, like the charms and the uniques. But yeah, besides that, I'm kind of happy with how the uniques work.
Yeah, I just think that we should be able to manipulate. I'd be fine with like cube manipulation, like we can with legendaries, kind of thing.
Nah, this would make it not a chase at all anymore. Like it's so easy to craft stuff, even if you can't remove affixes. You know, like if that option is not available.
The chaotic reroll is so good. I love the chaotic reroll.
Yeah, I like doing chaotic reroll as well, but maybe this it just needs to be like more random or something. Like if you can use the prisms, maybe you can do chaotic reroll, but you cannot use prism or something, you know. Then I would be okay with that, maybe. So it's like GIGA, like random.
Chaos re-rolling for like an hour.
Basically, it's basically the chaos up from PoE 2, right? It's literally that. So I think that could be something where you have to like full YOLO it.
Yeah.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah, I think we just need something extra. I don't think that it's like a bad how it turned out or anything. I'm not trying to complain, but I definitely feel like it could be improved. Getting Bartuk and Astaroth uniques are painful. Like, then the uniques that won't drop from any boss, right? Though, like that, I would say every unique deserves a boss personally for me, and that would help as well, because the ones where it's like really painful to try and get one are the ones that are non-boss.
Yeah, but I think that's good.
Like
I think that's not bad. This is good, honestly. I'm really happy with that, actually.
You like that? You like the separate rarity of them?
Yeah. I like that there's, you know, I mean, look at some of these items, like Banished Lords, Tibord's Will. I mean, these are insane items, right? And I think they deserve to be hard to get. And with some of the stuff like Bartok and Astaroth, I think is also fine. I mean, Astaroth is relatively easy because, well, Nightmare Dungeon Farm is good anyway, and you can also have the Amalgam and so on. So I think Astaroth is not a problem. But Bartok is like definitely the toughest, right? Because not only have to do like mostly a 10-minute run, but they also have to even get enough Ether, so you have to kind of play that well. And then you get like 1 attend at the end, and yeah, Bartok is definitely rough.
Perfectly fine. And Ether is only a question mark if you're doing a 6-wave, I think. If you're doing a 10-wave and you have
chaos, you always get Bartok through. Yeah, it's not hard, I guess.
You should always get Bartok.
But either way, I think it's also good that you know, there is a boss that is harder to find than others, and then you just need to put the right uniques there, right? Like you need to get the, like for example on Spiritborn it's perfect. There's like harmony and loyalty. And these are the two uniques on Spiritborn on Bartok. And I think that is like genius, you know? So these are like the GG helms that, you know, every build wants to run on Spiritborn basically. So, you know, you have to suffer to get them. And I think that's good. So it should just be generally more rewarding to do hordes. That's the bigger problem, I think, right? Like hordes just suck, and especially if you don't need any of the Bardic uniques, you just don't want to do them at all. If you need Bardic uniques, then it's kind of okay.
Yeah, I think hordes could easily solve the gem issue. So that I would rather do hordes for gems than farm Seer's Reach.
Yeah.
You just actually got a meaningful amount of gems out of the chest. It's like that would help a lot.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the whole, like I was actually finding a lot of forts on my Warlock to get Bartok uniques actually, and then at some point I just kind of like took a step back and I was like, okay, what do I get from this? And it was like absolutely nothing of anything, and I was like, okay, I just wasted like, you know, 3 days running in circles here, trying to get the neck that I never got with a good roll anyway. And then I just went to, then I just fuck it, and I went to Belial, and like, you know, 20 minutes later I had a good neck, right? So that was definitely scuffed. But yeah. There are more bits of ridiculous gear requirements coming. I mean, this one definitely is tough to gear. My gear is so scuffed, man, after all this time all day. Important uniques should not be locked behind Bartok. I think powerful uniques should be. I mean, if you want, you can take a Spirit Bomb build and equip a Partition until you get a good harmony.
What do you think about the pits with like the progress, or like do you think it's a bug that some of the enemies don't get progress, or do you think that's like an RNG thing they put in intentionally?
What do you mean they don't give progress?
Sometimes you'll get layers where like the maggots don't give you like, I think it might be other enemy types too. The normal enemies literally just don't give you progress.
No, this might just be because they're too squishy, and it probably mostly scales with their HP. But they drop a lot of progress globes.
Do give, well, it's not every time. It's like sometimes.
Oh.
It's like, I should just record it and report it, I guess, because it's probably a bug.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was thinking maybe they wanted some kind of like variance where it's like the opposite, like, so we have the extreme of like some monsters are worth like better progress. And I was thinking maybe it could be like the opposite of the extreme where they wanted some that are just like worth nothing. You get like a dud layer. But that seems kind of troll. So I was just, yeah.
It might just be buggy, honestly. But I didn't really notice that, honestly. Like, okay, I know some ones are faster than others and whatever, but for the most part, I'm kind of chilling.
Whole, yeah, you'll get like an entire layer where the only thing that gives you progress is like the elites, or they give you like 1% of the normal progress, because even the elite doesn't give you like the big juicy progress you're used to seeing. It's still, but you actually notice the bar moving, whereas like unless you kill an elite on that layer, you'll get like the bar like it visibly moves technically, but you have to be like staring at it to notice the difference by the end of the run, or by the end of the layer. It's probably just a bug. I just need to get a clip of it next time it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like how rare the echoing hatred is?
Yeah.
Or like the seals? You like that rarity too?
Well, I know some people are unhappy they've never found one and so on, but trust me, you don't want to do it more often than that. So it's like, yeah,
You didn't like doing that?
Yeah, okay.
guess it's the
I
same as
do
D3,
like
right?
doing
It's
it, but
literally
I don't.
copy-paste
I
in
really
D3,
don't want to do
right?
it
But-
more than I do now. You know, so it has like a very
I've only done
fast
one. I've only gotten,
expiry.
So I'm Paragon 260 something on hardcore and then 250 something on softcore, and I've only gotten one on softcore.
Yeah,
One
so
of the echoes.
yeah,
And
basically
I just got it yesterday.
the way that you
Yesterday
have to
was
see
the
this
first time I
is
got it.
okay. Like right now, everyone is like, "Oh my god, I've never found one. When can I finally get one? It's way too rare." Blah blah blah. Right? But once you have done it once, like the novelty and the curiosity factor will wear off. Right? Maybe you're
What are
gonna
you
do it 2 or
talking
3
about? I
times.
want those goblin bags. What are you talking about? I mean, a
Oh my
loot.
god. Yeah, you get them as a goblin bags after like 15 minutes of running in a circle. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think it could go a little faster, but if it went too fast in the beginning, then you would miss out on that sweet portal, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I liked it though. I still
Yeah,
enjoyed it.
I don't think that's a bad
like the
content or
goblins in
anything, but it doesn't have a lot of replayability. That's what I'm saying. The replayability is
You
relatively weak.
underestimate my goblin.
The first for the goblin bags, yeah. Anyway, maybe they're gonna tweak it a bit, or maybe we just haven't figured out how to farm it properly. So I know, for example, in Undercity it drops very often, but maybe people are just not farming enough Undercities. I think you can also get it from like the Corons, cursed machines in the pit. I think I spec'd into this for like a few hours and I actually got one there, so it might be like a thing there. So yeah, there's probably places to farm this, but no one is really doing it, because everyone is just doing the other upgrades, or maybe no one is just farming Undercity or something, and so on.
Yeah.
I also heard that, for example, Crux drops more often from Harbinger, apparently. So, I don't know, I haven't really like, found Harbinger, but, you know, there's like little things like that, right? Where I think,
I like things like that, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense, I
don't think
guess,
that,
right?
Like everything needs to come from everywhere or anything like that.
Yeah.
I do, yeah. I know that I'm a little bit of the opposite end of the spectrum as you, where you like the full chaos RNG. I like things to be a
No,
little more
that's not
deterministic.
true. Like I like partially the RNG, and I also like partially the, you know, you need a good mix of both, I think. You know, if you want to have like a real chase, like I like the random uniques, and I also like that some of them are hard to get. I think this is a good combo for specific items, you know, not for everything. I don't want every unique to be hard to get, but I think it's good that stuff like, you know, Banished Lords, which is an insane item, you know, that one is just like the fucking unicorn, right? So not only do you have to get it in the first place, but you also have like giga stats on it that you can roll, right? So, and I think that's good. You know, this is very important. And you have other stuff. Okay, you know, you play Lunatic Warlock, you go to Grimoire, do 5 kills, you have 3 uniques equipped, and now you're in T12. That just happens, right? So
I like Lunatic Warlock though. I like Chicken Doctor, so
yeah, and exactly. Like Lunatic and Warlock has like literally all 3 uniques sort of built from the same small lambos. So it's like,
yeah,
it's kind of funny, yeah.
yeah.
And Like, you literally do like 3 kills, you have everything, huh?
Yeah, maybe I'll just play Lunatic Warlock just because I like that. Well, there was a little bit of an issue with it on hardcore, right? Or like where you're like stuck in the form, or I feel like I remember.
It's not an issue.
Maybe-
So this happens when
okay.
you I think when you transform, right, when you zone into a different area, like outdoors, then you can get stuck there for like 10 seconds, but you just run around basically. Yo, Kush and Kelfos, thanks guys. Glad the video helped, by the way.
I think the general unique ones are fine when it's like a defensive slot because it's not that hard to get the stats you want. When you're trying to go for like 3 out of 4 good rolls, even on a on the
glove or amulet, man, holy, yeah.
Yeah, it's so painful.
And I mean,
You could have
it's
so
good.
many,
I think.
or you
I think.
could have-
I think it's good.
Yeah,
But I like the
mean,
idea of
yeah.
the chaotic
It's
reroll
just-
without a prison man.
What's funny for me to think about is like how it affects our guides, right? Because there's some uniques where it's like Boulder. Right now, I'm recommending Lockrans, but it's like it's kind of hard to get a good Lockrans, right? So it's like
I do just
it's
have like
almost
infinite
I
critter
should
or what?
only put that on the push or something because it's so try hard to even get a good Lockrans.
Yeah, that's true. Like it is the same thing I had with like the Apocalypse Warlock as well, where you get the Spartok amulet. But in the end, I decided, okay, I was gonna go for it. But you can just run a normal neck, and then maybe you get it right at some point, or maybe just skip farming Bartok, and it's okay as well. Right? It's not like a mandatory item. So, and I think it's also interesting that you can work around these things, right? If you can't fit in Locrans, okay, maybe you're gonna get a bit less crit chance or whatever. Like I'm not sure how this works for you with this build, but maybe you can like supplement it or
Boulder gives
substitute.
you Boulder. You get one crit for every resolve, and you have like over 50 resolves. So it's like kind of
Okay.
easy to slot in the Lockrans.
Okay.
'Cause
Yep.
then you would just build your crit like normal. So it's like normally you can just give up 50% crit on your items.
Yeah. Okay.
But
yeah,
with
but okay,
Lockrans,
there you go,
basically
right? Like
you
you would gear it a bit differently, and then you would just not do the Locran, and you would get something else out of it. So I think this is fine.
Yeah. That creates additional problem where the gear you're gearing for your like so this from like a guide writing perspective of like trying to make sure the gear progression to like the push is like similar to the end game kind of thing, to where you're at least kind of working on similar items if you do decide to push. Whereas like if one set's Lockrans and one's not, then it's like completely different. But yeah, that's just the reality. If you want to try hard push, realistically, Boulder shouldn't even have a try hard push. It'll push, but it's not gonna push it. Like yeah, Druid's in an interesting spot where a lot of builds can get into 130s because of the Earth set. Because the Earth set is like, you know what I mean? The barber. Stored damage that explodes on everyone around. It's like, cool. Let me just multiply my damage by the number of enemies. Sounds reasonable.
And then we doubled it.
Literally. And then it's a 200% instead of a 100.
Okay, I didn't even know that one.
Yeah, that's 200% of the stored damage.
That was funny, actually.
And they doubled it because we have Shatter too. You have Shatter and you have Earth set. Or I mean you have Azor Wrath, but you know what I mean. Like we have Earth Shatter with the Song of the Old Mountain, and we have Frost Shatter with Azor. Or
By the way, someone mentioned that you have an error in the Boulder guide with the glyph. You should check that out. If it's like in the wrong area or something.
the oh yeah, I could see that. I could see actually misplaced outmatch maybe. Might have changed them around a little bit recently. I'll go look at it. This horde. Hey, I appreciate you pointing that out. Heck yeah.
Yo, Jackie. It's hard to give a diagnosis about why damage is meh. But maybe the rolls on your uniques are bad. You know, especially if you use the Pain Gorgers, there's a lot of damage stats that you might not have if you have a bad roll. Or like the affix range of the unique effects can be lower. Maybe a low Paragon is low, your glyphs are low, so just like try to improve your gear across the board. Or maybe, you know, you're too used to Barb or Sorg. This is not a Barb or a Sorg. So that's another thing. But you'll get there, don't worry. Yeah guys, there's a bug how to get 2 unique charms in a build. So that's what some people do on the leaderboards. Dude, how many legit non-bug, non-RMT, like rank 1s have we actually had this entire season so far on the leaderboards?
Is there any like, I mean, has there been any? I don't know. I honestly, they got so bugged so quickly that I literally stopped paying attention to the leaderboards. I just stopped looking at them. I mean, what's the point?
Yeah, it's wild. It's,
Cheater board? It's like, heck yeah, I love cheater boards. Cheater boards are my favorite.
Yeah, I'm quite glad that I was playing like Warlock and it was on hardcore where we don't have like a lot of these issues. And I did manage to get the rank 1 last week actually, so it's there, but too bad it's gonna vanish.
Hey, heck yeah. Let's go.
And then like the eviscerate bug came in and I was like, okay, like what the fuck am I gonna do now? So great.
Rip. Big rip.
A cheese board.
Everybody likes some good cheese.
True. It's Carl Worf in a pensional build. I think my TS has it in a guide. It's like alright. But I didn't run with it.
Lactose intolerant though.
That's a yikes.
I'm not actually. I'm no, I'm like slightly.
Okay.
I can't drink as much dairy and eat as much cheese anymore.
I haven't published a build yet, but there's a Bone Spirit from Zarok on Maxwell. And I think our builds are relatively close. I had to check it out actually, I haven't really looked at it. But just like kind of judging from how you have to build it. There's like separate ways to like solve your resources, and I think he's doing it differently. Do I send a Mephisto with this character? Have you done it yet on hardcore? Mephisto?
I have not, but I think I easily could on my Sork right now. It's just because I've done it quite a few times on softcore. But I'm like almost done with my war plans. I just don't see the reason to do it until I'm done with my war plans.
And then you can whip the character.
Yeah, exactly.
I've just accepted my fate at this point, you know. Okay, I've finished the war plans once now, and for my alts I just accept my fate for now and we'll hope for the best. That's very nice, by the way. Did A2?
Yeah. Yeah, I died early on because I think the Bloodseekers are bugged.
Can I get the plate or you're not done?
Wait, what's wrong with them, Panda?
They do like insane damage. I even looked at my character's stats. So I was Torment 1, right? This is Torment 1. I had max life on every slot. Every single slot had max life and another like defensive. Like rings, amulet, everything had max life. I had a decent amount of where I don't know how much Paragon I had. But I was like fairly tanky for Torment 1. Because it was full 850s, all max life. Character was pretty well built out. I died in less than a second to the Bloodseeker's fire chains.
I think it's generally like an issue with the fire chains.
I mean, I tank the fire chains no problem on Torment. Like, as long as it's a normal elite.
Yeah, no, like, have you tried the butchers of the fire chains from Helltide? Like, they are insane. Like, even with resolve stacking, I would not take that node. Like, they are actually ridiculous. Like, in a Nightmare Dungeon, you can have 2 of them spawn next to you. Like, the chain, like, going straight for you as they appear, and you're dead. That's it. Like, it's crazy. Like, I had, like, my rogue was really tanky. I played a non-resolve stacking rogue on softcore. And I was just trying to make a real build, right? And I had like 7 or 8 million toughness, and I got killed in 1 tick from that fire chain. So
yeah, that's how. Like I did the
Oh, it's
frame
crazy.
thing, and it's like from frame to frame, I go from full barrier, full life, full barrier, from like 1 frame to the next. My barrier's almost gone. This is like just 1 frame of like moving the clip thing, and it's like less than a second. It's like the second just moves from 3 to 4 in the clip. And it's not even a full second. I just like instantly evaporate as soon as I touch the chains, and I can't even see the chains because the hellmouth is blowing out the dudes, right? So the hellmouth is shooting all of this stuff out. I can't see what's going on the screen, or even that there is fire chains. And on top of this, the Bloodseekers have so many affixes on them that it doesn't even say in the little text thing that they had fire chains. It doesn't even say demonic chains on their list of affixes.
Nice.
Because they get more than like what's allowed in the text, I guess.
Yeah, dude, the fire chains are ridiculous. Like, maybe it's like some sort of like you know, server tick rate issue or something. Maybe it's supposed to hurt like that, but you know, tick like 5 times less often or whatever. But it just like instantly evaporates you because it ticks too often or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, the high pit boss last night, there was a little corridor and kept dropping those blood pools. Yeah, this is the goat boss. And the goat boss is buggy. This is just a bug. So he drops like 10 void zones on top of each other all the time. So once you know that, you cannot play it. Yeah, so that one is dangerous for hardcore players for sure because of the bug. And they haven't fixed it since last season. But you know, it's like easy to bait it out and then you just fight him normally. So that's it. But you also have the viscous death boss. It's also ridiculous. He also has these cold beams, and they just instantly operate. I think it's the same issue as the fire chains.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's something going on with this shit. Honestly, there's something wrong.
Yeah, it's specifically the beam. It's not where you're standing. It's the beam that's shooting to those ground things.
Yeah, exactly.
That deals all the damage.
Yeah, it just insta kills you.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably just a bug as well, like all the beams or like the chains or whatever. Like it seems like it's the same code. So there must be something
No,
off.
I think the Bloodseekers, it doesn't matter what affix they have. I think all their affixes hurt a lot. I just happened to touch the fire chains.
Okay,
I mean,
Bloodseekers are
even on
definitely
softcore, even on softcore, I heard people like Hysteria was telling me about how he had to literally kill the Bloodseekers off screen, like to fight them.
Yeah, they're definitely
Like, I don't
kind
think
of
that's. And this is when he could normally farm everything else, including the layer bosses, right? On that torment difficulty, like he could. Layer bosses couldn't kill him, but Bloodseekers could force him off the screen.
Yeah, but okay, you know, it's like once you know this, I think it's okay, right? Bloodseekers are still juicy, right? You just get a bunch of Andari uniques all the time. I mean, it's a juicy payoff for that, I think.
Okay, what about the Grigor Knights though?
Yeah, they give you Grigor stuff, and Grigor is like one of the small guys, right? But
know,
Andari
there's
is
a-
one of the big. So
I mean, I guess.
yeah, the Grigor Knights, I mean, they're just whatever, right? They just
Just
explode.
put in the Bloodseeker node and tell me how that goes for you in Helltide.
I mean, are they different?
just for
Okay, I had Bloodseekers in the pit at least on some of my characters.
Okay, yeah, no, try just for science on a character you don't care about. Take the Bloodseekers in Helltide and just go fight some Bloodseekers in Helltide on whatever difficulty you're normally playing. Just for science, and then let me know how that goes.
Okay, maybe. Once I reach Paragon 300. Oof.
Yeah. What are you up to now? I haven't actually. Because I haven't really paid attention to it. Oh, 287, nice. What do you like to do for Paragon? What's your favorite?
I mean, I
just do
wasn't
everything
really
and
like
then you
chasing
just get
Paragon. It
there
just kind of like
onward.
happens, right? I just picked the maggots in the Helltide, and then I picked the globes in the city, and then like
Yep.
the pit XP globes I just never really get to on my alts anyway, and that's it. So it just kind of happens.
Yeah.
What damage types are Bloodseekers? Yeah, they have like all random elite affixes.
An excellent pull, my friend. Fate smiles. Care for a game of chess? It's worth something. Not much, but something.
Yeah, maybe Bloodseekers are a bit overtuned. But I think they should definitely be tough, at least. You know, they're juicy. So
Well, yeah, I don't think they should be easy, or like I'm not trying to say like
yeah, well,
give
Kiefer,
me easy mode. I'm just
thank you.
saying like give me a monster that is set in the difficulty that I'm playing in.
Maybe Bloodseekers just come from Summon 12 when you're in T1.
Yeah, right. I don't think it was that bad. I think I would have died even faster then. I don't think I would have seen my barrier get deleted, and like it would have just been one per aimed. But yeah. They always have like some sketchy hardcore bugs, like every season. It just happens.
Yeah, I noticed on Mephisto actually, something is off there. So I like when I was doing my testing on my rogue.
Oh yeah, the rogue. I saw some of those clips. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit weird. I think it has to do with like the poison attack, and it's just like not rendering or something. But it's still odd, yeah. Because one of them I was like saying in the Varhir bubble, and when you get like a dot applied to you while you have a damage reduction, then it will, you know, snapshot that damage reduction basically, right? So
Yeah.
I just died straight through that instantly, so that was definitely weird. I'm not sure what's going on there. And it happened on a different build again later, the same thing. So it wasn't a build or something, you know, like one time I killed my own rogue with my lucky hit procs or some shit. I remember that. Have you seen that rip actually? This was on Harbinger, like a few seasons ago.
Yeah. I was watching your clips of the Harbinger stuff, and I was wondering if your clone was killing you somehow.
Yeah. Yeah, do you know what it was in the end?
But a second, one of them, your clone, you didn't attack, so it didn't look like your clone attacked either.
Oh shit, 20 got
But
subjects.
it was like your clone dashed to you. In both clips, it almost looked like the clone dashed to you, and then you got the big poison dot on you for some reason.
You just got 20
but
subgifts
yeah.
here from G Furion, man. Thank you.
Hey, heck yeah. Let's
Thank
go.
you. Badge upgrade in range. You died to Bloodseekers in the pit at tier 8 at season start, and I was pretty much monitoring everything. The Bloodseekers are definitely rough, so every time I engage them, I'm also like, you know, alert. But I do like taking them because it's really rewarding, right? It's really juicy to do Bloodseekers. Just get a free and down your loot. And in Helltide, I think they give you like the chest loot, right? It's actually kind of crazy. You open the big chest and then just farm Bloodseekers. If you want to sit in Helltide. I think Bloodseeker farm is definitely legit though. Like we were just talking about this. But they're like really rewarding. So if you can handle them, I think they're nice.
Well, it might be that the Helltide ones are specifically bugged and the other ones are fine.
Yeah, Pit is definitely rough too. I think it's just the same Bloodseekers. Like in the Pit, when I go to the point where I do like longer than 3-minute runs, I really don't want to fight Bloodseekers either. You know, if I do like 90 seconds speed blasting, sure, you know, I walk in, I explode them and it's fine, but they're also tanky, man. Some of them are tanky like a boss, man. Is this build very good dependence? It's definitely quite some setup to solve, I would say, yeah. But okay, you can get started with not too much. I kind of started this pretty early when I was like setting up the character. I was playing a bit of Blood Storage and then I just swapped over to this and we just kept improving it. So main things I resolved my resources through Tybalt's Will. And then everything else kind of just came after that. Oh, Chrono Sword, thank you too.
I love Helltide though.
I think Blight would have very different gear though. Like,
I
this is not a dot
absolutely love
build.
Helltide.
Yeah, it feels
I
good to
always
do
like
Helltide.
Helltide, but now it feels really rewarding too. Like it feels much more rewarding than before. You
Yeah, it's
get,
also
like,
good
the
that it's like actually
experience.
T12 difficulty, right? Where, you know, it's like relevant difficulty basically, and, you know, that was kind of missing
Yeah,
as well
that
from
helps.
Helltide. Also, I think like, you know, their bosses and like, you know, the rest of the content are a bit like closer together now compared to like T4 times, where their bosses were just like, you know,
Yeah, like
ridiculous.
bosses were like
Yeah.
three torment tiers higher than whatever you're doing, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. And now it's like, okay, you know, if you can blast
Like
a
a
torment,
couple.
then you can take down a damn boss in maximum a minute or something, right? And then you get to a point where it's like 30 seconds, and then you get to a point where it's like 15 seconds, and then you're like, okay, maybe I should go up a torment now, right? So it kind of works out this way pretty nicely, I think. And then eventually you reach T12, and then like, okay, like I have the same thing again. Okay, my levels is like a minute. Okay, let's get a bit stronger. Okay, my levels is 30 seconds. Nice. Let's get a bit stronger. Okay, now it's 15 seconds. And now it's 5 seconds, right? And then, okay, now I'm done. Kinda, yeah. So this kind of, I really enjoy that part actually. Where it's like, okay, I get to T12 and I can do it. But you know, I really wanna destroy everything, right? And then I have to work on that. And getting to T12 is not so hard. But actually being at the point where like it's just comfortable and you destroy it, that's the hard part, and it's a really fun journey I think right now. It's like, okay, I'm gonna improve this item a bit, I'm gonna get a better unique here, and so on, right? Get some more glyph levels, and you kind of feel the difference. And every time you go to a lab boss, I feel better.
Yeah, I think layer bosses are much better state than before in terms of like relative difficulty. I agree with you. That is
Yeah,
definitely
hotfix, Astro
one of the better
farm.
changes they made.
What?
I think it's like really demoralizing, right? Whenever you're like, oh, okay, I'm blasting this content, and then like turns out I'm not. So when it's a little more in line, it makes a little more sense. But obviously, it shouldn't be just the same as like a dire dungeon boss. I think they did a pretty good job with the Mephisto fight too, but I really hate the phase transition. Like the first couple times, it's like, yeah, this is really cool, but can I have that like 2 minutes back every fight?
Yeah, I think they should probably just nerf his XP a bit, and then like make the phase transitions like on Lilith, where you don't go out of character, right? And just make it all a bit faster.
Yeah.
Like, just like, okay, like, you know, from phase 2 to phase
Or like a
3,
skip
okay,
button.
like the wave eats you, and then, you know, don't have this like 10-second black screen, wake up, blah, 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 right? Just like, okay, like, you know, the wave eats you, and like, you know, 3 seconds later, he starts with like the wave and you run away or something, right? It's just like, okay, it loads into the next zone and there you go. And the same with the phase 1 to phase 2 transition as well, I think, right? You can just make it, okay, like he falls into the pool, and you make everything a bit faster, and he comes out like 8 seconds later, and you're fighting again or something, right? So I think that would be fine.
Yeah, I just think we should be able to skip the scenes. I don't really care how long it takes them to load whatever they need to load, as long as I can press the skip button.
Yeah, we don't really have that though, right? I mean, okay, we have like the
You
campaign
can skip.
cutscenes.
You can skip campaigns cutscenes. Like this is a campaign cutscene, basically, is like what it feels like to me, but you can't skip it. Like, it'd
Yeah,
be different if it wasn't a cut. Like
I would prefer it like
if I was
Lilith, you
watching
know?
something
It should be like
happen while
Lilith,
could
I
walk
think.
around. Yeah, exactly. So like Lilith, you're waiting for the thing to happen, but it's different because I'm still like controlling my character. It's not as like
Yeah, exactly. I need to do it like that. And where, okay, there's a phase transition, and it doesn't have to be like as long as Lilith. Make it a bit faster, make it stay in character, and there you go, I think.
yeah.
And then you nerf the XP a little bit, so you don't actually farm XP at Mephisto, and there you go.
Is that what people are doing? Is that a good? How much experience are you getting from Mephisto?
It's like 35 million, it's a lot. So You have to make sure that this is just like less than whatever else you can do, right? And right now it's balanced because in the cutscenes, but if they remove the cutscenes, then you're gonna farm Mephisto. So
It's balanced because of the cutscenes. That's funny.
yes. You're getting stronger by looking at the cutscenes. You can see it that way. No mythics, yeah. This build is a mythic-less build. Can we add a build guide or note exercise what to do after having finished leveling your character? We have a whole bunch of like beginner guides. There's a getting started section you can check out. There's like a endgame progression guide that talks about how to go from tournament to tournament.
Thing. I gotta go fix that Paragon board.
Sorry?
I got out of the horde and my brain just reset. Now I'm back in a horde and I remembered, but by the time I'm done with the horde, I won't remember. So I need to, after this wave, I gotta go back to town for a second. Or I will forget again. Goldfish memory.
Seal of Diamond Mine did not work off the multi-shot build, no. I didn't use it at all on Rogue, actually. I got one, but I never really found a use for it on Rogue.
What was your favorite build on Warlock so far that you had like the most fun on?
It was definitely Lunatic, I think. I mean, I also really enjoyed Tyrant's Grasp, but it's like not a hardcore friendly build at all. And Apocalypse, kind of same story. So Lunatic is just like kind of good at everything. And you see things, so that's cool.
Yeah, yeah, that always helps.
Also rotation on this build. Right click, and then every 8 seconds a golem or a blood rush.
To be honest, this is probably the first season where I didn't just play like the top build for my Sork.
And then every 10 seconds a bone storm.
For like testing and stuff, but just like I've kind of just stayed on charge bolts the whole time. I never went to ball lightning.
How's the charge bolts actually? Is that good?
Yeah, it's good considering we've never had a charge bolts guide before, and now we do. It's like it's a unstable currents, right? It's like unstable currents, and no, it's not so good. But
you'll do some charge bolts then. That's something I'd be excited for.
Yeah.
Shit.
It feels good because it has such good lucky hit chance. It gets a bunch of attacks off. So for hardcore, it feels really amazing with the elemental attunement. I just can spam my ice armor as much as I want. Yeah. So it feels really good.
But Mythics make this better in a way.
Charge bolts is much worse.
Dude, I'm Peg on 288. I don't like
The
Mythics.
animation on ball lightning, just in terms of frames.
This build just doesn't have Mythics.
And then realistically, you kind of just end up as like a slightly hybrid ball lightning build because you like use ball lightning enchantment, but you don't have to scale ball lightning. Like I don't use strike, I don't use Stormhorn, and I don't put ranks into ball lightning. But if you were gonna push, you'd probably just want to put ranks into ball lightning, try to get both. You have to give up some ice armor ranks if you want to get both, so it's kind of tough on hardcore. Because ice armor is so good. Not just getting the 100% barrier, but you get more armor for every rank.
Oh, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, like my ice armor right now is like over 150% armor, so it's like a juggernaut enchantment, or like a juggernaut aspect. 234% bonus armor right now on my ice armor.
Is that like... Wait, does it even give barrier still? What does it even do now?
It gives you barrier. Yeah, you get 100% barrier. You get unstoppable for 1 second or 2 seconds. You get 1 second of unstoppable. You get barrier and you get armor.
Okay.
With the
Can you make it permanent, or does it have a cap?
Well, you know, so I have the that's what I was talking about. The lucky hit. There's a resource aspect, elemental attunement. The lucky hit chance to reset your defensive cool, to take 10 seconds off of one of your defensive cooldowns. Teleport's also a defensive cooldown, so it's kind of cool. So you can spam. I just sit here and spam teleport and ice armor. Even without the sword, as long as you have enemies to hit, you'll keep getting your lucky hit trigger. But as soon as you run out of enemies, the teleport won't keep resetting, obviously.
Okay.
So,
Cool.
like my ice armor doesn't even like I can pretty much have permanent unstoppable as long as there's enemies around. Even though the unstoppable lasts 1 second, I'm like almost permanently unstoppable as long as there's enemies. I'm like permanently unstoppable, 200 and whatever % increased armor, max barrier that's refreshing every second. Pretty good for hardcore.
Yeah, sounds strong.
I mean, but it's even good. It's even good on softcore is the thing. It's like literally so good that I put it on my softcore builds because like I was already using elemental attunement on hardcore, but I was like, softcore players probably don't need this. But after the teleport change, I kind of just decided that it makes it more fun. You lose a little bit of damage on the end game set, but the thing is that even the push set uses it because you want to reset your Frost Nova. For staggering the boss with a signet. So you end up, I use it in the push set too, is what's funny. But yeah, pretty amazing aspect. I'm actually surprised how strong it is. But it does take up a resource slot. I kind of like how there's a lot of... I was actually thinking, man, it'd be cool if we could get resource on our amulet too. For the...
What?
For the cool. If there was cools that gave us like different aspects than just utility. Like there's a resource one too.
Yeah, but the resource ones are really strong. So...
Yeah, I know. That's why I want it. Come on. You can solve so many problems with the resource ones. On Druid, like it's the Orange Herald. It's so not Orange Herald is so good for Druid because you have such a hard time reducing your ult cooldown normally, anyways. Like Lightning Storm is the only good thing for Calm Before the Storm. Most of the other skills just don't either hit enough or have a high enough lucky hit to be super viable. And there's so many good resource aspects that solve a lot of your problems, but you have to give up a bunch of damage. It'd be great if we could just give up a little bit of damage and still solve some of our problems.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
think
late game chase,
the
right?
game would probably be better if like all of the offensive aspects were maybe like half the value or something, and like the same with the uniques, right? So something like that, I think would probably be pretty good, because then you would actually like more often have a bit of an alternative with like a resource aspect, or even like a utility that also gives you like an offensive value in some way.
Yeah,
Right now we don't really have
called
that.
Armageddon, 225% on a one-handed slot.
What the fuck? What does it do?
225. If you have your ult, you get whatever. You get a damage 225 for whatever meant your ultimate is while it's active. As long as as long as your ultimate's active, you get 225, and then it's whatever element that matches your ultimate.
What the
I
fuck?
should have just read whatever it says. I wasn't. Your ultimate skills grant 225% increased damage of its element type while active. Yeah. Okay.
And is that a multiplicative or with the other element limits?
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
the fuck?
Or I mean, like, yeah, it's like, it's just a multi. It's like a 225 multi.
I didn't.
It's
Even
not.
even
It
with
doesn't-
that,
it's
frozen
not-
orb
it doesn't
sucks.
stack into. It's its own multiplier. It's like its own separate bucket. Not a. It doesn't add into like the elemental, the all damage thing or whatever. It's like its own
Yeah.
multiplier. It's like,
Current best legit here
yeah,
for pen
that's pretty
shot.
good.
I
And
think
we
it's
have
like
overwhelming
143.
currents, right? Overwhelming currents, 3% increased damage, right? Sounds innocent enough. For every time you get a shock critical hit, it can stack to 1,000. You can get a 3,000% damage aspect. However, it only lasts 4 seconds, and it doesn't refresh. So you usually only hit the 1,000 on like towards the end of the thing. But you obviously you don't need to get to 1,000 to make the 3% really good.
Yeah, and it's just need 20 also, and then you have like the same as another aspect.
Yeah. Yeah, so you easily get to like, even with like not trying very hard, you easily get to the hundreds. Even before you're crit capped. But then like once you're crit capped and you have a bunch of enemies, it's just like, yeah, you're just at 1,000 for like half the packs or whatever when you're pushing.
Can you see like a counter of this or something?
Yeah, it's a tool, it's a buff on the bar, so you can just watch it count up.
Oh shit!
The work has absolutely
Oh.
insane aspects, and it's mainly the shock ones.
I got a mythic seal.
Oh, let's
From-
go.
From Kickstarf in Helltide. What the fuck?
Okay.
Okay,
Which
it's
one?
a...
Did you get the mythic seal or did you get
No,
one?
I did not get the mythic seal, man. I got the severed finger. The
Rip.
2 uniques.
Big rip.
Yeah.
Seal of the middle finger, yeah.
Seal of mythic. Yeah, this is like the red-headed stepchild of mythic seals, right? Like the 3 uniques. I think that has maybe some potential on some builds or something. Yeah, but yeah, Diamond Mine is like the good one, and then they have like this one in the middle. It's like just always awful, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. The good one is called Diamond Mind, which is -1 set item required. So you can combine a 5 and a 3-piece set. I think it's good for my build. No, I mean, NECRO sets are really weak. So NECRO sets, if that thing had rolled +1, I might have tried it actually. So 2 uniques, 2 set and 2 set. Like I could actually have 2 separate 2 bonuses for this build. That would work here. And we give up the 5-piece and a 3-piece basically. So that would be something to try. But since it didn't roll the +1 charm slot, it's F. It's my 5th mythic seal this season now.
5, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I only got 1. I got 1 on softcore. And then, yeah, I didn't get any on a hardcore yet. Unlucky.
I think of Epoch Warlock. I think it's great. Which Warlock build can you play now? Yeah, you can still play all the same builds as before. I recommend Lunatic. Make mythic seals great again. That'll be cool. Yeah, so I have this thing already on like some mule. I can soon feed one it, holy.
You know if the orb thieves, those like spawn somewhere in the pit. They don't like pop up randomly on you, right?
No, they just appear, yeah. They're just like an elite pack
There's
or
like
something.
somewhere already there. Yeah, okay. I'm just thinking like if it's safer boost, like if that the people chilling at the entrance would just randomly have a goblin pop up and then start dropping traps on them or something.
No, I don't think it's gonna happen.
Okay. I finished my pit board. My hordes have almost caught up to my nightmare dungeons now that I'm like hard focusing them.
Yeah, I feel like when you level your glyphs, you kind of get most of the pit stuff done from that, basically. Like, I just leveled 5 glyphs now, and my pit is at almost 7, yeah. And my glyphs are 100...
Wow, really?
Yeah, just like 5 glyphs, and the glyphs are 118, it's not even that crazy, so... And I leveled like 2 more glyphs to like 100 or so in like a few runs now. So, yeah, pit is pretty easy to do, I feel. You just kind of get it as you level your glyphs on your main build. You
Yeah,
don't really
I've
have
just
the
done a
same
lot of
thing.
food. I feel like I've done a lot of pits already on this character, and I just now completed it because I've done so many boosts.
Yeah, but not with all plan, right?
Oh yeah. No, I don't. Yeah, I thought you meant just like running them. Yeah,
No.
doing the pits is the hard part about the pits is like getting the pit on the war plan path, and then yeah. Now I pretty much I started just avoiding the pits all the time because I don't want to, because sometimes while I'm leveling my hordes I'm gonna end up having to take pit nodes anyways. It feels like a waste now that I've completed the pits. I'm gonna have to take some anyways.
F Dakota 07. That's my take on wall plans being account wide. I don't want account wide, but I want alts catch up. I kind of like that I have to do something on the alts, but it needs to be like way faster. Oh shit. Oh my god, man. Fucking Helltide just ended right on me. And I was like vibing in the Hellspire, And suddenly it's over and like, wait, I didn't step out of this. Fuck. What now, chat? Do reroll? I think it's time to cook a little bit. Actually, I need to finish this planner here. Moose Cinders. Classic. I want to try Armies of Dead a little bit though. See how that goes. I wonder how this will feel. We're gonna play hardcore then. Yeah, I'll think about it. Maybe I'll do a little bit of hardcore. I'm not sure. $60,000, man. Oh my god. Didn't check my bartering. Let's see, maybe I have some GIGA item and it just has been sitting there for like 3 days. Okay, no GIGA item, guys. Will I cook a holy bolt pattern with method of auric laurel and purify absolution? I don't think so. Wait, what does purify do? I think like in general, like a hit build size is not a thing currently with the Fist of Fate nerfed. That's 380 damage. Wow. Not even such a terrible value compared to other core skills, right? This is 205, so it's like half for shield bash. What's the chance of this proc? 40%. Yeah, no way, man. You're gonna have like negative single target on this. 40 times 40. Yeah, so you have like a 20% chance to trigger this before like 8 effects. There's a utility aspect you can put in boots, so 30% extra like a hit against elites. So let's say we have, I don't know, a little bit of like a hit somewhere, so like 30%. So every 3 bolts triggers 1 purify. There's a ricochet. There's a pierce. Yeah, so I don't know. That sounds awful actually. Yo, I'm Hacker. Thanks for the prime. Will this build have a starter variant? I guess it could do something. If you just roll essence regeneration on your gear and you cast a little bit less often, you're gonna be okay. Like the mages definitely carry. I don't have that many skill ranks. I have 24 here. And I have none on my mages actually. So if I had core ranks, you could definitely get a bit more out of this here. Is Zeal I played different to Maxwell Zeal? Yeah. But I'm not sure, maybe Miko reworked it a bit now. I gave him my planner at least. You saw people talking about Zeal and a new freeze ring. Yeah, the freeze ring will just go into every single build that wants to push tower at some point. So this is just like how pushing works now, basically. I don't think there's gonna be a build that does not want to run the freeze ring. Unless a build is so strong that 150 is no problem. Then, yeah, you would not care about the freeze ring. Why don't use Grid Swords? Opus as a charm. Because Grid Swords is relatively awful. Like, stacked, it's a 50% multi. Let's assume you crit every time. And then yes, it's like a hit effect, which just never procs. So, yeah, you get like slightly more than 50% from Griswold. That's not very good. You can just get, you know, Godslayer, that's 40% and pulls everything. And if you want real damage, you can do a Blood Mad. Bloodmoon is actually less consistent. Griswold is more consistent, but Griswold is just much weaker. Griswold is just like not a very strong item. And it's like, it's kind of like exclusively a Blessed Shield item now, I think. Like Griswold is like, yeah, a 50 multi. And then...
I'll be back in just a minute, though.
yeah.
I just got to take a quick little break.
Like the shield bash here, the shield bash lucky hit is kind of bad, right? You need a skill that has decent lucky hit, basically. So Zeal already has its own weapon, so you can't do Griswold, and has 3% lucky hit, so whatever. This is also terrible lucky hit. This is terrible lucky hit. Blessed Hammer, yeah, but also not great, and also has its own weapon already. And then there's Blessed Shield, so maybe here you can do something with the lucky hit effect of Griswold. I think it's 50% lucky hit to do double damage, right? So here you would get a 15% upgrade, basically, in addition to the 50% from the stacking. And then Griswold is like slightly better than a normal aspect, basically. On top of being way harder to get. Yeah, so... it's very easy to just print weapons until you get something good. But it's not easy to print Griswold, right? So... although I'm not sure where it drops. Astaroth. Okay, good luck. Did Warlock Eviscerate get nerfed? Oh, there's in Panda's chat. The Warlock Eviscerate is bug fixed, yes. But don't worry, the Lunatic build is still there. I should check it out. What about gain Berserking but lose Visas Generation as a answer Transfigure on your neck? Yeah, that's kind of like a must-have on every bard build, right? Fixed? Was it bugged? One-shotting everything in pit 150? Maybe. Holy timing. Yeah, they're doing it like one day before the PoE launch, right? I guess that's good timing, actually. Does build of Rafa next scale minions at all? I have no idea. Didn't try anything with minions. Should probably do a bit of plannering here while we're at it. Also wanna release my Mephisto video. Okay, 14 bros. Yeah, either way. This Eviscerate shenanigans was a bug, yeah. There is still the Eviscerate build that was completely unaffected by this bug. So I don't know what you're playing right now, but I have the Eviscerate Warlock guide, which is like its own archetype. You can check that out. Or you play this Lunatic, which I recommend as like Warlock enjoyers. So the Lunatic build is the bugged build with one different aspect, basically. Yes, so it's like the same build, you just swap the aspect and you swap the class mechanic, and then you are playing the real build and not the bugged build, basically. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back.
Come back.
Hey, heck yeah, thanks.
What are you up to now?
I'm just grinding war plans. It's whenever I'm chatting a lot and I'm trying to stay focused on chatting, I get grabbed into town. But war plans are great because it's just like, go do this. You know what I mean?
Oh, so you finally fixed your town addiction.
No. I definitely spend like half the chat in town probably.
Okay.
I'll be honest. It's just when if I'm trying to talk to someone, like if I'm trying to focus on the conversation, I get way less efficient because my brain just doesn't like go into like the autopilot mode as much. Yeah. Fastest content to farm. We were just talking about this earlier. You can just do hell tides with the worms, especially if you can do it in groups. If you can get a group rotation for the hell tide worms, I think that's like really good. And then the undercity attunement orbs. Every time you go get attunement, you get some experience orbs. And then I guess Mephisto. I guess you can just straight up farm Mephisto if you have a character that can just delete Mephisto.
Yeah. It's probably competitive XP, but you don't get anything else. That's the problem. So, but if you have Cruxes lying around,
that's
it's
true.
decent. Yeah, for like, you know, just stand it for an hour or whatever. Just use all the Cruxes and get a level.
True.
just making a plan right now, but feel free to talk.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little locked in on the. I just get teleporting away. What's nice about the hordes is I always have elites, so I can just press my teleport button as much as I want.
Even if it
No,
don't go anywhere.
yeah, but they don't go anywhere exactly.
Oh.
Relatable. I love hordes though. I especially whenever I'm like just grinding. I do wish they were more rewarding. But I guess it might have been lame if like we just had another season where the best experience farm was hordes. They're not that bad per experience it seems, but it doesn't seem like they're that great either.
Yeah, I don't think they're great for XP. I did a lot of hordes and I feel like you just, don't really get anything there.
Yeah. Yeah, I love hordes. So it's like it's unfortunate because right now you don't get experience. You don't really get gear rewards that are equivalent to the time investment. You don't really get anything from hordes except for pain and suffering for your war plan.
Mm-hmm.
But that's unfortunate because I love hordes. I actually like doing hordes a lot. I just wish they were more rewarding, I guess. You think we're gonna get a goblin event before the end of the season?
Yes. Well, I think they kind of just like rotate all of the events every season at this point or something. So I
Yeah.
wouldn't be
So
surprised.
far, since the beginning, since the very first goblin event, they've done a goblin event every other season, and we didn't get one last season. So in theory, we should have one, but maybe they're changing up the formula with the expansion.
Hmm. Okay, I really didn't really pay that much attention to. I know that you have everything marked in a calendar
Yeah,
like this.
sorry, I pay maybe a little too much attention to the goblins.
But yeah, okay, maybe. So I mean, they even had like overlapping event this time, so yeah, they're always kind of going crazy there. So
Do you like the limited time events, or would you rather them not exist? I feel like there's plenty of people that feel like they're a little too. I don't know. I don't know what the word is for it.
I think they're fine. Like most of the time, they're like just kind of like a little extra. It's not such a crazy thing. I mean, in season 11 with the Goblin event, it was wild when we went on the freaking Goblin hunt, man, and we actually just did this shit for like a week straight. Like,
yeah.
holy fuck, man. So that was insane. But besides that, I mean, sure, why not? It's like a little thing, and if people log in more, then I guess mission accomplished. So I mean, like, just pre-scheduling the Infernal Hordes event without really, like, taking a look at do people even want that is definitely a bit tone deaf. And they get, like, a little bit of shit for it, but okay, that's what it is. So,
Yeah. The
you know,
Epoch one is funny
this shit
'cause
is
I guess
probably
I was
scheduled like
talking
6 months in advance anyway or something. So, you know, it's just what it is, I guess. But at the very least, they should have the technology to solve it for another event or something, right? So, but yeah, whatever. So, I don't care much about these events. And I think it's just like a little thing for like, we put out the news post and now some people might see it and log in. So that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'd be okay with not having any events, but I also kind of like them. I'm not. I guess I'm kind of indifferent, but I would be all right with there's a little more. I don't know. It feels like if the events change up the gameplay too much, it feels like cheating or whatever. Like, not obviously you're not cheating, right? But it feels like it cheapens the experience a little bit if you get too much stuff too easily, too quickly, or like, yeah. Like if there's a time window when you can be way more efficient than other windows, it just feels a little FOMO or whatever. But I guess that's just like the nature of live service games.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything to do with FOMO. Yeah, just as long as they don't make it too crazy and okay, you do like this 1 week event and suddenly you have like 10 times the efficiency or something, then it's fine, right? But yeah, like a little bonus, like, you know, the gift of a tree. I mean, it's nice, but it's not really such a big deal, I think, so.
True. Well, the Goblin event is like usually like kind of a big deal, but maybe the Goblin event wouldn't be that big of a deal right now. The problem with the Goblin event is when it came really early in that one season, and it like solved all your your material problems to where you. It's like, well, I don't know how easy or hard it is to get some of these materials because I just have unlimited now because of the goblins. But I still love goblins, so obviously I love the goblin event. I got a 4-star Azure Wrath, and it min rolled the Apex roll. The unique thing. Unique thing min rolled.
What are you about this Wrath? What?
I got a 4-star one, but I guess they changed. Remember how they at one point they made it to where like each star increased the range, the minimum range of the.
Yeah, I guess
Apex
it's not really relevant
unique.
anymore.
Yeah, no. It's just funny to see a 4-star with a min roll. Obviously, I could re-roll it. It didn't. It hit all damage, so it's kind of an okay Azure Wrath, but it didn't hit crit dam.
Was this already a thing? Interesting.
What did Nini make you for dinner earlier?
It was like pasta
what was dinner?
carbonara. It was very nice.
Oh heck yeah, that sounds delicious. I'm thinking about what I might eat for dinner. I'm probably not gonna have as good a food, but
No, you won't. But I gobbled it all up already. I need to check if there's more. Maybe there's more.
heck yeah.
Do we even want to use this? No, we don't actually. Maybe actually. What is this other mythic seal called? Golden Epiphany.
Welcome to my home away from home.
That should work, I think. Crown of Lucian. I think it might actually just eat too much into your resources. Dude, 60 costs. I'm gonna do something extremely funny actually. Huh. We gain partition. We gain this. We lose this. We gain. Need to bug fix this. Yeah, this is actually 34% extra DPS. Roughly. That got me kind of squish.
Are you gonna spin to win this season, Woody?
No. Probably not. I have plans to play Barb, but not really for Whirlwind, to be honest. Did you do any Barb already?
Yeah, my bar was on like T10.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing Whirlwind, Melted Heart. I am full. I loved Melted Heart Bar back in the day too on hardcore. When it like wasn't even meta, I just do it anyways because it was like silly defenses. In fact, before it reduced your health. So there was some seasons where I would make Melted Heart barbs. So I like that Melted Heart barb exists. I don't like how you can't really tell. You just like kind of guess. It's just like, well, I think I'm tanky. Like, I don't like actually kind of like it that much, but I like it more than resolve stacking, for example. But yeah, ultimately, I prefer when like things are like intuitive. Like you can look at it and be like, okay, I'm this. I think I'm this tanky or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, with Melted Heart, it's just like, well, it works until it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't like that part either. I hope they're gonna rework this a little bit.
But yeah, I'm still a bit of an enjoyer. I like embracing some Whirlwind. I didn't play Whirlwind the first time around. When it was like pretty meta. I played it a little bit when we had Whirlwind Dust Devils. And now it's kind of like that again. So it's like I'm into it. I love the Gauntlet Dust Devil days. That was really fun. I loved filling the screen with tornadoes. Um, heck yeah. Not quite as many tornadoes this time around.
Why is all the stuff I want to play not good? I want to play Tornado Druid.
Yeah. Technically, you could make it work, like, because Cataclysm is really good. But it wouldn't really be Tornado wouldn't really be the shining star. But like I'm pretty sure it could be playable to Torment 12. It's kind of like Frozen Orb territory kind of thing, where it's just like the skill itself is very anti-fun. Doesn't quite work the way I think it's intended to work. I thought about doing a Tornado Druid guide anyways, just because like, yeah, but it's like, it's tough. What do you think of the? Have you encountered the new Helltide zone? The Scott, the mini map? How you like can't really see the path? Do you like the
What do you mean?
overlay? Are you using the overlay?
I use it quite a lot,
Or-
yeah. So, I don't understand. What's the problem with the hellside?
The Scabos one. So the ones on the left, a lot of the pathways are darkened. Like you can't really see where the actual path is.
Ah. I didn't even notice that. But it's just kind of hard to navigate in general.
I think it's like some of the pathways like darken slightly based on like how high up you are or something. I don't like I'm in one section right now where yeah, I don't quite understand. I think it's like some kind of problem with the terrain. There's been spots in the past where the map was randomly like darkened as if there wasn't a path there when there was. But it's like all over the place on the new map, the new Helltide, the lava area.
I had a funny idea here. So I'm trying to finish a planner right now for my Bone Spirit build I was playing. And now I'm like, I wasn't running with a Mythic in the end game, but I was running a Mythic before this. So they'll put a Mythic into the mid game variant, and then we remove it for the end game. Oh my god, man, this is fucking cooked, dude. What the hell?
I mean, what's funny is that's actually how people end up playing in the like so once people are playing alts, they literally are using because they don't have any of the aspects for their new character, right? So they just have to throw on whatever mythics they have that works.
It's kind of funny, man.
Oh, I got a starless. I got an air. I got all these mythics. I'm just gonna put them on. Clearly, it'll work.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of funny to think about, yeah. I'm not gonna make a starter variant for this. I think you just have to farm up something with the leveling build here. It's gonna be too cooked. Okay. Out of for this shit. Time to blast. In Paragon 255, you don't have level max level aspect you need for your build. Yeah, you should try to use the cube a bit more. You can upgrade a legendary here and just kind of print, you know, it's probably like an offensive one you're looking for. I'm also looking for Glint's Anvil. I don't have a max level Glint's Anvil, but I just kind of take any ancestral and upgrade it basically. You know, I can do this here. And then you just go and like everything that's ancestral, you just send it to the cube basically like that. And then you can free to one them as well. Like this. Yo, grats Matt. Great, I finished my planner and I have like 90 seconds now to finish a Helltide. We're surely gonna get some Hellworm.
I think you said that because I wouldn't have paid attention to it, and I actually need to do 2 more chests. Or I have the cinders, but I need to get to 2 more chests.
Yeah, I need to get a worm. Wanto.
I love yeah, it's so funny. The worms. The worms are so good.
Okay, unlucky. Won't be able to make this. Did you make it?
I did, yeah. I got both my chests.
I got absolutely nothing.
Right.
Cliptis is making a worm map. That sounds kind of like cope to me. Is that a thing?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't tried to suss out the logic of the worms yet. I've thought about it a couple times because obviously the worms are so good. So I like tried running around Helltide a few times, seeing if I could like figure out a good way to trigger them. But it didn't really seem very consistent because sometimes they just like trigger like twice or 3 times and literally me standing in the same spot.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I noticed too. So I'm not sure if that's even a thing. I use helltides.com for worm locations. Is that real?
I mean, I would use it. If it worked, I would use it. We would need a source on max roll is what we need. We need a max roll Helltide.
I mean, I can ask Rift to check if it's in the planner. Maybe there is some, like in the data, maybe there is something that you can put on a map. But I kind of doubt it. This sounds sus to me.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I remember in the early days, like Hellbane maps, right, would be useful. Screaming Hellbanes back when you would farm those, or you could farm them, I guess I should say. But it's like it's just like any Orbane, because the Orbanes have set locations, but then it's just like any Orbane can randomly turn into a Screaming Hellbane whenever it's in Helltide.
Mm.
So just like any Orb map would work technically.
Is Sightless or Narrow Eye set better? Generally Sightless I use the most builds on Rogue. Narrow Sight is a bit clunky to use, but
I like how the
you're forced
Hellbanes are
to
kind of
sit
useful
on
again. I hope that they
Heartseeker.
make the I don't know. The herbs feel like they could be more useful, but at the same time, I'm okay not ever clicking on the herbs again. I mean, I don't really have a problem with it or anything, but for some reason, I had the same problem with Witcher 3. I'm sure this will make a lot of people hate me too. In Witcher 3, like I could never really quite get into like the potion making and like going around collecting herbs.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Invisite is just bugged to shit, so I have to wait for some fixes there, and then we can try it.
Oh, true, Boiler. Have you met my friend Subo?
Does he actually help though?
I'm a Subo. Well, Subo helps if you wanted to find the ore veins or the because he actually reveals all the veins on your map and the herbs. I totally forgot about
But
that.
playing with
We-
Subo
we-
with
we-
overlay map sounds oof, man, holy.
Oh, with Subo with the overlay.
Yeah,
You use the overlay? Did you say you do or don't?
I do use it, yeah, but I never use Subo, so...
Yeah, I like Rahir a lot. Yeah. What can I say? Rahir's the Giga Chad. But Subo is nice for goblin farming. Like during goblin event, I always use Subo. But any other time, I'm pretty much using Rahir.
What makes it so good for goblins?
Well, so Subo can reveal the goblins on your big map. So when Subo reveals a dot, and he sometimes reveals his dots from really far away, if you open your big map, any goblin that is revealed by Subo will show up on your map, and it will show up at a range that's bigger than your big map. Than your actually, I don't know about overlay map. It might be you don't even need the because the gameplay of like goblin hunting was you're just running around, and as soon as Subo reveals a bunch of dots that are around you, you just open up your big map real quick and see if any of those dots are goblins, because it will show an icon on your big map, even though it doesn't show an icon on your mini map. So
Funny.
you like with the big map, you could get unlimited range on seeing the goblins as long as Subo discovered them. Yeah, okay, yeah. Then with the overlay, you would just turn on the overlay. That's so nice because then you don't have to tab your map all the time when you goblin farm.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
I forged more than what still got some good in it.
Dude, I have so many of these fucking crafting mods and like the prisms. I have 2 stacks of one of this thing here and 2 stacks of the other, man. It's crazy. I'm actually muling this shit now.
You need it? What do you need the second stack for? Shouldn't you just throw away the second stack or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, technically, I have like 1,000 powder, so dust here, so I could roll a stack if I wanted, but oof, yeah. The best plan to get mythic seals. The best plan is to forget about it. And besides that, I guess spam Mephisto 300 times and maybe you have a good chance. It's kind of funny, some of these items that I've been saving on my mules, like from like week 1, when I started making my first mules, and now I'm like, okay, it's gonna throw like almost all of it away. Because I saved some weird shit, man. GA attack speed ring, and that's it. Okay, nice. Holy man.
He's got the loot. Yeah, no, I feel you. Sometimes I find a random, like something I just haven't looked at in a while in my bank, and I'm just like, why is this in here?
And then people complain about stash, huh? Is Warlock still viable? Yes, we have plenty of builds, but I recommend the Lunatic or the Apocalypse.
Stash wasn't too bad until I made my druid. Like on hardcore, my stash is kind of fine, but on softcore, my keeping 2 classes, like multiple class sets, you know what I mean? It's like, it's good because on Sork, there's just 1 class set anyways. But for druid, you kind of want to mess with the other sets, at least at different points. It all leads to the earth set, but you can kind of play with the other ones on the way to picking earth set.
Mm-hmm. I think it's time to cook a little bit. So I think we're gonna call it here, Panda.
Hey, heck yeah. Hey, I appreciate you hanging though.
Yeah, it was fun.
So, sorry I complained about Swerk a little too much, but
Yeah, I expected.
yeah. It's nice to live in the power, right? But it's also I like the balance too, so feels like it missed the mark a little bit for me, but overall it's obviously a blast to play sorcerer. One of the most fun class. It's still my favorite class, obviously. We're so strong. But heck yeah. I definitely appreciate you know what I mean? Appreciate you hanging, chatting with me, and heck yeah. Good luck on the cooking.
Thank you.
And sorry, chat. Sorry, I had to bully chat there for a moment.
Yeah, they used to it. Anyway, have a good one, Panda. And bye, Panda's chat.
Yeah.
I mean, not Sork haters. I'll play some Zork too. Not sure what yet. Okay, say goodbye to Panda's chat here. Okay, this thing is closed. That was Panda, guys. Panda Glassjaw on Twitch. He's one of our Maxwell Zork writers. And Druid now, he's done some Druid stuff. Okay, so guys, I wanted to try making a build with the Sanguine War and Army of the Dead. So I have to figure out what happens there. I think before though, I should probably record my video while I edit, since I'm already in the gear and stuff. Let's do it. He plays Chain Lightning Stock, it's a blast. Nice. Yeah, Chain Lightning sounds fun too. Maybe I'll do this some Chain Lightning. I think with Charge Bolts or Chain Lightning could be fun. Yeah, Panda plays all the classes every season, so he knows roughly what's up with everything. How does NECRO feel? Pretty fun actually. This was pretty cool. Okay, let's find some footage here. Okay. With anything else here? That's me zooming for a Hell Tide. Do I have a pit here? Wait, that stopped over. What can I switch up here? Helltide, okay. Actually, we should compare this to Sarok's Guide. Bone Spirit. So he's running Perdition, Glendale, Banish Lords, Red Blessing. He also has Redirected Force, Interdiction. It's actually the same setup basically. Just he has air. And I have a normal helm and I have the bolts. So he just solves the resources with the region. He has Ton Tap. He's using the bone set. Okay. Pop Q, Ton Tap, okay. Actually, you could do Poxay, I guess. Get my wolves out. Can we do that? Does it even work properly with the overflows and stuff? I'm not sure. How many wolves are gonna have? Yeah, I promise you're moving a lot, so I think we're gonna stick to this here. It's fine. Kind of same story with Nagu, Q. Okay, it's fine though. Speed. So here he did that. Yes, bursting bones. No glove. In both cases, there's no glove. Interesting. So he wins Deluge. The creeping corpse tendrils. These warriors. Even for the blood skills on both. Okay, what's this Paragon? He doesn't have the overpower board. Okay, so that's similar to me. Okay. I think it's gonna show this here. Purple cosmetic wings similar to all the 3 angelic wings but shorter. Maybe they're like from some shop thing. How's the NECRO? Pretty good. Yeah, if you want to see it. That's what it looks like. I'm gonna do recording, guys. Okay. Hi everyone and welcome to my Bone Spirit Necromancer guide. I've been working on this lately and had a ton of fun. This is in fact the fastest build I have been playing this season so far. Who would have believed that? The Necromancers, the wheelchair memes are over. This thing is absolutely flying. And the good thing is this actually applies to basically every Necromancer build because Sever is now just a thing and Sever makes you move as much as you want. You can dash around infinitely for a little resource cost. And this allows you to carry your bone spirits around that circle you, similar to like a Hammerden playstyle, for example, and you fly through the packs and everything explodes. So I got this to the point where I was able to absolutely annihilate Tom and 12 content in like a pit 100 I can do in like sub 60 seconds in a good run. And yeah, and Hell Tides, you fly through the entire map in the record speed. It's absolutely wild. So it's a very simple playstyle. There's actually not really that much that goes into this. It's a bit more complicated to set it up though. And this means that you probably want to play maybe one of the like maximum leveling builds to kind of get started, get a bit of gear for this, because you have to manage your resources in some pretty tricky ways. Every cast you do will spend all of your resources, and you have a lot of that because the more resources you have, the more damage it does. This is part of how Bone Spirit works with one of the upgrades. And as you can see here, I am constantly triggering, like, you know, my resources going down and then going all the way up again. I generate like 400 essence per second or something like this. And I'll show you how to do this. But either way, this is an extremely fun, extremely fast build. You can fly through all the content. You can do like lair bosses in seconds. This was done on my hardcore Necromancer, and it's certainly my worst geared character, I would say, so far as well. I have not really like min-maxed this just yet. It is relatively gear intense in terms of like some of the neeks you have to farm and how to get them. So this can go a lot better if you really try. So I think I could easily get something like double damage from where I am right now. And with some tweaks, you can also push probably like in 130 plus range quite easily with this. So yeah, this is what I got here. I made my own planner. I do want to highlight that there is also a Maxwell guide from Sarok, who is one of our like main Necromancer writers. So he has done the Bone Spirit guide, and there are a lot of differences, so I just checked this out a little bit. I was just cooking my own thing. So there is like the main guide here that actually runs a completely different set. It's a bone set that I was not using, but there is also a speed variant, and that one is actually very close to what I was doing. So just want to kind of show this off. Both of these versions are totally valid, but if you want to zoom, then the speed is for you. And in terms of like my own planner, I have my own little adjustments there. But overall, they're very similar looking builds. So let's get into it. So how does this work? Well, we have the Bone Spirit. So this is a Macabre skill that can become a core skill with this upgrade here. So now it costs essence, doesn't have a cooldown, and consumes all of it as you shoot. So every time you shoot, you have no resources. So you have to get that back. So how do you get it back? Well, we have the mages. So there is this upgrade here, Gift of Death, that gives you a lot of essence regeneration. As you can see, you can have 3 of those mages out, each one of them giving you this 128% bonus. And this scales with ranks. So when you take out ranks or when you add ranks beyond 15, you get a lot more regen, as you can see. So when you have extra ranks to core, for example from Perdition or from your charms, then this also gives you more regen, and this is per mage. So this is pretty wild. So for example, Sarok in the Maxwell guide actually solved it with just essence per second rolls on his gear plus this, but I did it with the Tybalt's Will, which gives you like a flat 50 resource per second as long as you trigger it. So this means that you have gigantic resource recovery, as you can see here. So when you just stand here, this is how it goes up, which is still pretty good. But then I trigger Unstoppable, and we have this. As you can see here, it's literally full between every single cast. So this is kind of what you want to achieve. So when you just stand there and spam with the Tybalt's Will buff, you will have, you know, hundreds of essence per second. So you see here I have 300, like 450 essence regeneration right now per second. So I can cast 2 of these spirits and I still don't run out of resources. So this is what you want to do. So there are separate ways to do this. There's also an aspect called the Deluge aspect that also gives you regen. So you can combine this together with a bit of overpower stacking that we already do anyway in this build. And for example, essence per second rolls. And this is another way to do this, to not run Tybalt's. But I found this a very easy solution, and I kind of just slapped it in there. It still gives us a 20% multi, but ideally you would probably go for like the full combo, having essence regeneration everywhere with a GA and masterwork and all that. And then you can eventually get to the point where you give this up and you get another bigger multi in there, which would be the Perdition Helm. You see here I'm actually running no mythic. I started this with a mythic, and I had like no chest piece here, and I had a Perdition instead, and then eventually I went for a normal helm and this chest piece here, because I found that to be slightly better. But either way, it kind of works. There are some really big multis that you can put in all these slots, and as long as you solve your resources somehow, you're gonna be fine. But talking about this chest here, this is roughly a ×2 or so damage upgrade. It gives you more explosions, and this is for Bone Spirit specifically. So it's just like a very powerful item. You want to try to include this. But either way, you need to have 1 defensive slot, because else you're just not going to stay alive. And that's going to be Glin's Anvil. So it can go on any of those defensive slots, and it can put any of the big uniques there, basically, to get a big burst of extra power. But one of them needs to be Glin's Anvil for the resolve stacking. And this gives us all of the toughness. So you can see this right now. I have 12 maximum resolve on a helm, chest, pants, and then 7 on the neck. And we're sitting here at 15 million toughness right now on a Necromancer that has only 1 defensive aspect. However, when you don't have those resolve stacks up, you're going to be relatively squishy. So this is also why it's a little bit spooky on hardcore, and why I have built my character a little bit on the tanky side where I could, with relatively optional maximum life rolls or maximum armor rolls. So you see here I do have a lot of defensive stats that could actually turn into more offense, for example by rolling more maximum resource here on the chest. Or, you know, similar to it like in other pieces as well. You could like have more int or something like that. I try to be a little bit tanky so that when I walk into a new pit or into a Helltide, I don't get immediately blasted. But on softcore, I guess you can kind of forget about this. But you see here, you load in, and I have like 1 million toughness, which is enough to like survive some small stuff. But you really want to get up your resolve stacks as fast as possible. And you do this by just casting your bone skills. So we have this aspect here. It's called Shielding Bones, I believe. So I have this with Transfiguration on my neck right now, but it looks like this. If you don't have it on the neck, you have to put this on the boots, and this gives you resolve stacks when you cast your skills. So this is mostly just your Bone Spirit. So as you spam it, you get +2 every time. It will ramp up a little bit, but usually it's like the first few casts where it kind of matters. And then you're going to be tanky enough. So you see this here when I just start casting. Every cast I get like +200k toughness. And yeah, in like 5 casts or so, we are fine. And now it's sitting here at 16 stacks, and it still keeps going up. So every time I press my button, it goes higher and higher and higher, and it gets pretty wild in the end. To the point where you're basically immortal. And on top of that, we also have the bulwark, so this kind of helps to kind of get this started and make sure you don't accidentally rip or something, but you can definitely get to the point where you are tanky enough you to not need this, and you can put something else. You can put a Vex rune, a Jar rune, even an Ohm or a Gar, whatever kind of works. So you can play around with the runes here. This is definitely optional. So with that being said, yeah, we have more of the stats that you also want to stack. So defensively, I mentioned the resolve stacks and then the live armor. A bit of always doesn't hurt, but offensively, it is kind of tough to get exactly the rolls that you want. So you have 2 rings here, so these are not hard to make. Especially if you also put resource on one of them, it makes it relatively easy to craft. So you can just do life is one category in defense, then you can do resource generation is one category in resource, and then you have 2 offensive mods. Very easy to make a ring like this. You can do this on both slots. A bit of resource generation helps out a lot because you want to get this like hundreds of essence per second. So you want to have this here on at least a ring, also the temper, for example. And the offensive tempers that we normally would have here are not really so important. Yeah, this is because Wizard did a little oopsie here, and that is with the Dominate glyph. So similar to the Barbs, basically, they have this kind of forgotten overpower glyph here, and we get 300% damage per overpower stack. And we have 16 of that, so it's a lot of damage. And this means that every other source of additive damage is completely negligible. And this means like you can just put it here on, like, you know, resource generation on the rings as well, for example. You could even consider something like barrier generation on your glove as a utility temper if you want, so you don't really have to worry about it. And besides that, yeah, you want to stack enough crit to get 100% crit chance, and a lot of crit damage and a lot of vulnerable damage. Vulnerable comes from the wolves. We have the rune for save rune, just because it's wolves and they have vulnerable and freeze. And then for crit, you can see this here. I have relatively low crit chance actually, because you have a lot of built-in crit here. And a lot of it comes from the Bone Storm. So you see this here right now, one of the modifiers actually gives us extra crit and cast speed. This is insane. As long as you keep up the Bone Storm, 52%. And similar to the mages, this scales with the ranks. So if you see this here right now, it's 33%. It's like 1.5 per rank or something like that. So again, if you have extra bone skill ranks, which applies also to your prone spirit, this is the bone skill, then you can ramp this up. Or if you have all skills on your neck, or if you use a Vex rune or something like that. So you can try to min-max around the exact number you have. In my case, I have 52% from this. So half of my crit is from that. And then there is also 2 other like 5% bonuses. One is here from the curse, which is not 100% uptime, but it's usually there, at least on bosses and elites. And there's also this thing here from the mages, where when they hit something, you also get 5% extra crit. So with this, you can reach 100% relatively easily, because you can get like 50 to 60% just from your skills. And then you need to roll maybe like 1 or 2 crit chance rolls or something like that. I have this here, for example, on the ring. So just make sure you go for this 100% crit chance. Depending on, you know, your exact setups, there's also aspects. For example, there's like a bone aspect that gives you 5% crit chance here, the serration. This can also be an option. So you can play around with that as long as you hit that cap. Yeah. And then let's talk about the uniques a little bit. So we have Grave Walker's Hand. This is an optional unique, I would say. This drops from Bartok. It is extremely hard to farm, and I tried a little bit with Belial, and well, this is my result. So it's like relatively awful. Lightning Rest is kind of useless, and the all damage is also not great. So ideally you would have something like int, crit multi, vul multi, and then, you know, maybe life or maybe crit chance or something like that. But yeah, this is tough. So if you don't have a good one, then ideally probably just put a normal glove there, similar to like the aspect I just showed you. There's a bunch of really good aspects that you can run. But the 40% essence generation is actually a multi, so that's pretty good. This helps you to get this whole like essence combo rolling, and it has an 80% damage multi as well. So it is a relatively good package, but really hard to get. Then we have the Red Blessing here. Red Blessing gives us overpower damage scaling. So it says while healthy, you get +4 maximum overpower. The default is 4. With this you go to 8. And then we also have the Tidal Aspect, which gives us another 8 if you put it on a two-handed weapon. So we have 16 maximum overpower, which synergizes with this neck, with the Dominate Glyph you just saw, And in late game, we also have the Banished Lord's Talisman for even more overpower synergies. So we have triple overpower scaling, and this is why that aspect goes on the neck. It's absolutely wild. And you also generate the overpower easily by just playing the build, basically. So as soon as you have the Banished Lord's Talisman, every time you spend this 275 resources, you can see the counter here on the bar. This is this 116 right now. And then you see my overpower stacks here. We have 4, we have 8, we have, yeah. Something's missing. Wait, where is it? Why is it kept at 8 now? It should be 16, so I'm not sure what's going on. Because I encrypt this here or something. It seems kind of odd. But either way, this should go to 16 here. And in that case, you have a lot of extra damage. So you just ramp it up basically at the start of the fight. Similar to how you ramp up the resolve stacks at the start of a fight. You kind of sit there at the start when you start a new pit, for example. Maybe I can show this from like the pit run here real quick, how I do this. Like you basically walk in and you do like one golem cast, for example. Here I do Bone Storm, Golem to get the Unstoppable, so I have the resources from Tibalt's, and then it ramps here, so as you can see here. And now we have, 16 resolve stacks. Here's the 12 overpower stacks, here's the 16 overpower stacks. And there you go. I'm not sure why I didn't go to 16 right now, so something is going on. But normally this doesn't happen, and we are fine. And yeah, basically it's just like 5 casts you do at the start when like nothing is around. Just beware that sometimes there might be like an elite pack sitting right on top of you when you load in or something in a pit, or when you walk into a hell tide, you don't have the overpower stacks right away, a meteor might hit you or something, so kind of just be careful. But after like a few casts you are usually fine, because then your damage and your toughness ramps up extremely fast. And after that you just kind of start flying. So yeah. Another thing is, if you mount up, your resolve stacks are gone. I'm not sure about the overpower. So just kind of don't mount, but you're slower on the mount anyway when it comes to hell tides because of the Sever Dashing. It's pretty wild how fast it can go. But yeah, either way, overpower, very good. And in the case of the uniques here, the Red Blessing and the chest, they both drop from the Butcher, so they're kind of farmable together relatively easily. And this means you can kind of just spam Butcher until you get a good roll. Again, I have like an okay one here, but I have Cold Res on this. And then here, like I'm missing the crit and the Bone Multi. So, this could be a lot better, as I said at the beginning. This one is kind of fine, I guess. And if I just invest a bit more time, maybe farm Butcher for like another hour of some of my keys or something, then you would eventually get some really good rolls here. Ideally, you would actually equip the Banished Lord's Talisman, because that has a larger multi, and that larger multi loses more by going into a charm, because there's this 50% amulet modifier that is being taken out, basically. Normally this has 18, and then here this one loses a little bit less, basically, when you put it as a charm. So ideally you would equip the Banished Lords, but it's much harder to get, so just kind of keep that in mind. And yeah, this is kind of like how to do the gear. And yeah, this is also pretty much the setup. For the Paragons, I can show you my planner real quick while we're at it. I actually didn't really talk about the planner at all, but I did make this here earlier, and we have this. I'm going to link this down in the description as well, so you can go check this out. I made a mid-game, end-game, and then this Golden Epiphany Seal variant, so that's kind of interesting. I didn't really put a starter variant or something, because you kind of need a bit of stuff to really get this going. Technically, I can just roll essence, regeneration everywhere and kind of get started right away. So there's not really a huge requirement here, as long as you can spam this Bone Spirit, but you want to get a lot of resources in order to really kind of scale this up, because you get this extra modifier, 3% per essence that it consumes. So that's quite a lot of multi that you're missing out on if you don't actually have like a lot of essence recovery. But yeah, technically you can kind of just get started without uniques. There's nothing that is like crucial, let's say. But the combo in the late game is very powerful with all this overpower stacking. And then once you actually have that glyph level a little bit, and it kind of ramps up a lot over time as you go. So there's a lot of late game scaling, and you'll get to the point where you can do like sub 2 minutes, 115 pits or something like that. So this is almost where I'm at now, and I can still get so much more powerful. But yeah, let's talk about this here real quick. If you get extremely lucky and you get a Golden Epiphany Seal with a +1 charm slot, which I can't put in the planner right now, so we don't have that modifier here, you would actually equip those 3 uniques as a charm, and then you can get back the Perdition and put Glyn's Anvil on the boots and get another aspect here. And you would actually then run the 2-piece bone set instead of the profane set. And that would actually end up being more damage. That's kind of interesting use of this mythic seal here, but it's a very big if and, you know, extremely late game. So generally forget about it, but I kind of just put it here because I was like thinking about this a little bit and doing some calculations, and it turns out you can actually get something out of this mythic seal if you have it with a +1 slot. So good luck. But yeah, either way, for everything else that I just explained, you can check out this here. There's a few more notes as well about the equipment, what to go for, and how it all works for the talisman as well. Just a note about the stats real quick. So we are not running the bone set, which is an alternative. So you can do this. There is like a different set here that we have, which is the Art of the Bone Weaver. That is kind of like designed for bone builds. So you get a lot of crit damage, and then when you spend a lot of essence, you shoot out these shards. And it can also give you essence back. So you can actually regenerate essence this way as well, especially with all these extra resource generation modifiers. This can get a lot. But I found it relatively clunky to play like this, especially if you're trying to like speed farm and stuff like that. You first have to like trigger this proc, hit the enemy, to then apply the debuff to them so that they take extra damage. And for me, this just felt way too clunky. So if you're doing like any sort of, like, say, more serious content or a bit more slow paced, this is okay. But for like just like zoom, this was awful for me. So in that case, I went with the Radaman's Desecration set, which gives you just like damage by default, and you don't have to like trigger anything. And on top of that, you have the 3-piece where you get the 2 curses. So we actually auto-trigger both Decrepify and Iron Maiden, which is, yeah, not always up necessarily, but at least in boss fights it surely will be. And also in most elite fights, when there's like, you know, a little bit of like trash packs dying, you'll have corpses, and then you get those curses here. So you can actually just put the points here. Otherwise, you can also trigger both of these curses with runes. So there is a bit of like, you know, moving parts where you can like adjust a few things basically. I talked about you can swap out some of the runes here, and you can solve some things in other ways if you want. But yeah, this is what I went with, and I really liked it. Besides this, we have the skill tree. The skill tree doesn't really change throughout the progression. It's just, okay, if you don't have this profane set, then you don't really need the points in the curses because you can't really trigger them, or maybe you do with the runes. So you can also like swap around. These are kind of like supporting, like there's an execute here, and there's a 5% crit there, and a bit of like resolve stacking, and a bit of dazing. So there's like nice little things basically. It's kind of sweet. We get ferocity as well from our golem, so as you can see here, when I press my golem, I get a few ferocity stacks, so I kind of want to do this here and there to get those stacks for extra attack speed. This means you can like teleport faster, you can attack everything, and, you know, cast faster and so on. Kind of nice. And there's a, like, the skill rotation is extremely simple. Paragons is here, we have multiple steps. I did like starting at Paragon 200 and 250, and then basically all points. There's just like nothing to take anymore at some point, so you kind of just pick up int or something if you're at Paragon 300. But besides that, there might be a little question about why are we not running something like Blood Begets Blood, or Blood Bath even, which has this overpower synergy. So you could try something with Blood Begets Blood, but you have to generate blood orbs, which you can do in various ways, including the curses if you really want to, but I also found it kind of too slow and too clunky. And for Blood Bath, we have the problem that we get this 20% damage multi basically all the time, but we do not always gain or lose overpower stacks. In fact, we basically never do that after we have already ramped to 16. And then you just don't get this 50% extra multi. So for this, you have to spend your overpower and then gain it back, and then you'll trigger this. So you might see some people running something like a Blood Lance or Blood Surge, which have these modifiers where you can consume overpower at will, and then you have to like kind of weave that in and then generate your overpower again. But again, this is like way too clunky, I think. So I just went with other Paragon setups that are just like consistently active, basically. And yeah, that's pretty much about it. Just one note about it right here, he's buggy. With the NECRO, maybe like any mercenary, I'm not sure, but he just disappears sometimes, so you have to rehire him. And that's just how NECROs work right now. But yeah, either way, this was my Bone Spirit experience so far. This was really fun. I might min-max this a little bit more, but I also want to try out some other stuff now on this class. So for now, this is what I got here. Check it out, and hope everyone is having a blast in this season, and see you guys next time. Okay. Oh wait, did that record? I don't know. DOP stacks not working was stressful. Yeah, it kind of threw me off a little bit. I don't know why. It's kind of weird. Like, why is it not working? For some reason I only go to 8. I don't know. It's like the title aspect is not working or something. Look. What the fuck? But yeah, anyway. Training ground bug? Let me try it here. You have the golden charm. Yeah, but does it have the +1? I need the +1. Okay, something is broken, man. What the fuck? I don't know. I gotta relog. Okay, seriously, what? Why is not working anymore? What is happening? I'm gonna try to imprint another weapon. Wait, where's my willpower stacks? Wait, I haven't been playing with only 8 stacks? Like, for how long? What is happening? I have 16 stacks here. And then I was cooking the planner, and then I was recording the guide, and that was it. What the fuck? Yeah. Where's my willpower stacks? Do I have like any moment here where I don't have 16 stacks? No. Here we have 16 stacks. Here's also 16 stacks. What the fuck? Everything is working fine, yeah. Oh, I wasn't fortified, dude. This is why. I need to fortify. I'm stupid. Okay, I should maybe mention that in the text at least, in the guide. It's because you're not fortified. It's not buggy. I just realized. Yeah. Yeah, this is usually not a problem because I always have full fortify, no problem. Um, okay. Let's update this here real quick. PTR 2nd of June. That seems likely, yeah. They're gonna have, yeah, 2nd or 3rd, I guess. They've been doing the Wednesday patches for some reason. So maybe it's gonna be the 3rd. So a few days of PoE, then the PTR, maybe. Obol back wasted. Don't worry, I have 3 more. Just why I keep them, you know. If I have to do... If I have a sudden urge for science, I use Obol back. Petition to go back to Tuesday patches. Yeah, how about Friday? Friday launches, man. Friday season launch. Can we do that? One of these decades, maybe? Okay. Do we care about minions, guys? I don't know. Good roll though. And does have minion stuff. Dude, I can't get the last. What the hell? What am I missing? Lore. Can't get one. Okay. So this one has an all and weapon damage GA. This one has int and crit. I guess this one is probably better. We probably don't need the resources here anyway. Quite a weapon actually, looks really cool. Do we just do like this Banished Lord shenanigans again? It has all multi, it has the bone skill resolve thing. I'm not sure how else I'll get resolve. It summons damage, inflict enemies of Imperial Curse, consuming a corpse also contributes 3 souls to Imperial Curse, which can now stack up to 20. They grant a soul on death. Only archer can now unleash the souls. Wait, how does it work? It only works on death. Wait, how do I kill bosses with this? Overpower is too powerful to ignore. Again, how do we get back here? Yep. It says consuming a corpse contributes 3 souls. Okay, so I have to like spam corpse explosion or something. What else can we do for corpse stuff? So that's 4. There's chance. Okay, we can't do this anyway, so actually let's just refund all. Do we use the same set again? We probably do, huh? Oh no, we don't. We have this. Okay, so no curses for us, at least for now. So we probably want minions as much as we can, right? Need minions to increase damage and reduce the cooldown of armies and that by 1 second each time they deal damage. Minions on Arja, 5% increased life, 25% attack speed, auto attacking increased damage. The minion auto. Wait, why do you want the auto dying minions? Ah, does this count as using a corpse? Okay, maybe. Can get resolve here as well. Okay, so we have this, we have that. I guess we can do the 3 golems. We can get down Stalwart again. We can do ferocity maybe. And then we want the mages. Max the number of mages increased by 2. Not sure if I need to regen. So maybe want a +2. And a 5% crit. It's a lot of minions. So you have ult, sever, 3 minions, and 1 more skill. I want an Army of the Dead. Oh, the skill is called Army of the Dead. But really we want to make a build around this. Okay, first of all I need corpses. Give it a few seconds. Okay, there's no corpse generation, right? They used to generate corpses. So there's 2 additional guys. They need nearby enemy to attack. Make them vulnerable and slow. Form a blood orb when they deal damage, so that could be useful. Howl from below gloves? Nah. They're awful, no? I don't necessarily have all the unique saves that I might need for this. Howl from below is like, there's a corpse explosion glove, right? With the skeleton. That's like completely shit. Does it even do anything? Yeah, this is pointless. Wait, does this auto command actually gives you resolve? Wait, that sounds insane actually. Huh. Oh, that's kind of insane actually. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, but do we want... Yeah, I guess you want the auto service and sacrifice, right? Yeah, because it also just ramps up like this. Oh boy, the cooldown. Okay. guess you can run the mages that fork. Oh, what about the cutting thing? That could be insane. It doesn't seem to help actually. Actually, it does, I think. I guess he would do the fork, yeah. Oh boy. Okay, it comes back so fast. But we're not consuming a cost. Okay, we need something to consume costs faster, like a lot faster. Maybe this actually. It's not really fast enough. Need more. More. This could be it actually. Wait, does it even work? Or maybe it doesn't have enough courses. Droid, die skalieren hoch mit der Difficulty. Okay, something is wrong here. This cause explosion. It's supposed to consume 3 corpses. So it should give me 9 stacks each time. But it doesn't seem to work at all. Yeah, I don't have a problem generating corpses. I have a problem with the corpse explosion just doesn't work properly. It says it's supposed to consume 3 corpses, but it doesn't do that. Unless the skellies just eat them all up. Let's see. One, 2. Okay, now it works. Yeah, the thing is you need to get a 20 because you get not only more souls but also more damage per soul. Or at least 18, I think is probably okay. It's like 2 casts. And you have the automatic guys. So it's like cast to, it's like 1, 2, army, 1, 2, army, 1, 2. But I don't have enough corpses. When you take damage, you have a 15% chance to pull a corpse. Okay. Funny enough, this works with self-damage. I tried this with Bloodmad Idol. Dude, like, hit seems very good on this, actually. 25% corpse skills, the tries to increase damage. I suppose that 20% damage doesn't count here. Doesn't even have the corpse tag. Yeah, I can do Berserking Charm. But realistically, it's just gonna be Banish Loss and Red Blessing again, right? We're gonna go 100% crit and all that. It's not really a reason not to, I guess. I have to experiment a little bit. It's kind of hard to tell how this will work. I think I have to like just try a few things and see how it feels. And tough to find aspects here, I must say, that's crazy. Can do Blood Moon, 60% damage. Kinda good. We got right on Chaos Case again. Hello. Let's do this. Let's do this. Bloodless Scream Pelgain build. Holy. Let's go. I want to try something with Bloodless Scream and Zephyr actually. Kinda excited for that. How was the stream, guys? I just playing as well. Frozen was pretty okay, so someone who build and was doing T12 comfortably. That's good to hear. I guess it's not that hard to get to like the Torment 12 status anyway, even for like weak builds. Sort of Blessing. Banish Lords. I've played a lot of Rathma NECRO in D3, I guess, so then we're gonna try to make this here work. Chaos Wave Inc. This is only for bone skills. This is shadow and cold damage. I could imagine that these souls are probably shadow damage. So this might kind of work, but the 2-piece is useless. And the 5-piece is weak. Wait, do we even have... Alright, we have the army to that side, never mind, that was kind of stupid, right? So we have this already. Yeah, and all the other stuff doesn't work anyway, I guess. So we do this. Oh boy. Like a conceded or something. And then like I guess a crushing. A tidal. We have the huge flash here. I mean, we don't need the resolve aspect because we already get it, so we can put something else here. I think it's Fizz. Oh boy. Yeah, we have to test this, I guess. This Clash build for partner has got to be the most miserable shit ever. Yeah. I wouldn't really try to make a Clash build. Play a fun build, man. Bone Guns create a lot of corpses, yeah. Yeah, you can do Fell Gluttony and then the Bone Golem and just create corpses. And then we also have to consume them. Consuming and causes a 25% chance to spawn a Blood Orb. So I guess we can actually run a Blood Orb board. I need to check which boards we want to run. We might want to do this actually. There's also interdiction, we can do redirected force again. So this would be kind of nice. If you don't need the blood orbs. So the only other thing really that I would care about. Embalmer. Let's see. So this is only for minions. This is only for golem. So we're definitely gonna do Flesh Eater. Definitely gonna do Scent of Death. This just goes into like every necro build now, right? Then we're gonna do no property. No. No. Yes. Yeah, we don't even have another choice. You can't do Shadow. And this is this Shadow, we can check, I guess. I kinda doubt it. This thing says physical. Should be easy to save some gems. Okay, 43k. Somehow it's less now. Let's rise again. Okay, 27. $27. $31. Okay, so yeah, it's physical. So Wither doesn't work. So we have to do blood against blood, which means we have to get the blood orb aspect. Can't do this, 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 or this. Okay. Well, there we go. I have to farm a new neck then. Unlucky. Okay. Wait, what's up, Sanitizer? What's the easiest way to get caught up on changes and updates? Last played when Spirit Realm first dropped. Well, I have like 100 videos over last month, you can check some of those. We have like a lot of articles on Maxwell that are already updated for expansion stuff. So you can learn how everything works. I think we have like a very similar board here compared to my other build, so I might just import. And we have to change one board. We don't do bone grafts. We do blood begets blood. We had essence lift there. This one is also pretty good on decks. So we could do essence anyway. Do these necromancer boards, dude. Yeah, we can do something like this, I think. This damage while healthy and blood. Blood orb healing. Blood damage. Blood orb healing. Okay, this definitely needs to be the last board, man. This is like fucking awful. Okay. We do this, I guess. Okay, I think we do this. Anything else you want to add here? Corporal. Increase physical and movement speed for each active minion. So that's kind of nice. Gravekeeper. What else we have? No, 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 no. Consuming cost fortifies you. Grants 6% damage reduction for 8 seconds. Corpse skills the increased damage. Okay, we can't do that. Minion damage and damage reduction modifiers. You can do amplify. Yeah, I have to get a curse in here. That's like kind of the big problem. We have to. You can do like Sun tap or some shit, I guess. That's what you have to do. 200 for an ultimate skill. This costs 100. Okay. That's what? Increase duration. Weaken and slow. Which of the curses do we want? That's 5% crit. Resolve. Days. Here's Fortify. 1. Stun. I guess we go with this. It's okay, use most of the same glyphs here. 1,000 tier 150s. Nice. That's a lot of 150s. It's kind of funny that people are actually bothering to do this in a tower and not just in a pit, right? Where they can actually get something out of it. I think Hand Sanitizer is looking for a timeout, guys. Not sure what is this. This is like so weird. There's a random corrupting damage, man. Shadow damage, corrupting damage. And then there's a random 4 resource. This cluster is so weird. It's like giga random. I don't know, dude. Blood orb healing. Like, I don't have anything else. 107 life per 5 seconds, dude. Or land speed is all the cooldown. I think it's just a fortress. No, it just generally is like, you know, to make it a bit more fluid and stuff. But yeah, mostly for the fortress. So if you have a bit of cooldown, then you also have faster auras, and you have more falling star. And you can reset the fortress easier. They give a bunch of spirit bond skills to spirit stones, which have no synergies and no damage. Great. I was actually very excited for the spirit storms. Like the stinger, the blue stinger man. I wanted to play that. Actually, first world problems were out, yes. Yeah, NECRO Paragon boards. You just kind of run out of stuff to take at some point. It's gotten a bit better. Okay, now the question is what do you do with all these points here? Because there's nothing to take either, right? This doesn't matter. Do we want Reap? I don't think so, right? So we want... We need a spender so that we can proc banish lords. So is there a spender that helps us with anything? Light. I mean, mages is also a spender, I suppose. To the region. He's weaken from Blood Surge, also not bad actually. And Fortify. If we get to Fortify, we don't need it here. We can do the crit. And weaken here. Resolve there. We can pretend to play Blood Surge. I mean, technically we also have Sever as a spender. We just spent 275. It does take a while to ramp up the overpower, that's the problem. Once you're blasting, we're fine. Okay, we don't need any of this. What do we do with our last point? Blood Mist, more teleport. I have like no attack basically. So corpse explode around. We sever around. Actually we don't have any spot here anyway. And we have to kind of spam the mages. Because they cost 30, yeah? So per 16 seconds we need to spend 275 resources. This could upgrade. Wait, which one? I'm not trying to make a minion build, I'm trying to make armies are dead. I guess that includes minions. But four corpses. 5 corpses is a lot, to be honest. It just kind of resets itself, right? You could also put it on cooldown reduction here. Yeah. I think we should be fine. Yeah, I need to move this here. So what do you want to put here? Normal chest, blood moon breaches. Actually, we might have enough minions to just apply both curses, actually. With blood moon. I love crit chance, holy. Boah. I know how I'm gonna do this. We can get crit here, and then I guess we can try to get a the neck with crit. This one has crit chance, bone, and shadow. If that shadow was like not pointless, that would be nice. Fuck. But I can try it, I guess, for science. We had like one user start on the other one as well, so I guess it is what it is. But we kinda need to get a crit chance up, else we don't get a banished lords and stuff. Okay, we cast our ultimate, but what do we get? And I put a cooldown on it. Even when you have the offering. Forgot. Even when you get the offering, you have to wait and cast again. Interesting. Yo, Danny. For toughness on Warlock, you mostly just need to stack the right stats. So get more life, get more armor, get more res, upgrade your gems. Get more paragons and so on.
Stones to cut, gems to set. Here's what remains. Like the eyes of Lycander herself.
Plans up here too. Probably load up something on Merc, start blasting, and then maybe gonna do PTR and come back to PA2 later. Blood Moo. Okay, now we have 3 of them here. Which build am I playing? We're playing an Army of the Dead Vampire Curse based build. I don't know what to expect, but that's what we do.
What is a waitress, isn't it? Swinging away.
Maybe I should put the masterwork on the crit chance actually. Because if we don't crit, we just don't do damage. So... I got plus 15, we have 65. 70 with the curse, 75 with the minions. And we have crit here already. Crit here, it's kind of tough, man. With just the petition, it's really tough to get enough crit, dude. Oh my god. Can't do this, right? We need the blood orbs. Well, that was easy. I don't care which one is where, so that's okay. I'm not sure if I really want cooldown. Maybe cooldown is kind of a waste. That's gonna do it for science. That was easy. Alright. We have very little crit damage though. 50. So this all damage here should definitely be crit on the ring. I kinda don't want to remake it right now. I can check. That was like our old ring, actually. Nah, fine. Actually, should probably not roll cooldown. We should probably have hit multi as a damage mod. On both of these rings. And we put cooldown as a temper. Because we have a lot of all power stacks again. We have 12 all power stacks. I don't know, it's gonna do a bunch of cooldown. Might be useful for the golem, and I think I might put Blood Rush again. Or I'm not sure what other skills you used here. Okay, let's leave this for now. It's fine. Okay. How do I get 8k toughness on Bloodwave Necro? I didn't play Bloodwave, but I played Bone Spirit, and I was actually getting it to more like 20 million. And that's with Resolve stacking, Glint's Anvil, and then a Bulwark. Okay, 80% crit. It's kinda close. You have a Masterwork crit everywhere, man. Holy. If that was a bit better with the GA or something, that would be nice. It's quite an investment to go crit, man. Don't think I have time for Cause Explosion shenanigans. Although there is a chance of Blood Orb as well as. But then we can't really trigger Banished Lords. You could cast a Bone Spirit sometimes to trigger Banished Lords. Which is kind of hilarious. So you could spam Cause Explosion, not have this aspect here. Have another aspect there. For example, Retribution. Or something. Yeah, so we could do Retribution. Because we're generally gonna be distant, I guess. We have our minions in front and we shoot our stuff. Kinda weird. But it might work. Ah shit, we need 2 skills on the for that. Okay, we can't do it. There's also 1 stack of all power after you teleport. So you can kind of keep it up like this. Maybe you don't need to try to stack with banner shots too much. Let me go wolves again, because why not? Oh boy, the cooldown. Yeah, this is starting to work here. I wonder if it's gonna do damage. Who knows? Okay, about the ranks, really, right? Pitcher push is a bit higher, Nurok. This has a summon tag. I wonder if it actually deals more damage. Doesn't seem so. Nah, the summon damage doesn't even work. And if summon damage does work, then Pact of Bone Ring probably doesn't work at all. It's only for the minions. And it's not even a minion, it's you know, vampire souls that we shoot here, so it's already kind of a stretch. So I think we're good here. Hi, Clubber. Okay. How's our toughness? 830k in toughness looks in town looks kind of comparable to before. Probably ramp it fast. Basically press golem. And that's it, right? It actually ramps pretty fast. Dude, look how small the tooltip is. It has this big fat block of everything down there, man. What the fuck? Looks so funny. Oh god. Yeah, the visions are definitely cool on this build. So let's see if it's gonna be good. So we kinda got what we want here. Unique power roll. We got the same roll. Too many tooltips. Okay, here's a 59, that's alright. Can't do this one, I guess. Yeah, well. See what happens. What build is this? I'm doing an Army of the Dead build. Not sure what to expect. What is powerful and the build gives the most damage? The damage sucks. Let's get the helm first of all. And then pain gougers. Make sure you're vulnerable up with the wolves. And then stack vulnerable damage. Demonology ranks. Max resource with a seat of Horizon at least. Flip levels, paragons. Okay, my charms are like total ass. I'm not sure what I should put there, probably just all stats. So it's not really anything to put there, it's kinda weird. Glints. Yeah, weapon gems, okay. Everything's here. I have numbers on, unlucky. What is going on here? Or is the ramping of resolve without enemies? It's a bit scuffed. It goes up really fast once we have. You can see a Helltide Commander. I mean, you're kind of one-tapping in leads. The right stuff here. I'm not sure if we need the 2 projectiles. I feel like my cooldown comes back way faster than my corpses are used. Maybe not actually, sometimes. What's going on here? Where's my golem? He's like jumping from like 3 screens away. What the hell? It passed the bar for senior builds at least, holy. There's no transfigurations on this basically, like at all. There's like random quality and there's one physical damage. Everything else is not actually transfigured here. I guess we should try a pit to get a bit of an idea what we can do here. Okay, fully stacked, we are at 12.5 million. Uh, 16 and Bruno's Rider spawned, died mid-air